Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome back. We are here with the Yeti first MRC online regional. Joined with me today is Mr. Valkyrie. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing wonderful. It's great to be here. I'm excited for a wonderful gameplay of Grand Archive and to see who's going to come out on top today.
Yeah, so we just had Elusive online regional wrap up on Friday, so 2 days ago, and it was a very interesting top 16 there. So they had 99 players. It was top 16 rewards. Today we have 212 players, an absolutely groundbreaking number of people participating in both an online regional and just in a regional in general. But to quickly talk about that, there were 8 slime players in top 16, and the first top 3 there were 2 people playing in Soul in different elements.
It's great to see that card making a comeback. It sort of faded out early DOA and we haven't heard from it since, but apparently some people have been in the labs with that spicy tech, and I really hope we get to see it here today.
Yeah, we most likely do. There are a couple people I've kind of scouted the deck list a little bit, but there are a couple people running in Soul, a couple people running the list actually that won, or something similar to that, with a little bit of the Spirit's Blessing in there, a little bit of an old school tech. So very excited to see all the different things. But for our first match, we're going to be having Mewkiss versus Glass, 2 people we're fairly familiar with. Mewkiss, someone who regularly attends the Yeti Weeklies, but also played a lot of the ODTs in ALC season when we still had those available. And Glass. Glass was very well known for being the Nico lover. He was the Nico main before Nico was good. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see both of these players kind of duke it out this morning.
Yeah, a wonderful round 1 match. It is great to see people who've been on here before. It allows everyone to cheer on those, names that you hear and you see all the time. So I want to make sure we see how far these two can actually go after this round 1 as well. Looking here, let's see. It's going to be a fairly interesting matchup. I believe both these players have a good shot at going for this round 1 win. It's going to be very not stally, but it's going to be a big turn swing. It's one of these players are going to win instantly on their turn, and there's nothing the other can do about it. So we're going to see who can set that up first to be able to take care of that.
Yeah, we're definitely in a situation here where we're gonna be looking for that like focal point where you tip the scales and suddenly your opponent's dead, you're dead, one or the other. But there's a couple interesting things in the deck list here. So now that we're actually about to be starting, it's a very good time to jump in and say this. But so we got Mewkiss here on Water Nico, and the most interesting thing to me is he is running both spirits. So he's running Serene Spirit and Spirit of Water. I think this is a fantastic option, especially because it gives you the flexibility of when you go first or second, choosing how you kind of want to make that play. If you notice, your opponent's playing allies, that Serene Water can be a lot more beneficial to you. If your opponent is not, sometimes that extra card's more valuable, gives you that early Icebound Slam if you go second. And then on Glass's side, elephant in the room, Intangible Geist.
Yeah, that is a card you don't see often. We usually compare it to the younger brother of Ghost Pendragon, the one that doesn't really get much attention from mom whatsoever. But here we are, it's making an appearance in this deck. I'm curious to see what the actual purpose is going to be for Intangible Guys. Is there any specific regalia that Glass is wanting to just bring back? To me, it might be that the deer is something, just because with all the tricks to prevent things from coming back from banishment, this might be a good way for him to replenish it, make sure it's a guaranteed search for that next Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe returning the Safeguard Amulet, but even then, I'm a little bit on the confused side here of what we'd be looking for with the Intangible Guys. Maybe it's just a dank meme. Maybe we're just trying to bring it in to put it on Luxera's map. You know, if Bob Sherwood can put refurbish in a sideboard on Luxera's map, surely Glass can bring an Intangible Geist and bring that in as well, right?
Oh yes, 100%. We just want to make sure the every card gets its time in the spotlight. So we have the Merlin player opening up with a Spirit of Fire into a Library Witch, a very standard turn 1 play, defensive, allowing you to get that card draw, and probably going to go instantly into that Lorraine level 1 from the 2 cards set down. And interesting enough, Nico decides to go Serene Spirit of Water going second. I know you touched base a little bit and mentioned that the 2 spirits, we have the normal one for draw 7 and the Serene for a glimpse 6. And usually you want that draw 7 when you're going second, so you're able to get that additional card. But what are your thoughts about the spirit being Serene on this one?
So Icebound Slam is generally like a very good high roll start if you can get it off with the regular Spirit Water here. But with the Library Witch on the field, it's a little bit risky. It's like, do you want to take that risk, go for the Library Witch with an Icebound Slam, try to mill some floating, or do you instead play a Serene Water, kind of dig for a Fractal of Rain? Fractal of Rain being one of the best openers and starts you can find. And I think that's what he chose as well. He went for that, did find the Fractal of Rain, imbued that with, I believe it was a Refracting Missile and a Diffusive Block.
It was
double
yes.
Fractal of Rain imbued is a
Wow.
fantastic opener. So we got a Frostbind and a Cell Sharpshooter there. It's gonna be a little bit tough for Glass to overtake. An end step fast cure for nothing.
Just get that free floating in the graveyard for the level. And what is
Doodle Lorraine comes out. One of my favorite stickers and memes of the old days. An absolute classic card there. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Doodle Lorraine is a sticker from the main Discord for GA. It's a very old meme from back in the day. Maybe Cremation Ritual coming out on the Library Witch. Creative Shock. I like main face Creative Shock on Merlin here. Going into water, you're a little bit afraid of the Frostbind or Cerulean Decree into your Creative Shock would be a little frustrating there. But he's going to discard a Creative Shock, a Scatter Essence. He's gonna get that floating immediately.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of players don't really consider, because whenever you have that Creative Shock in hand, you just instantly think about, oh, just going to do this at the end of my opponent's turn. There's really no need not to. But against water, sometimes they can just keep cards in hand and pass turn to you as a reactionary player. So you want to make sure you get that card off without any hitch while they are shields down, because if you get greedy and try and hold that and the water player reads that you're going to be wanting to do something, you're just set way behind, not being able to dig through that deck even further.
Yeah, 1 damage here coming in from Glass onto Mewkiss with a sort of Seeking. A little bit greedy for actually playing that reprogram there. I guess just wanted to gamble. There was no Frostbind in hand at the time. We're going to see the double Fractal of Rain trigger with a Grand Crusader drink being materialized. It's going to be a Refracting Missile and an Icebound Slam, so he will get 1 floating available to him. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for the backup charger. Had the available influence to do it, 1 in hand with the 2 Fractals, but maybe wanted to save the 2 Fractals available.
Yeah, that is an interesting. Did not use any of the fractals for anything on the opponent's turn there, with 1 card in hand. And it looks like maybe a Cell Sharpshooter coming out.
Cell Sharpshooter is going to be doing the on-enter banish for the Refracting Missile. Pretty good. So instead of getting the distance for Cell Sharpshooter, what happens is when you banish a card, you'll be able to draw a card and summon a powered Cell token rested. So you still do get the Power Cell token in the end there. And then it's going to be taking out the Library Witch. So 1 card here for Glass. He has 2 floating available to him. It's pretty important though that Mewkiss was able to utilize the floating in its graveyard at that time. Since Glass is going to be leveling up into Merlin here, it's going to deny him from eating that floating from the graveyard. Merlin having the effect for rest and then choose a graveyard and then banish a card from it. If the card has floating memory, gain a level counter.
Yeah, Merlin into Nico is a very interesting thing because you want to hit level 3 so you can start getting that incremental advantage, the access to Crux cards, the every other turn draw, but you also want to be able to deny the Nico player floating memory because that is their main goal in order to cast Ravishing Finale and get those lash counters. So it's going to be a little bit of game of a chicken, I think, of who's going to stay on level 2 and level 0 the most. If Nico's going to try and rush that level up and try and just fill that graveyard with more floating memory than Merlin's going to be able to eat.
So we're going to be seeing a Hasty Messenger here discarding a Freezing Steel, which will give him a floating memory, and then moving into a Cremation Ritual on the Hasty Messenger there. Mewkiss debating if he wants to use Frostbind, Cerulean Decree into that. The additional cost of Cremation Ritual is to sacrifice your ally. So even if this card does get negated, he's going to be losing that. So there it is. The Cerulean Decree imbued, double diffusive block, and a Ravishing Finale. We know Mewkiss has the Ravishing, the availability for that, so Glass will not be able to draw. It's a very good deny of influence here from Mewkiss. Very important for him to be controlling the number of cards that Glass has available to him, knowing that he's going to be going into a pretty strong Merlin level 3 turn here.
Indeed, and Mewkiss is setting up quite nicely for a Ravishing turn as well. The Cell Sharpshooter is going to be able to get those little ping damage in that's adding up. And then we're going to see a hard level up here from Memory. Into Tenoris, going to protect but unfortunately losing that Ravishing Finale. Hopefully they have an additional one in hand, or going to have to dig for that here soon. But I feel like we're going to be hitting that tipping point probably within the next 1 to 2 turns, as we discussed earlier. Merlin is going to start scaling to a point where they can't be dealt with these small diffusive blocks and Storm of Thorns that Nico has. Or Nico's going to hit level 2 and Ravishing for a lot of cards hitting that graveyard.
Yeah, one of the unfortunate things here, if you're the Nico player, is for Ravishing to be really efficient, you actually need to deal a decent amount of damage, right? So at the beginning of Recollection here, I believe Glass is going to be using his Merlin effect there to banish the Storm of Thorns. Now that Tenoris is on the field, that floating memory is available to him. Unlocked. The potential is there. But yeah, we're gonna. If you're the Nico player here, you really need Fractal of Rain to be like pretty efficient. There is another angle to this where, as the Merlin player, instead of going into Merlin Kingslayer, if you see that your opponent is only milling 1 floating a turn, you might actually choose specifically to continue eating their floating every single turn. Since it comes after the materialization phase, it's actually a decent way to control their influence in that regard.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Fireball still scales off of levels. You don't need to be level 3, so it still gives you that access to a big damage from that and prevents your opponent from doing their main win condition, because Ravishing has to have 2 floating memory as an additional cost to be activated.
Yeah,
But we're
also
just
could
gonna
have
see
been.
that.
I was gonna say he could be digging for a dungeon guide, but
Yeah.
I guess that's the answer right there. He does have the dungeon guide in hand.
Well, and that just clearly shows us that Glass isn't wanting to play this control style game. Glass is wanting to win and end the game as fast as possible by accessing Crux. Crux is your end game. I'm at this element. I'm just going to start drawing an insane amount of cards and hitting you with 3-4 Pendragons and maybe a 3-2 Intangible Geist.
We might actually see a completely negated dungeon guide. So he's not gonna pay here. So we're gonna be seeing the imbued Cerulean Decree again. It's again a Ravishing Finale double diffusive block. So he does have that extra Ravishing, even though he banished it for the Tony level 1.
And
Interesting that Glass
that.
chose to let it be negated.
Yeah, do you think the cards in hand are more valuable than being able to go to level 3 and just didn't want to risk that chance? Or is there an additional like dungeon guide that they're just going to do on their next turn and is okay with letting the first one get?
I think the reason he let it go is because he has 3 cards down anyway, so he's just going to banish 3 hard level into Merlin Kingslayer, and probably wants to keep either an Ascension or a... It's probably a Ghost of Pendragon, so he'll go even level counter, with the hard level up. So he'll go to influence of 5, even counter, and then draw for turn. So if he does, attempt to negate it, it's less likely because we've seen that so he has a Frostbind in hand. We saw that already. One Frostbind is now in the graveyard. So we're going to see, what is that? 2 Ceruleans, two Frostbinds out total.
Yes. And then something interesting though, that floating memory chilling touch hit the graveyard and Merlin instantly eating it. So now we're not gonna have that even level counter if we do hard level up into Merlin level 3.
Yeah, instead of I think he is going for that control, right? There's 1 floating available per turn. So instead of focusing on trying to get to Crux, play a lot of damage, he's actually trying to control the graveyard from floating memory. So we're gonna see Vapor Jet Shield Bearer though. This steadfast ally that allows you to on hit look at the top card of your deck, and you may put that into your graveyard. So it's a complete choice. This kind of allows you like a pseudo glimpse with the Fractal of Rain. If you don't need that card immediately, it's probably best to just get rid of it.
Yeah, it does fill your graveyard for if you need additional water cards and does dump that floating memory back in. So it's a third source to dig for floating memory for the Nico player. And I think just as you were saying, we're going to have a hard level up into Merlin level 3, banishing Flame Rune and 2 other cards I didn't quite see there. I believe one was a Fast Cure.
Ooh, so in response to his own materialization on the stack, he's going to be banishing the Freezing Steel from his graveyard. So he'll go to 3 level counters, being a Recollection move to 4. So Merlin is actually level 7 here. He's going to draw for the even counter, draw for turn. He's going to have a lot more influence than we kind of expected. I actually forgot that he had the Freezing Steel in his graveyard. 1 down for Ascension. Additional cost will be putting that sword back into the material deck. Question here is now, how many negate? I guess it just went through. There was no negate here from Mewkiss. So it's going to be a creative shock. The interesting thing is choosing to Ascension here when Mewkiss has no cards in memory, so he's not going to be able to get that water to draw or have a win down to banish any cards.
Interesting enough, though, shouldn't Merlin be tapped here since it did eat that floating memory at the start of the turn?
Maybe he did it in end step before.
But on his
Leveling up?
opponent's turn, he ate the chilling touch.
Yeah, it might have been a verbal declaration. If it was a verbal declaration, it would take precedence over like when he actually chose to rest it. But I think if both players are okay with it, I don't think it really matters. But could verify.
Yeah, okay, there we go. I think Merlin just got tapped here, not attacked. We want to make sure because an even turn is very deadly. Merlin Kingslayer does give an additional 2 attack to their next attack when they are on an even counter, so that it will add up, especially with the Prismatic Edge on field. That is a big momentum swing. And we just got a Library Witch for shields up, defensive options here. Down 3 cards in influence. Hopefully one of them is a Ghost of Pendragon here to go ahead and refill that hand, or we know exactly what Glass is going to be digging for on their next turn. It looks like we got a little bit of consideration and thinking from Mewkiss.
I just sent the judge in to double check what happened there.
Very good. We do appreciate all of our judges out here, the ones helping out with the online Yeti regional. It is something that a lot of people take for granted. These judges dedicate their time studying the game, learning all the rules, so we can make sure we have a wonderful tournament experience.
Yeah, so it was in response to materialization. So he just rested it at the wrong time. He rested it a little bit late. He forgot that he needed to do it at the exact. He woke up when he materialized, and then he said, "Oh, my bad," and put it back. So you did not attack with the Prismatic Edge there.
That is great to hear. Our players maintaining board states, and we have a Scepter of Lumina. And it looks like the only thing that Scepter is going to be doing is drawing us cards.
Yup.
5 to banish.
So it's a pretty efficient way to get cards, especially when you're against I mean, I want to say when you're against a Merlin, so you can actually have like more options to negate and such, but it's kind of scary because I believe he just milled his second Ravishing and his third Cerulean Decree.
That is correct. So we only know that there's one Ravishing in hand and only one Cerulean left in deck. Not sure if it's actually in the current influence of the Nika player.
Refracting Missile for 3. I was wondering if he was going to be coming in here for a Fracturize on the Power Cell token. A Refracting Missile to take out that library, which is open to an Icebound Slam now. Icebound Slam could come in here. Would be a decent amount of damage. All the floating in graveyard is now protected since Merlin Kingslayer's up.
Ooh, Chilling Touch.
Chilling Touch nice here. Deny Merlin a little bit more influence, especially when Merlin's going to be going to an odd counter turn. Ooh, Fireball. It denies that for a whole turn.
I do think the Icebound Slam play is a great way to finish this turn. Not only does it push that additional damage in, but really sets up the Merlin player to be in fear of a Ravishing Finale.
Ooh, Frostborn Paladin. Looking to chip some more damage here. Chip damage is really, really efficient for Nico. It sets up that one turn kill with the Ravishing Finale. Generally, you want to look for something like, I want to say around like 12 damage counters. If you can get to around 12 damage counters, Ravishing for 6, 18, especially against a Merlin. If you're playing on the slower side, you will put them down to like maybe 3 or 4 cards left. If you're able to do it after the Magebane Lash, it's going to be way more. Ooh, Double Frostborn Paladin.
Wow. At this point, I don't even think we need Ravishings. I think the ally beatdown is going to start getting there. Keep in mind, we do have that Cell Sharpshooter on the field, which is an automaton that can take advantage of those 2 power cells.
Yeah, those power cells are going to come in for a decent amount of damage here. The interesting thing going with this deck, though, is Frostborn Paladin synergy with Fractal Rain is so good, right? Every time you do manage to mill a floating, put that in your graveyard, you're able to just enable a Frostborn Paladin right away without needing to like actively play a card first. Right, in this situation, he did have to Chilling Touch because he had 2 Paladins, but you know he's efficiently using, even though Glass has been eating a lot of the floating when he was on the Merlin Memory Thief there. He's Mewkiss still like very efficiently used the graveyard.
Yeah, it's at some point you just have too much floating for even your opponent to deal with, and that was the tipping point there. We do see a Crux Site with the additional cost of paying 2. I assume it's going to be an Ascension in that graveyard.
Would ban it. A Frostbind here would be really, really devastating. Mewkiss does have 3 cards in hand. Glass taking a big risk into it. We're gonna see a Fracturize on what though? Probably on the sword
or the sword, yeah.
So it is a Crux Site. He will bring back the Ascension, but won't have any sword available to return it. So it's just gonna have to kind of hold on to that influence and chill.
And if there's a Ghost of Pendragon, an additional Crux Site to just cycle. And if there's an additional, or if there's a Ghost of Pendragon, they would have to put away their Terrafring, which I think is kind of very important to have on the field at this current moment, especially looking down 2 buffed Frostborn Paladins.
Tapped out though, kind of nice to be on the tapped out side. Playing against a water player, you have a little bit of freedom in what you want to play. Ghost of Pendragon not going to be able to get banished here. Pendragon's going to come in. We're going to see damage to face, or we're going to see damage to the Sharpshooter?
Sharpshooter, yep. Just making sure those power cells can't be used.
Yep, end step, the Fireball will return. Something worth noting here with Glass's deck is the ally beatdown that you talked about is very, very relevant because he's only running Resolute Stance in the sideboard.
Wow, okay. Interesting. The Resolute Stands have been a very popular card that's seen a lot of play in main deck for so many different strategies, but it's sort of slowly been falling out of favor with a couple of other options because it doesn't prevent everything that we're currently dealing with in our meta. Like Tristan just doesn't really care about it, things like that.
Oh, so, 2 floating just got milled. Wait, he actually has, I think, mill out lethal in hand. So 6 damage from the Paladins puts him at 13. If he goes in for a Ravishing Finale, it's going to be Ravishing Finale for 6, putting him at 19 damage counters with 2 lash counters on Nico. It's going to be a mill for 38 plus the 2 from Nico's effect. 40 cards. With how much Glass is drawn, it might actually be a mill out right there.
Well, we could do some quick math here as well. 7 influence, about 8 in graveyard, 15. We know for sure that 6 have been banished, so 21. So there's only about 40 cards left in deck.
He's resolved 2 Cruxites to draw cards. He's resolved a Grand Crusader's Ring and 2 even level counters on, or 1 even level counter on Merlin. No Drawn Blade though. But
Correct.
Pendragon
2
drew
Library
2.
Witches and a Creative Shock.
I think the Ravishing's coming in for lethal here.
Yeah, I do agree
It's
with
going to
you
be
on
the
that one.
alternate cost mill out lethal, one of the best things to see in the game. But does he have more damage first before it comes in? Refracting Missile for 3 more. Oh, Ravishing Finale. That's going to be it. Ravishing Finale, additional cost pay 2. I think Merlin maybe toast here.
We may be setting up for a game 2. We'll just see. There is 3 cards in hand for the Glass. Maybe a defensive option to help prevent some damage. Although Mewkiss may be holding onto refractive missiles to just push that little bit more in. But from the
he's
signs
counting.
of it here,
He's counting
yeah.
it. The paid, yeah, because it's gonna be mill for 40. So Ravishing Finale is an additional cost. Requires you to banish 2 cards with floating memory, which will give Nico 2 lash counters. Then you attack for 6 with Ravishing on champion hit. For each damage counter on the hit champion, their controller puts the top 2 cards of their deck into their graveyard. So it'll basically be whatever your damage counters are times 2. 19 damage counters on Merlin means 38 cards, and then the on champion hit effect of Nico herself will optionally mill you based on the number of lash counters she has. So the 38 will turn to 40, and I mean that's it. Glass's whole deck in the graveyard, unable to mill another card, instantly loses the match. So it's gonna be a 1-0 so far for Mewkiss.
That is indeed correct. And one of the worst feelings of just counting the cards in your deck and you get into like 38, 39, and then you go for 40 and there's nothing left, and you just sort of turn it upside down and shrug to your opponent. Alrighty, for game 2 though, let's go ahead and take a look at Glass. In the sideboard, we have some interesting cards here. We have a Geldis, the Terror of Dorumegia. I have not said that card in a while. That is going to be your big, I believe, has Taunt here. I'm not sure if that's
so Geldis on enter has Taunt or Spell Shroud. It's a choice, and it's a level 3 plus. This card has 2 less to activate. However, the on enter effect of Geldis only applies if you are a tamer. So I don't really see the value in running this unless you just want a really big 4-cost 5/8 body.
And then we do have Nullifying Lantern, which may be something to bring in if you are concerned about some Icebound slams.
Nullifying Lantern's not bad against Nico. It's a little rough to play early on because you spend a materialization on Nullifying Lantern. So, on one side, it's like, okay, do I Nullifying Lantern so he can't Icebound slam me? Or do I wait until he Icebound slams me so he can't do it a second time? It's a strong predicament where you sit there and you're like, what is the correct timing of Nullifying Lantern?
And then we have, interesting enough, hold on here. I do see that sideboard, the Terrafring is listed here, but we did have Terrafring materialized in the main deck on game 1. Just double checking the list.
I'll be informing the judges shortly here.
And then we have Disintegrate and Incarnate Majesty. I think the only other option that you could bring in here would be Incarnate Majesty. Now, let's hop over to the Nico player to see what we have in that sideboard. 3 reprograms. That is going to be really good against bots. Unfortunately, Merlin is not going to be here. Viridian Protective Trinket against any Water Mirror. Not going to be helpful in this situation. 3 Fractal of Intrusions. This would be something I'd love to see Mewkiss bring in. It's going to allow the memory denial of Merlin, especially since we know it is against a prismatic Merlin. Maybe snipe out those wind and additional water cards just to help slow down the game plan. Maybe even get rid of those Ghost of Pendragons if they were set down. And then we have Freezing Hail, Song of Frost, and Tidal Sweep, which I do not think would be a very good option to bring into this specific matchup. Those are going to be more attuned towards aggressive ally matchups and not the long-term level 3s.
Yeah, I really like the Freezing Hails in the sideboard there. Freezing Hail, like, very efficient card. It's actually really good against a lot of current champions in the meta. Like, Tristan. Tristan requires attacks to kill you, so if you freezing hail her, you just slow down the whole turn, right?
Yeah, if she does not take you out on that kill turn that she was aiming for, it's now a turn and a half set behind, unable to do anything, and it really can close out a game. I remember that was the early tech against Lorraine, the old Fire Lorraine. But we are getting ready for game 2. Players are finishing up their sideboarding.
So Glass actually just judge called himself as well. I think he's informing the judges about the game 1 incorrect deck list with the terraforming there. He did lose the first game. The standard procedure there would be typically a game loss. But since he lost anyways, and they haven't started game 2, we'll just wait to see what the response here is from the head judge.
Indeed.
Looks like we may be game loss for game 2 because the game's already over. So penalties still are required to be applied.
And it is one of those unfortunate things. It is part of the game. You got to make sure your deck lists are in order.
Yeah, so that is going to be an issued game loss for game 2 there. So Glass is going to be losing it. Mewkiss will be taking it 2-0, but they are going to play it out for the sake of stream, just so we have the availability to watch something, have a little bit more content here.
Sounds good. So now we're going to see the game 2 here. Unfortunately, it's not going to mean for the tournament, but it is going to mean for those sort of redemption for Glass, see if he could get back at Mewkiss for milling him out that last game, because it is one of those really, really unfortunate feelings of not having cards left in deck, especially as a Merlin player when you're just wanting to draw cards.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Always make sure to unside. Make sure your deck list is correct, friends. Very, very unfortunate, frustrating place to be if you're not quite there. Lineage Break channel.
Hello and welcome.
Hello and good morning.
A very standard turn 1 play you love to see. Library Witch into Cremation Ritual. For the total cost of 5 cards, you get to draw an additional 3, go +1, and dig a little bit deeper for everything you need.
I do like a good Spirit of Water. Do we see the Icebound Slam? Do you think we see it? Cremation Ritual on the Library Witch does enable it. Oh, imbued Fractal of Rain instead.
Is there a double fractal again? Are we just repeating
I think
our
it's
game
gonna be
1?
double fractal. That's actually crazy. So double fractal on this one is kind of crazy because there was no glimpse. So being able to see one on the first turn is a little bit over 40% chance because the 8 cards, and then seeing the second one is kind of spicy though.
I'm really curious on the thought process with Mewkiss of going second again, but this time not going for the Serene Spirit like they additionally did, because nothing changed in that situation. Actually, I lied. Something did change in that situation. The Library Witch is no longer there, so they were digging for that turn 1 Icebound Slam. They wanted to
not the respect respecting the Icebound Slam immediately here. Turn 1 materialization, first of the game. We're gonna see a Nullifying Lantern.
As we mentioned during the sideboarding, how you said it's going to be a little game of chicken, not knowing, like, do I do the first? Glass not wanting to play that game at all, just instantly bringing it out and saying he will not be having water cards in that graveyard.
Yep, Hasty Messenger comes in on attack. We're going to be discarding a Stalwart Shieldmate, getting that floating memory enabled in the graveyard. But holy, the 2 fractals. The value here is so strong for Mewkiss.
Frostswarm and Chillin'.
Yeah, chose to draw first with the Grand Crusaders ring there, and then mill 2. Would have had to get a weird unlucky like order. Would have had to mill and then draw to get that Frostborn Paladin, and then mill the second one. Oh, Fractal of Intrusion.
Yes, that is something that, when looking at the sideboard, it seemed like such a good option to bring in. It really limits the Merlin players'
Is that 2 dungeon
influence.
guides?
That is two dungeon guys.
That's funny. Yeah, so Fractal Intrusion plus Chilling Touch is a very, very disruptive kind of setup, especially if they have 2 cards in graveyard and no floating memory. Or 2 cards in memory, sorry, and no floating memory. You're able to Chilling Touch them and then Fractal. I guess he's just going to do it the other way. He's going to Fractal Intrusion and Chilling Touch, but just in the opposite order. So we're going to see no cards in memory here for Glass. Goes for the Creative Shock. Interesting interaction here with Creative Shock. So Nullifying Lantern, Creative Shock says if you discarded a fire card, deal damage with the class bonus there. However, because it discards from hand, it actually checks from hand as well. So if you were Merlin level 2 there or Merlin level 3, you discarded a, like, let's say a Flavor and Swordsman, you would actually get the 2 damage from Creative Shock.
That is correct. The card does not actually lose its element until it touches that graveyard, so it's still fire as it's leaving the hand, which is something really important to remember about how the lantern layers interact. And
Discard to get Freezing Steel with the Hasty Messenger. Getting even more floating memory. Creative Shock number 2.
Really digging now. What would you consider would be one of the cards Glass is wanting to see immediately here for this matchup?
He probably just wants to have 2 or 3 fireballs in his hand and maybe a Ghost of Pendragon.
That's old standard Merlin plays.
I think the Ghost of Pendragon is really valuable here because even if Mewkiss is filling his graveyard with water cards, once you hit Merlin level 3, you're actually not as afraid of the Icebound Slam since you have 0 damage counters on you.
Also mentioning that turn was such a momentum shift for Glass when it comes to influence and draw power. I believe it was an additional 7 cards that Glass was able to dig through in their deck, which is really going to lead to them getting those pieces that they're needing to level up and secure this game. It's a double-edged sword, though, against Nico, just because, though, as we saw in Game 1, the more cards you draw, the more likely you are to get milled, because the less damage Mewkiss has to deal to you.
Yeah, I'm curious what Mewkiss is going for right now. Like 3 fractals on the field, that refracting missile is kind of scary. Refracting missiles coming in for, I believe, 4 now. We're going to see any more fractals come in here. Potentially more damage. Icebound Slam. Looking like a lot of cards go down there.
Was it 7?
It would be 7 in this case. You put 5 down right now, taking 4. Yeah, there we go. So
yeah.
Triple, this is going to be the Icebound Slam. Just wants to fill that graveyard regardless, even though the Nullifying Lantern's there.
Getting that additional floating memory is going to be helpful. Probably assuming Merlin level 2 is coming out and is going to eat 1 to 2 of your floating, you want to make sure it's just you have more options here.
So Ruling Decree, Refracting Missile, Frostbind, Lost in Thought, and a Frostworm Pal. It's a little bit unfortunate actually losing a Refracting Missile there.
That's 2 refracting missiles then that Mewkiss has not seen and have hit the graveyard.
That's the same thing that I said during Ascent Taipei during the watch party. I said refracting missiles, and Poro would not let me live it down. That guy was making fun of me for like 3 hours about it. But it is a classic. It's early in the morning. Misspeaking is pretty common. We're going to be eating the refracting missiles there. One of the really nice proactive things that Glass did in this game is actually putting out that Nullifying Lantern. Really, really helped save him from a lot of chip damage. You know, seeing yourself at 3 damage counters versus 8 damage counters when you know that Ravishing Finale is a very strong win con is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it's one Icebound Slam into Ravishing would be more than enough to get the mill strategy going, especially with the amount of draw power that Glass has been doing this game.
Yeah, Glass also has a million influence right now going into level 3 Merlin here. So even though Thunder God's going to come down, we're going to see the Fracturize on the sword in response. So no Ascension or early Ghost of Pendragon. shenanigans. We could see a Pendragon for just a Nullifying Lantern, but won't be able to use 2 of them.
I think the big part though is not having the Ascension. With
that many cards down, not having the Ascension is kind of nice. Whoa, 4 down for Geldis. Geldis, the terror of Doromegia, gonna be able to swing for 5 now. Does have level 4 Pride enabled, but again, no on enter, no class bonus for that. The one of Geldis.
And it is something interesting because it runs into the same thing Incarnate Majesty is 8 toughness is just very hard to get over, as a lot of these decks don't have just instant kills, like Mullen has access to with Disintegrate, things like that. You're gonna have to run a bunch of allies or a big attack into it, and I wouldn't say waste a turn, but you're not moving your game plan if you're trying to remove this terror off the board.
He's a big boy. 8 health, kind of big boy. 8 life is a lot to go through, and he's gonna be swinging in for 5 every single turn. So, if you don't have a way to very easily deal with that, well, one might say it'd be great to just Snow Fairy it or something. Merlin has a lot of different ways to deal with that. Vapor Jet Shield Bearer, good way to fill the graveyard again, potentially.
Swinging for 1. We're going to look at that top card here, see if it's something worth. Oh, don't need another one of those. Get them out of here. As you mentioned earlier, it's a pseudo glimpse. You look at that card. If it's not something that you're going to be happy drawing next turn, just get rid of it. It's
Drawn Blade coming out. Banish that Stalwart Shieldmate. One of the other cool things, I didn't really notice this at first, but the interaction of having Geldis with 8 life here and also having the Nullifying Lantern is that you are able to protect your Geldis from an Icebound Slam.
yeah. It will not get removed off the board, and I'm just impressed by this card. It's swinging in for its 10th point of damage right now.
There's no easy way for Mewkiss to deal with the Lantern either, right? Fracturizing doesn't do anything for him in this case.
Correct. Water just cannot deal with Lantern.
Yeah, he would need a way to remove the Fantasia, whether that's if he were to fracturize it and then go for like a Dust-like Communion or something else. But Glass here just utilizing that Nullifying Lantern, playing around it, saying, we're chilling. You're gonna be swinging in with Merlin here, I believe is that even level counter?
That is 2, yes.
So potentially in response to attack before damage, maybe a little Ascension-y. 2 down, imbued Cerulean.
Fireball. That is lethal. That is 26 damage here for the Fireball. We have Mewkiss already at 14. Looks like that was
does have even with the Frostbind, he could alternatively release his spirit to heal. Yeah, that's over though. So let's see. Frostbind came down. He paid the 2 as well and cast another Fireball, right?
Yeah, so he responded with another Fireball and then paid the additional 2 for that Frostbind.
Yeah, so that is going to overtake the Serene Spirit there. Exactly lethal through Serene Spirit, but I say Serene Spirit, but he actually was on regular Spirit.
Normal
game, right?
Spirit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it didn't have the extra health. It's unfortunate. You go on, you swap away from Serene Spirit to go for regular Spirits. You can high roll the Icebound Slam. You get 2 Fractal of Rain, which is great, but then you're kind of in this weird position where you're stuck with less health. And then your opponent says, Geldis, Pair of Doromegia, 5 to face. And you just sit there. You're like, how do I get rid of this thing? No Icebound Slams is available for it. It's just rough.
Indeed, and I'm curious to see if Mewkiss is wanting to go first, or it will allow Glass to go ahead and go first for the 3rd game in a row. I really have the strategy of seeing what your opponent does on their turn 1, and then bringing up the Spirit to sort of counteract their initial strategy. Do they have Taunt or Intercept? If so, I'll go draw 7. If they are wide open for a nice Icebound Slam, I'll go ahead and glimpse a little bit, see if I could pull it off.
A lot of flexible options here. A lot of different things that could come through. I'm excited to see what the champion breakdown here is going to be for the day. I know that I've seen a couple cool deck lists. I know a couple people running some cool stuff. I saw that the Arsana representation was a little bit high, but it makes me wonder how many of those are just Dustlight Communion builds.
No, we have to have faith in the Arisanas here. I believe these players, they've been grinding it out, they've been workshopping, and this is their regionals. So
Yeah.
Mewkiss
Yeah.
deciding to go
Smile.
first.
Yeah. Interesting enough, deciding to go first here on Serene Spirit. It's gonna have one less card is a little bit risky, but does have the ability to kind of deny glass if he wants to go for a lot of plays. He can just like Frostbind him. But both players gonna pass their first turn. We're gonna immediately go to the backup charger.
You actually really like playing against an opponent who's not being proactive their turn one, much like that. Getting that free backup charger turn feels so nice because you already had cards in hand. You're going to be wanting to play as much as you can in the future, and it's going to be harder to get the backup charger to actually go off. So keeping that now and then GCR for when you need that immediate draw with no consequences is a great play on Mewkiss's part.
Not looking good for Mewkiss, though. No immediate Fractal of Rain, no immediate Icebound Slam. Might not actually have anything useful available in the early turn here. Even with the glimpse.
And no fractals we saw. An Icebound Slam would have been an immediately like windmill play, so a very unfortunate draw here. And we see a Creative Shock into a Fast Cure, going for that fast level up.
But he sees it every time. Every time he's a Fast Cure, we're gonna see the Nullify Lantern again immediately. The based amount of respect coming out here, and we're gonna see another Fast Cure for nothing.
At this point, it's just to show like I have more floating memory than you. Alrighty, starting that turn. Didn't even want to go for a level up. We're just putting more and more floating.
Whoa. AX
Into
promo Flame Rune Sword's been coming out. 2 damage to face. Oh.
And then a cremation ritual as well.
That's three floating in graveyard. 1 unable to be accessed until level 1 Lorraine, but 3 floating nonetheless. We're probably gonna see an imbued Cerulean Decree here. It's always the one Ravishing Finale. So we're gonna see 2 Storm Thorns, a Ravishing Finale, be negate and draw into memory. So Cerulean Decree being one of those cards that has modal effects. If it's imbued, you can choose 2 modes between negate non-attack card activation, or unless its controller pays 2, you can select a unit to have -3 power until end of turn and then draw a card into memory. So a very good self-cycle card.
Imbues is such a great mechanic too, because it allows you to play mind games with your opponent. Cerulean Decree with the Imbue 3, you have to reveal your 3 water cards, and every time Mewkiss has revealed a Ravishing Finale. And I'm really curious to see if that say, hey, just to remind you, I have it, and this is something that you're going to have to really consider when I'm going to play it. Because they could have put any other card down and not give away that information, keep it very tight-knit and secret. But is it worth showing your opponent the Ravishing, being like, yeah, of course, I have it in my deck, it's in my hand, rather than something else that they could use, like the Fractal of Intrusion would have been really good information.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying hand. 2 Crux Sites, Ascension, Fireball, Ghost of Pendragon, and a 3rd Fast Cure. Yeah, I think that showing the Ravishing is really nice because it forces them to respect it and play around it. Another nice thing to keep in mind with Imbue is that it's actually increased the value of cards like Crimson Protective Trinket. Not sure how familiar you are with that, but in FTC, Crimson Protective Trinket allows you to banish 2 cards at random from memory if they are wind. And with how many Wind Tristans we have out there, and people playing things like Eternal Magistrate with Imbue as well as the Windmill Engineer, that card has actually become a lot more consistent than it used to be.
Just as soon as your opponent shows what they're imbuing, you can go ahead and pop that trinket, get rid of those cards.
Yeah, or you can even just leave the trinket out just to be like, hey, don't imbue. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm warning you, don't do it. Vapor Jet Shield Bearer here. That end step refracting missiles for 2 is like not bad.
You mentioned earlier it was all about incremental damage for Nico, and 2 damage for a floating memory and allowing you to advance that game plan so much closer is very good. It's nothing to really be upset about. Like, everyone wants to try and go for these huge refracting missiles numbers, like make it my water fireball, but it's way more utility than fireball, and that's something to a lot of players need to keep in mind.
Yeah. The chip damage.
And I think it's interesting enough that we saw an early Tony level up compared to the past 2 games where Mewkiss sort of was on spirit until they were going for the kill. But after seeing how Glass was just rushing, discarding every floating memory possible in their hand, it's assumed that they're wanting that HP pool just to try and stabilize a little bit more as we race towards the advanced element of Crux. Bringing out a Scepter here early. I'm not sure if we have 5 cards in hand. Let's see here. I know we have 1 intrusion. Oh, we do have 5 in hand, so pre-recollection. We're going to pop that, draw the 2. A nice little +1 here. And we do have to be careful, though, because Mullen is on level 2. And any floating memory in that graveyard is going to get eaten.
Mullen doing the classic Mullen things. Taking all of your cards, making you suffer. But Nico does have the ravishing potential. Sadly, no Fractals of Ran. We still haven't seen the an Icebound Slant come out, so that graveyard's looking a little thin, one might say.
Yeah, no form of self-mail here besides the Vapor Jet Shield Bearer. And we are swinging in here, going to be taking a look at the top card of the deck. And it got the Power Cell boost as well. What did we see on the top of the deck here, Mewkiss? Something good if it's being left on top.
Yeah, no Fractals of Rain, so you can actually leave that card up top and kind of just chill knowing it's going to stay there. Yeah, it's kind of hard getting that chip damage in. I mean, Glass saw 3 fast cures, right? It's tough.
Yeah, 3 fast cures and a Flame Rune.
Banishing the other fast cure. Goodbye, Cruxite. Cruxite will be missed. Do we see a Fracturize in response to Materialization? I think we are going to see a Fracturize again. If Fracturize in response to Materialization of your Crux is pretty painful.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually going to eat the Fracturize immediately.
Yep. Which, the way that interaction works is, you get rid of the sword, but you do give the Mullen player that floating memory, which then allows them to get the even level counters on Recollection. An additional card. And at this point, I don't think you're scared of Icebound Slam anymore, so yeah, just ghost away that Nullifying Lantern.
Goodbye, Nullifying Lantern. You've done your job. Pat's Nullifying Lantern on the back. Thanks for all your hard work.
Was I a good Regalia? No, you were the best.
True, you were the best. I mean, we saw how much value that had last game, right? That Nullifying Lantern immediately protected him that last game. Plus, he had the Geldis, so it was even better. There's a lot of timing and space gained from having that Nullifying Lantern out.
It had just enough breathing room to allow the game to just tip on its head. We always talk about Grand Archive being these big turns like, oh, Fireball for 15 or Arcane Blast for 11 followed by another one to end the game, or a Automaton with Second Wind swinging in for 11 twice, things like
Yes,
that.
second win rallied advance,
Yeah,
massive.
but the game's very incremental as well. The amount of matches you watch or you play where you lose by 1 or 2 points of damage, or the decision tree you made led to you being short by 1 point of damage on an ally, something like that. You always want to make sure you get your licks in when you can.
Oh, Icebound. Here we go. Now that the Nullifying Lantern's gone, Icebound coming in for potentially 8. Actually,
Mewkiss with
guaranteed 8. I'm pretty sure this
Yeah.
is strictly a mono deck, right?
Nico is currently 2-0 because Mewkiss did win game 1, and unfortunately Glass had a deck list error, having a sideboard card in the main deck during game 1, which led to a game loss for game 2, so they were playing it out on stream just for the entertainment of everyone here. We wanted people to just see how the matchup would go and to still get the experience of seeing Fire Merlin versus Water Nico.
Yeah, so if Glass did not get that game loss, it would be currently a 1-1. They'd be in game 3. But yeah, so currently we're just watching a Cosmetic game here. Mewkiss does take it 2-0. So game 1 did go to Mewkiss. It was a Ravishing Finale, lethal, full deck out. But sadly, Glass had an incorrect deck list. There was a incorrect material deck card. So penalties do still need to be applied. So game 2 is the game loss. Whoa, Scatter Essence. Goodbye, 1 card. Oh, maybe 2 Snow Fairies. Snow Fairy kind of scary.
A Frostborn and a Ravishing.
Do we see the Ravishing go goodbye?
We have a 50% chance to get rid of a Snow Fairy here. That's probably going to be the best target you want to see gone.
He probably has a Ravishing in his hand, right?
I'm not quite sure about that. I think just probably was not expecting the...
Dude, how scared are you of a Ravishing Finale right now, though?
Let's see, that'd put you to 17, mill you for 34 plus 2. Yeah, I think that with the amount of drawing we've had from Glass, I think that might be enough. I do think Glass is in a demanding position here. Whoa.
Wait, I just realized that was a triple Ascension, I think.
Yes.
Oh.
I would... What? Excuse me?
Oh, okay, well, that's unfortunate. So, I mean, Nico still technically has enough cards for Ravishing, so could Ravishing for game.
Yes. Mewkiss asking Glass, how many cards would you like from my memory? And Glass responding, all of them.
Fireball. Wait, this is lethal. Because even with Serene Spirit, he still has damage on field. The Serene Spirit will bring him down to 10.
And Fireball for 7?
Oh, it's Fireball for 7, so he took the 1 damage. He's going to take 3 from the Ghost of Pendragon, putting him at 20. Is he even level counter? Oh, he's actually on 3, I think. So he's going to be short. He's going to be short 1 damage.
Yeah, 1 damage exactly.
1 damage short. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are we going to see the Ravishing? He has 2 floating, I think.
He does.
He has a Storm of Thorns and a Diffusive Block.
Double checking there as well. And if there's a third floating, we go Mage Vein Lash.
Mage Vein Lash. Oh, no.
Is this how it's going to end?
Oh, no. Oh, like this. Does he have 2 floating?
Yeah, we have the Storm of Thorns and I believe the
he lost the Ravishing. Oh no. He lost the Ravishing. So yeah, that actually would have been game for Glass. It would have been a what is that? A 2-1 for Glass?
That would have been a 2-1 for Glass, indeed.
Holy. That was spicy. That was definitely on the spicy side. It's unfortunate, but you know, to maintain competitive integrity, you guys have to remember that your deck list needs to be correct. Wow. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. So the game one, I expect the ravishing for game, especially when there's no resolute stands available. So you don't have that kind of like defensive nature available to deal with Nico chip damage, whether it's the Frostborn Paladins or anything else. But yeah, game two, Geldis just came in, and Geldis and the Nullifying Lantern is the combo. The one of Geldis pops in, swings for 5 every turn. The Nullifying Lantern makes it so it's like impossible to kill it. Just tough. Just really tough.
Indeed, yeah. It's great games. We saw the demonstration of both players there, really showing how the decks operate, their game plan, their strategy, everything like that as well. So it's really wonderful to see. Just very unfortunate, though, about what happened with the deck issues, but that's okay. We got to shake that off. And 7 more rounds of gameplay here, so you just got to make sure.
Cat.
Got to make sure you go ahead and go in with a strong mindset and not make that error again. But congratulations to Mewkiss for moving on. A great performance there, and curious to see how far they can take this win streak.
Yeah, we still have so many. It still blows my mind. We have so many players. 212 players is a lot. Like a lot.
I think that's larger than the first ascent in Houston.
I think it is actually. I think it is larger than the first ascent.
Because it was 180 in Ascent Houston, I believe.
Yeah, this game has grown a lot. This game has grown like a ton. It's pretty sick.
It's a wonderful thing to see how we've gone. It's almost been a year since our first ascent, coming up here in August. So from being able to go to a small community, a Kickstarter game, to something that's very regional, going over across the world now, and then our online events just popping off. The fact that so many people are here wanting to play, enjoy the game, and compete for these prizes that Weebs of the Shore are providing us. And OnceInLuv, I just want to confirm with you here, we have top 16 receiving prizing today. Is that correct? Or the invites, I should say.
Yeah, so specifically the invites, top 16 for invites. If we wanted to give out 32 invites, we would have needed a 250 player event, which is very, very large scale. However, there will be prizing. And now let me separate this. Invites to top 16, prizing to top 32. So there will be additional prizing outside of the entry stuff. That will be announced later on throughout the tournament, but there will only be invites for the top 16. I will repeat that again, and these are going to be North American Light Weavers Assault invites. They're going to be region-based, so if you are not from the region, you'll have to either come to North American Nats, play there, or you'll need to trade or sell them accordingly. Keep in mind, these are not wild cards being given out. These are North American invites specifically.
Yes, that is a very good thing to point out there. A beautiful card as well. If you have not seen it, go check it out. That card looks amazing. They did a wonderful job producing it. These will allow you to go ahead and get some juicy points as we run up towards our Nationals event coming up. So you want to make sure, if you are a competitive player looking to aim for the top, you want to get your hands on these invites.
True. Because I have a quick question for you. While we
Yes.
do have like maybe, I want to say we have about 10 minutes. So round time is looking like around now. However, there are going to be some time extensions for certain tables. Always in the first round when we have really, really big tournaments, it's gonna be a little bit rougher on the time there. But what pride level is your cat? That's the question. It's a question I have to ask everyone who has a cat on stream.
That's a very good question. Unfortunately, we are looking at a Pride 6 cat right here.
Pride 6 is rough.
It is. It's not only do I have to be level 3, I have to have additional regalia here on the board, and it's just not enough. I have a very constant debuff with the webcam on, causing the my pride level to be down a couple of levels, as the beast has to be on camera no matter what.
True. It is it's an additional upkeep cost, Domain cat.
Domain cat.
The
Indeed.
last match, Merlin wins. So the way our last round worked was that Glass lost the first game. So Merlin lost the first game. There was also a deck list error, which caused a game loss, and the game loss still needs to be issued through, regardless of like when it was caught. The way it works is, so game one was over. They were setting up for game two. The decklist error was noticed, and it was the player who had the decklist error that reported it as well. Props for the honesty and such. So the game loss was issued, so he lost the second game as well, and then they chose to play out the rest of the games on stream for us, just so we would have the content available to show you guys. So while Merlin would have won that series 2-1 in theory, because of the decklist error, it's actually a 2-0 for the Nico player.
Indeed. That is a unfortunate thing. We've mentioned it a couple of times here. Make sure you check your deck lists between rounds every time.
Always unside. And
Yes.
when you're starting the event, make sure your deck is correct. Make sure your deck is correct. If at any point you change anything the night before, don't think to yourself, I'll just fix it in the morning. Fix it right then and there. Get it done. Don't have to worry about anything in the morning. Life is good and comfortable, and you don't have to be sad, and no one has to be sad for you. Just got to do it. Got to get it done.
Let's persevere here. And as we're winding down, letting the round timer end, going into those extra turns as our players finish up the games, I do have a question for you here. I want to hear your predictions on this tournament. I know we have seen the past top 8 decks in regionals, things like that, but what are your top 8 deck picks?
Top 8 or top 16?
Top 8.
Top 8. I think we'll see one or two slime players in top 8. I think we'll see potentially one Nico, and we'll see at least one Merlin and one Tristan. I think the rogue decks that could come in are going to be... I think it's actually possible in a tournament of this size with no top cut. It is actually possible to see like aggro decks like Burn Xander, or like Fire Lorraine aggro. It's possible to see one of them make it in. Also, very likely that we see one of the Wind Robots players push for top 8.
Okay, gotcha. So we're looking at 3 slime, 1 Merlin, 1 Nico, 1 robot, and then 2.
So the Merlin one's interesting because I think a decent amount of people are playing hybrid Merlin right now. So I think that we're gonna see 1 or 2 Merlins, where at least one of them is gonna be hybrid, and then I think we're gonna see probably it's let's see, top 8. It's probably Merlin hybrid, Merlin, slime, Nico, Wind Robots, aggro or burn for fire, and then probably, did I say Nico already? I think I said Nico already, right?
Yes, you
The
did.
last deck I think it's gonna be there. Tristan. Win number Tristan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm putting my prediction in chat. We're getting it. I'm putting my prediction down.
Yeah.
It'll be one Tristan, one
might as well, as you're adding
slime.
that, go ahead and put what deck's gonna finish at the number 1 spot.
Oh, number 1 spot is hard. Number 1 spot in an 8-round regional.
It is going to be difficult, and I wanted it to be. Put you on the spot here because we'll see how close your predictions are.
What tops regional? Ooh, that's a hard one. That's such a hard question. It's actually a really hard question. I think it's hybrid Merlin. I think hybrid Merlin.
Oh no.
Specifically hybrid, because there's a lot of decks that are kind of suffering into the level 2 Lorraine Flame Sweep right now. So I think that it has a lot of potential. 1 Nico, 1 fire.
Gotcha. And then I will go ahead and get my predictions at the end of round 2. So if you guys want to know what I'm thinking about is going to be taking this tournament, you got to stay with us here until the end of round 2, just so you can see if I agree with OnceInLuv or if I'm on the completely opposite end.
All right, that's my top 8 predictions. 1 Tristan, 1 Nico, 1 fire aggro or burn, 1 Wind Robots, 2 slimes, and 2 Merlins, with at least one of them being hybrid.
It does sound like a...
Yeah, but what if Ensol wins?
Uh-oh, is that on my top 8? Who knows?
Oh, man.
Have I been a secret fan of Ensol ever since the DOA days? I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. I'm getting some word from production here. Apparently, we have someone rooting for 16 Gundam Allens in
Oh,
the.
Gundam Allen, dude. Alpha male. Give me alpha male Allens. I don't even think we have a single non-allies Allen. Pretty sure the only Allen in the entire tournament is probably Jeff, because Jeff is like the Allen guy.
Yeah, it's
What are our statistics? We have 0.5 Allens. It means we have one Allen in the entire tournament. And it is not what it is not Gundam Allen. Sad. Really sad moment. Representation in the tournament kind of crazy though. We don't quite have the like stats page up right now, but little teaser, the highest representation is Sylvie at 24%.
Ooh,
That's a big number. That's a really big number.
a quarter of the whole player base is on Sylvie.
That's crazy.
Just to
A
think,
quarter of the people are on Sylvie.
back in the days, though, this was that number was minimal, sometimes even none. So she's had such a wonderful glow up thanks to the recollection deck going into her past or future, we're not sure, and allowing us to be the sovereign of slimes and let Arcane Slime do its thing.
Triple Arcane Slime, the better Rye.
There's a part of me that just really wants Arcane Slime to be run in Rye itself. Just for an additional arcane card. Very suboptimal, but would be funny.
Yeah, there are 24% of people are playing Sylvie. Kind of huge. Sylvie got to glow up. Sylvie went from like the meme to, hey, this is kind of good.
Yeah, I really can't wait till we get these stats pages out. Very interesting just to see how the game has developed with this new season. MRC has introduced so many good cards and has changed up how people think, how people play, and what decks are top contenders.
And a lot of those final standings herein. Round time called up soon, so end of overtime happened already. However, there were some time extensions for games. Waiting on those.
And as we're waiting on those, chat, how are you guys enjoying this so far? Please go ahead, feel free to leave your comments here in the chat. Let us know if that last game was up to your standards, if it was hype, who you were even rooting for. If you want to see Water take this event, or if you want to see Fire Merlin go ahead and continue their reign of supremacy. We do appreciate you all joining us on this journey. That was just one round of many. We have so much more games to come up. Hype moments, saddening judge calls, and everything in between.
I just saw so Bob Sherville, one of our good friends, has uses a different account for his webcam, and I just saw it in the chat, and it's not, so his name is Bob Sherville on Discord. His bot's name, or his webcam's name, is Boss Burschel. It's like just all I read that and I thought I was having a stroke. My God. Oh, my eyes hurt after reading that. It's actually pretty spicy. It is too early in the morning to be reading people's poorly written Discord names. Too early for this. Yes, time coming soon. Round 2. What do you guys want to see for round 2? Obviously we can't promise you a specific match, but what do you want to see today in a game?
Are you fans of those aggro matchups where you just want to see allies swinging? Or do you prefer a more slow, methodical game plan like Tristan or Merlin?
I'm trying to see Arasana on the big
I want to see
screen.
that Arasana mirror, those 1-0 Arasanas that have made their way to round 2.
You want to see Gundam? There is no possible way to see an Allen mirror because there's only one Allen player in the entire tournament. Unfortunate for you.
Want to see Clem play?
Well, what is Clem playing? Wait, what is Clem's Omnidex thing? Wait a minute. I really have to search through 212 players. That's so much work. Wait, actually, there's a really easy way to do this. Match results.
We do know that, unfortunately, there might have been a loss against a Luxem player for no specific reason.
Oh, that makes way more sense. Whoa. You want to see Rye versus Allen? Do we have any Rye players today? Surely we have Rye players, right?
We do have Rye players, yes.
Whoa, spicy match. Okay. We're going to see Null from Chess Club versus True Champion Caven for round 2.
Wow. That
I'll grab
is
these deck list shortly.
a deadly round 2 matchup already. 2 big names coming at it. And we're going to see who is on top of the game this morning. Unfortunately, only one person can walk away with a 2-0 victory here.
All right, here are the deck lists.
And we're just going to hang off 1 second here. Oh, players are already shuffling. Never mind. We can go ahead and start talking about deck lists. We have Caben on the tried and true Briston. Still going ahead and testing this out. It's worked so well for him in the past so far, and still making it, how should I say, making it work in his favor. There are a couple of changes that we saw from last time. So very curious to see if this is going to be more shifted towards what he's expecting to see, or if these cards are helping with more consistency. And then the other end, Null is going to go ahead and be on Sylvie, one of the 25%ers we have with us. And just a quick glance here, we're looking at a very common slime build.
There's a couple interesting things. So we'll save the sideboards. We can talk about those in between the first and second match. Material deck pretty standard here for Null. Nothing too crazy. I do kind of like the one of Slime King. I'm a bigger fan of like Hymn of Gaia's Grace, but Slime King, bad. Sometimes it just hits, you know. It's kind of crazy. I'm not a huge fan of Luster Slime, but I do see the value in it. But I'm really big fan of Gaia Songbird. I think Gaia Songbird's actually really nice there.
Yeah, 3 Gaia Songbird is actually interesting. It really allows you to dig for additional slimes, although it's usually seen a lot when you're running less of those advanced slimes, like mostly ethereals and arcanes. With the introduction of a couple more of those advanced elements, it feels a little bit more brickier. You're gonna maybe hit something you're not wanting to, but it does guarantee you a slime on that level 3 Sylvie trigger if you don't have one.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for that. On Caben's side, something I noticed is a couple changes to his deck lists over the week. So Caben's been playing in a lot of the webcam weeklies. We saw him playing Elusive as well. But he's increased the dungeon guide amount back from 3 to 4, which is something that I'm a big fan of. But seeing 2 Sable Remnants in his main board is a little bit interesting to me.
Yeah, I think that's allowing for a little bit more aggressive early game. As one thing that Winterston does suffer from is not really having a presence besides drawing cards and imbuing things. And hold on, I'm just gonna stop my conversation here. We had
see
a
that
turn
card,
1 Blissful Calling into an Incapacitate.
Incapacitating a Blissful Calling seems good in theory. And like I sit here and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. But I don't know, is that good? Whoa, what am I? What are we? Huh? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Turn 1 incap on the Blissful Calling. Caven is dungeon guiding from 0 to 1.
No,
Or not
Caden's
Dungeon
just
Guy.
playing Dungeon
He's
Guy
just
to
playing
deal
the raw Dungeon
damage.
Guy. I was like, hold up. I thought he presented his memory for a second, and I was confused. I was confused. Turn 1 Dungeon Guy's not so bad. He's probably gonna reclaim it. But man, I actually straight up thought he was presenting his memory for a second there. It really caught me off guard. So we're gonna see the level 1 Sylvie. I can't actually tell what's banished. Is that a Twilight Slime banished?
That is a Twilight Slime, yes. I see the little wand wiggling around on the art there.
Reclaim the Dungeon Guide. Huge. Go level 1 with that reclaim.
For everyone out there as well, playing a Dungeon Guide, when you do have a reclaim, as long as you're not against water, is a guaranteed safe way to get a point of damage in and get that floating memory into graveyard. It's such a beneficial effect. A lot of people only consider playing Dungeon Guide to level up themselves. But it is an ally and can be treated as such.
Null going straight into level 2 here. Gonna draw 1 for having the animal on field, which is his baby gray slime.
I think Null has the game plan in mind of hit level 3 as fast as possible. Don't give Tristan the time to set up. The important thing Tristan's will always try and do is generate as many prep counters as they can to get draws off level 2 into a mastermind scheme ending it on level 3. So if Sylvie's able to rush up, get those slimes out on the board and start controlling the momentum, Tristan's going to be on the back foot.
I think he's trying to push to a position where Caben doesn't have the ability to dig for more stifling traps or anything like that. He wants to be able to utilize his early slimes, his early advanced element slimes, especially on that level 3 turn. Ooh, turbocharge. And Caben playing for like some crazy value here. So he's gonna turbocharge, he's gonna backup charger and then turbocharge immediately. He is gonna stay on level 1, so we will be passively gaining those preparation counters from the Windwalker boots.
We want to make sure we hit that 4 so we can get draw 2. And Surveil the Winds is something great you want to see in this situation, because it's going to be your 4th prep counter for this turn, thanks to those Windwalker boots. Lets you draw a little bit deeper. And then we'll look probably into a level up into Tristan at the start of next turn.
He pushed it before, like immediately on his turn. What a Swift Recruit. Swift Recruit's kind of nice. Gonna get the potential floating here. See a little gather slimes from Null. Wants to be able to dig for his deck a little bit. Engineered slime, gather, limitless, slime shield, and an arcane slime. A good old storm slimer.
Do you have any storm slimers in chat?
The recovery is good. It's actually, this is gonna give him a lot of potential to move into his future level 3. So we're probably gonna see a backup charger this turn.
Yep. Very good call there. Get that additional card into influence. Just since any materialization here really is not going to be that beneficial.
Well, it's a very Japanese looking power cell. It is indeed shocking. I gotta say that. So Dungeon Guide, right? Surely it's a Dungeon Guide. Question is, does it get stifling trapped? Probably gonna leave the. Oh, he has 1 card. I don't think he wants to utilize his prep counter, so he's just gonna let it through. Slime King's banished along with. I want to say Ethereal Slime, but I really couldn't tell what that was. It came by so fast.
Limitless Slime.
So we're gonna have 5 in banishment here. Storm Slime comes out or Ethereal Slime?
I think it's gonna be Ethereal here. Yeah.
Ethereal Slime.
Quite
a 5/5 Ethereal Slime is pretty scary. It comes in with the 2 buff counters as well, so it's well protected. Gonna banish Boots there, draw a card to get the extra buff counter. So it's gonna be a 5/5 Pride 3 Stealth True Sight Slime. And yeah, what a beautiful turn 3 here for Null. Has a pretty strong advantage right now. So the baby slime comes in for the Swift Recruit kill, and then Ethereal Slime in for 5 damage. Yes, a slight adjustment of the camera there. Oh, 2 down for Storm Slime.
Or a
2 for a
lustrous
lustrous slime. Interesting. Lustrous going to reveal 2 storm slime and a limitless. Going to get 2 buff counters there. It is kind of nice, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's afraid of like Sadie or anything like that, the lustrous slime does help prevent Sadie from kind of going online here with the agility 3.
And it's just like, how does Tristan remove a 8 toughness ally from the game?
It's tough. 4-8 taunt is spooky. It's almost as strong as a certain terror of Dorimegia. Except this one has consistent taunt.
Alright, so we did see a level up here, I believe. I'm not sure if we saw what was banished. It looks like a reclaim and something else.
It was a reclaim in the Swift Recruit. The Swift Recruit was floating memory already.
That's right.
Shadow Strike and a Sable Remnant. So Caven basically has to find a Dream Fairy here, right? He can Shadow Strike through the taunt, using the unblockable situation. Oh, those are the wonderful new Ominous Shadow tokens. The thing 1, thing 2 that Caven's wife made. I saw those on Instagram the other day. They're fantastic looking.
Very appropriate for Tristan as well. It does feel like anytime you go into you are getting thing 1 and thing 2. Windmill Engineer being
double Veiling Breeze. He put down 2 Veiling Breeze when he knows like double Storm Slime is a potential next turn. Kind of scary. Shadow's Claw is going to come out here. Is he going to go for this Luster Slime? Oh, Mastermind Scheme. It's a little bit scary bringing out the Shadow's Claw here, in my opinion at least, because if Null plays Verdant Slime, he's actually able to break the Shadow's Claw.
Yeah. That is a... It may be a call due to just deck knowledge, thinking like, oh, more common Sylvie players aren't running Verdant Slime, so I'm going to take the risk. But yeah, it is a very interesting choice to make, especially since this is still game 1. You don't want to have to take too many unnecessary options if you could play it a little bit safer, since you could bring it out at any moment with 4 prep counters.
Even with the many counters, we're going to see 11 counters here for him. Quicksilver Grail coming out. So it's going to be most likely the Quicksilver Grail Covenant of Thorns here. It's going to protect him from that first Shadow Strike. The only thing that I can really think of that would be super effective here for the kill would be ensnaring Fumes into Shadow Strike, because it won't allow Null to use a Covenant of Thorns on anything.
Yeah, I'd say Covenant of Thorns is such a good card against the Ominous Shadows. It literally prevents any small bits of damage from getting to you, and then forces your opponent to use a bunch of their prep counters, and then have to have another Shadow Strike and Mastermind Scheme in their hand to be able to get back to where they were at.
Yep, so Ethereal Slime's going to come in. We're going to see a redirect here onto the Ominous Shadow token. Dungeon Guide comes in to kill the Windmill Engineer. So Luster Slime unable to attack. Pride 5 here, and then Baby Gray Slime probably going to be 2 to face. Yeah, so he's just going to take the 2 there.
And this Baby Gray Slime has been putting in some work. Been with us since turn 1. Sitting super strong there as a 2-2 with that intercept. And we see a Limited Slime hitting the field, getting the buff counter on attack. Limited Slime is a very interesting card, as it gains benefits for each level your champion is. Level 1, you gain Floating Memory. Level 2, you gain +1 attack and +2 health. And level 3 is anytime you swing, you get a buff counter on Limitless Slime. So it's all
Yeah.
additive effects. So that Limitless Slime is now chilling at a 3-4, which is going to start adding up if Caben does not remove it off the board.
Mastermind Scheme? Oh, Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy. I think it's, yeah, I was going to say the Ethereal Slime is probably a bigger target here since the Ethereal Slime swings in for a lot of damage. Lustrous Slime can be like more or less ignored because he does have the unblockable ability on Shadow Strike, and that's cool. That's kind of spooky. Mastermind Scheme. So Caven's going to be going to 19 counters now. Shows Shadow Strike for 19 with the Shadow's Claw is 1 off lethal. 24 damage.
24.
However,
yes.
yeah, so I think the play he's looking for here is Korhazi Outlook in hand. So if he's able to do it, it would be Korhazi Outlook, activate Korhazi Outlook, Ensnaring Fumes, Shadow Strike, and then play one ally to attack for a single point of damage.
Caven is able to dig for an additional card as well by banishing those Windwalker boots.
Yep. And I believe he's also playing. Oh, he's not playing the mental setup with Quicksilver Grail, so he's not going to be able to get an extra shadow randomly at his convenience. He's going to need to have enough cards in hand. Ensnaring Fumes is going to be a little bit tough because you're going to also have to you would have to find a way to get the damage regardless. You need a lot of cards in hand because he doesn't want to use his preparation counters for that. Limitless Slime growing, as he said, on attack. Put a buff counter on Limitless Slime is now coming in as a 4/5. A lot of damage coming in. Ominous Shadows getting poked down a little bit. Something cool to note in this deck list is the Blinding Orb. I actually really like the Blinding Orb in this deck list.
Blinding Orb is very underutilized. It is very good if you're going through those kill turns and your opponent's keeping some responses in their hands. Just prevents them from being able to really do anything or interact with you.
I feel like Jimmy Lee is the only person I ever see play Blinding Orb, but it's actually a pretty good card. Forcing your opponent to put two cards down, and you can just do it pre-recollection is very, very handy. Null counting lethal here with the Stone Scale ban on field.
Doing some quick math here. We do have 5 slimes banished. We do appreciate that dice over there to help signify it. So Storm Slime would need 2 Storm Slimes here. But keep in mind, Caben has revealed 2 Veiling Breezes, and with thanks to that agility last turn due to the Mastermind Scheme.
Also, he could just outright have what's it called? He could outright have Stifling Trap to deal with Storm Slimes.
True, but it looks like just a past turn.
Well, he's doing it. Here's the Blinding Orb. Reclaim at the end step on the Dungeon Guide. He's going to be using the Reclaim for the Blinding Orb here. So he's setting up for that big kill turn, the Ensnaring Fume Shadow Strike. If he has another Mastermind Scheme, he could also just do it with that instead of needing anything crazy. You just Mastermind Scheme, then you Ensnaring Fumes here. Or Korhazi Outlook, Ensnaring Fumes. Well, Surveil, still digging. He's just short that Outlook. Needs to find the Outlook. Needs to be able to stop Null from activating cards this turn.
Such a powerful ability, preventing your opponent from interacting. All at the cost of just a single prep counter.
It's also really nice because you can activate it before you do draw for turns. So you can just keep glimpsing. Put a card down. Glimpse that card. Put it at the bottom. So you find exactly what you need, whether it's the Ensnaring Fumes, a Shadow Strike. You might just accidentally glimpse yourself into a Mastermind Scheme and find lethal anyways. But Stone Scale Ban does make that interaction a little bit harder. He is going to have to play the Outlook first.
And it is a possibility that with Stone Scale Ban here, it is a counter lethal. As soon as Caven tries to commit to it, Null can go ahead and fast speed slime it up.
Limitless Slime going to the memory here. We're gonna see a Dream Fairy and Limitless Slime. Kevin realizing that thing is scaling a little bit too fast for his liking. But the taunt is still on board. Calculated match here from both Null and Kevin, trying to figure out how to find lethal on each other. That Stone Scale Band makes things very interesting though, because if he does Outlook, he needs to so he outlooks and then activates Outlook, and then Null is most likely going to activate the Stone Scale Band, try to go for lethal there. So Kevin needs to have, whether it's a Veiling Breeze to survive or has a Stifling Traps to deal with the Storm Slimes.
I feel like Sylvie's just still in the driver's seat for this game itself. The being able to just play allies at fast speed whenever you want is so strong, opposed to Tristan, where your damage and lethal is only coming from your attack turn. And we do see the activation of Stone Scale Band here.
Interesting. Stone Scale Band activation, maybe just to put a card down?
What would we need for 2 costs here?
I think just wants to randomly banish between the two of them. Heart of Beast calling good though. He's going to be able to play it to draw a card. The next beast you activate this turn costs 3 less to activate as well. A lot of options here. You know, like we've talked about with Mullen before, one of the scarier and harder, more difficult things about this this deck is that Sylvie just does actually scale over time.
It does.
Oh, Blinding Orb.
Every slime banish adds up. Additionally, even slimes put in the graveyard can be banished with Gaia's Blessing, and it's a ticking time bomb.
Well, I just realized Blinding Orb lets Caven draw. I'm so used to seeing it Blinding Orb on the Tenoris deck that I forgot that it has that card has a class bonus.
Additional effects.
Additional effects are pretty good here. Will Caven be taking the damage? Will he be taking the 2? Banish Windwalker Boots, draw a card. Take a little peek-see at the memory. Try to figure out how much we can Veiling for, or if we Veiling at all. It's kind of getting into that range where he could die very fast. Very, very quickly.
Yes, and with Stone Scale Band as well, Storm Slime can be activated in response to a Veiling Breeze. So Caven would need to have multiple Veiling Breezes up and available in order to prevent sort of that cheeky combat slime trick.
Caven's going to 17 here and taking the single damage point from the Dungeon Guide. And the Celestial Slime is really good value against Caven because Caven can't use his shadows or anything to chip in and kill the Baby Gray Slime or the Dungeon Guide. So Null's actually getting a ton of chip damage here on Caven. It's going to push him to a very, very close to lethal range.
And with that, we have a pass turn, really not wanting to commit anything to the board. Not sure what Caven's going for, and we see the Safeguard Amulet being materialized, putting a lot of respect on the Storm Slime lethal. Get as many possible options to prevent the the amount of damage that will be coming through. A very interesting thing to note as well, Null only has 1 ally or slime in the graveyard. For Gaia's Blessing, we still need to see 3 more. So at this point, I don't think Caven even wants to try and get rid of that Baby Gray Slime, as it would add a total into the graveyard there to help increase the banished amount of slimes.
I believe we have, what is it? 2? Is it 2 slimes in graveyard? Or is it 1? It's Ethereal
Just
Slime
1.
and
we have Blissful, Gather, Forest Cake, and Ethereal.
It's a Forest Cake in there. That's what that is. Having to very carefully navigate this game. Trying to find the timing here. Corazio look, Ensnaring Fume, Shadow Strike might not be enough anymore. Null will have a billion cards in hand, does have the Horn of Beast Calling available to him as well.
This reminds me of a very old-fashioned standoff. Both players have the tools and necessary equipment to go ahead and take the victory, but it's all a matter of who pulls the trigger first and who has the faster reactions when it comes to being able to successfully dodge or defend against your opponent's onslaught here.
Yeah, both players have a lot of fast interactions available to them. A little bit scary. 2 down. Maybe the Outlook comes out. Oh, Shadow Strike.
So we see Caven going first here, saying, I'm going to try and make you use all the resources
Shadow Strike
you
for
have.
15? This is going to come in for 20 damage. Oh, he's Shadow Striking for 16. Okay, so Shadow Strike for 16 is so he can deal 21 damage to Sylvie, and then the both of the shadows come in for 2 each with the Shadow's Claw.
Yes, so we're looking maybe at a Zephyr for this Lustrous Slime then.
I think he can just ignore the Lustrous Slime though, because I'm pretty sure the Honor Shadow tokens have unblockable as well.
Oh, that's right, they do.
They will be ignoring taunts and intercepts. Quicksilver Grail is going to bring in the Covenant of Thorns. Covenant of Thorns is going to attach most likely to an Ominous Shadow token. Will we see an Ensnaring Fumes? That is the question. Ensnaring Fumes cost 5 here, though. Be kind of rough.
Some possible options Caven can do: Ensnaring Fumes, we could Zephyr, we could reclaim an Ominous Shadow.
Oh, he actually just put it on his dungeon guide.
Whoa.
So he is going to play the Ensnaring Fumes. However, Null still has access to Stone Scale Band.
And that's leaving one card in Caven's hand.
Yeah, one card in Caven's hand. He's banking on the fact that the Safeguard Amulet can keep him alive through a Storm Slime.
But if it's a double Storm Slime, that's where the problem is coming through here. So
everything's going to be coming back to hand. The Covenant of Thorns will break.
Double Storm Slime now very much lethal.
Do we see anything before damage here?
Something really to consider and think about. This is a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, so it's not quite going to be enough for lethal, though.
Stone Bend being
However,
activated.
Caven will be able to play other allies after for more damage. Needs to find 4 damage after the Shadow Strike resolves. I have no idea what that is. I can't see it, but I think he put 2 down for it, so it's probably a Storm Slime. Oh, wait.
Oh, it's Baby Gray.
Baby Gray Slime? So, Baby Gray draws a card. Horn of Beast calling for something else. He's cycling for something, I think.
Unfortunately,
All right, so it's gonna come in. Shadow Strike for Shadow Strike 421 is coming in here. What do we see now?
Damage. There's a Baby Green Slime fast speed coming in.
I think that was an end step Baby Green Slime on the Safeguard Amulet. Yeah, so it looks like it was. Horn of Beast Calling. Draw a card. Next beast cost 3 less.
That Storm Slime that we know has been
and
here
that's the Storm
whole
Slime
time.
Storm Slime for 6 puts him at 23 damage. Oh, that's kind of spooky.
Which does that mean Caven did not keep the Veiling Breeze in hand?
He might have kept the Veiling Breeze in hand because he had 1 card in hand. And he has 3 cards back from the ally, or the 2 cards back from the allies that he put down. So he could Veiling here. But the other thing is that if Null has more answers, he can utilize it. So Verdant Scepter on the baby green slime.
Yeah. Well, there's only 3 cards in Caben's hand, so there may only be one Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, so he Veiling Breezes in Recollection, so that it can't be countered. 3, 4. Veiling Breeze for 4 only. That's such a big gamble.
Yeah.
If Null finds a Storm Slime, the game is over, right?
Oh, 100%, yes. And I think that's exactly what Null's gonna be digging for here.
What can he dig? Are we gonna see a Luster Slime again?
It's a baby red? Oh no, lustrous.
Ooh, so he is gonna use that Verdant Scepter, put another buff counter on there. We're gonna see a Lustrous Slime again with 3 buff counters. One on the baby green as well, or the baby gray, sorry. Gaia Songbird.
This could be big. Getting the engineered.
Oh, Gaia Songbird hits the engineered slime. Upsetting. Unfortunate. Nullifying Lantern. I guess not much else to bring in here. The game's gone on for many turns.
Running out of materialization cards.
Oh, Storm Slime. He's got it.
That's there we go. I'm very curious why we waited on the Storm Slime as well. The Veiling was only for 4. So the Storm Slime was 7, which would have been still lethal on Tristan.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he forgot that he only had one of his available like prep counters, right? Because if he had 2 prep counters, then he can Stifling Trap for memory.
Yeah.
So he needs to be afraid of that. But like doing it, I don't know. I guess if you were afraid of Stifling Trap, it wouldn't matter if you wait for the Veiling Breeze or not. So either way, it's gonna like look the same basically. But yeah, 30 minutes for the first match. It's gonna be going into sideboards here. So looking at Caben's deck. Sideboards. I think the Quicksilver Grail plus the Gloamspire Mantle could come in. I think it's pretty efficient against this kind of build where you want an extra shadow later on. So, you'll pop the Korazi Outlooks and Staring Fumes combo with the Shadow Strike, and then pop your Quicksilver Grail, bring in the Gloamspire Mantle, pay 3, and then have an extra shadow to swing for 2. It might be too many cards to combo in, but it might be worth it. I think the biggest ones we're going to see here, Dream Fairy's coming in, the Stifling Trap is coming in, and then maybe the Arrow Traps. I think the Arrow Trap coming in might be a little bit of overkill, but it is possible to see it from Caben.
I do agree with you. The Arrow Trap seems a little too much. I do like the Blanches being brought in here as well.
True. I didn't even see that. Blanche. For the Storm Slimers.
Yeah, Storm Slime is such a powerful key piece for Sylvie that if you're able to run as many cards as you can to prevent this strategy, a lot of the damage dealt by in that late game by the Sylvie player wasn't really through combat damage. So if you're able to stabilize, get that board control, and make sure Storm Slime's not coming in to hit you for a big number, you're going to be perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. On the other side here for Null, Resolute would be pretty good to bring in. Hymn of Gaia's Grace could be useful. I don't think he necessarily needs the Vampiric Slimes, though. Might just take it out for the Twilight Slimes. But Vampiric Slime in this matchup is like only relevant if you're not seeing a taunt to stop the like chip damage that comes in. So it could be useful, might not be exactly what you need. I think Beastbond Ear is probably not worth bringing in either. Reprogram, probably a skip as well. You don't really need to reprogram anything in this matchup.
I'd personally bring in the ears over the boots that we currently have in the main deck. You're not really going to be worried about Spell Shroud in general, and the ears do push forward the game plan of being able to hit Pride 5 with your Lustrous Slime to be able to attack.
It is a bit more damage. Oh, Beastbond Ears, I'm thinking Pause. Pause is damage. Beastbond Ears is just a +1 level. Do we have a Slime's Blessing? If not, I don't think we have another way to get a level counter, right?
We do have Slime's Blessing. No, I lied. We have Slime Shield.
Yeah, so I think regardless, we're not going to see any level 5 shenanigans here from Null. These
Yeah,
Pioneers are most likely just an option if he plays like a Slime Mirror where they have a Dust-like Communion setup and they go minus levels.
to counteract the negative. It's
Yep.
not too advanced
Whoa!
a plan.
Stifling Trap the Baby Gray turn 1. Caven playing so aggressive on his reactions in his early turns. Last game we saw the Incapacitate on the Blissful Calling. Now, the more I think about it, Incapacitate on a Blissful Calling makes a lot of sense, especially early game. Like, what else are you going to incap in a Slime deck?
Escape the Wreckage is probably your only other option.
Yeah, Escape the Wreckage, maybe a Gather Slimes?
Yeah, it's still not, because Gather Slimes is just Blissful Calling at fast speed at this point. The healing is not going to matter too much since we're looking for OTK.
Yeah, one of those Luster Slimes going to be heading into the Banishment pile here. Get a Force Cake. What do we see? What is the level 1 Sylvie Slime? Or is there no level 1 Sylvie Slime? It's a really sad moment.
Hopefully there is.
I think there is not, because Caven just went to his
Oh no,
his Windwalker boots.
we have. And Caven just passed turn instantly again, it looks like. And then we have a level up into Sylvie level 2 with the fast activation of the Baby Green, so we could draw 1 card.
Well, he's stifling trapping that too, so he's not going to get the draw there. He's not going to get the flicker on the Forest Cake either. Caven's actually got a very aggressive opening into this game, and I think he actually has a great situation looking. So Null has, what, Influence of 5 going into a backup charge turn before Sylvie level 3. Caven has the potential to kind of turbo here. He is going to go backup charger. I'm going to draw those cards up, but with Null, nothing on the field, no damage dealt, but does have 2 Force Cakes. 2 Force Cakes is like pretty good value.
It is super good value. We get backup charger, try and get more cards here. The Stifling Traps have really put the Slime player behind. I love to see Caven and just Tristan players in general being aggressive with their defensive options. Too many people think they need to hang on to it for the right moment, the perfect time, but the small advantages you gain by just shutting down your opponent's engines early game is so beneficial. Because by the time
we see the 3rd Stifling Trap, there's actually 3 Stifling Traps, is so spicy. Caven with the triple Stifling Trap, the Baby Gray, the Baby Green, and the Dungeon Guide. So we are going to see the level up here from Null. He is going to be able to level up naturally on the next turn. Caven going Grand Crusader's Ring. Wants to get the full value out of his level 2 Tristan, needs the 4th prep counter, so he's going to have to get the prep counter from his Windwalker boots.
And with another just pass turn here, I really think Caven has more defensive options. A 4th Stifling Trap would just be insane to see right now. But possibly an in-cap, in-hand, or even Ensnaring Fumes. So Dungeon Guide, Limitless, and Baby Gray all being banished to get to that Sylvie level 3 here.
Yeah, so Sylvie level 3 on enter will be able to get 2 buff counters on the next ally added. Oh, so it is going to be a Gaia Songbird. Oh, and it's another Engineered Slime. The Gaia Songbird brick is always a little bit on the painful side.
And something we mentioned earlier, that you're running some beasts that you really don't want to be seeing.
And also, that Power Cell is definitely awake right now. Oh, another Gaia Songbird. Just praying to find the... there it is, the Ethereal Slime. Ethereal Slime's going to come in. Going to be able to play that for free. Ooh, put a buff counter on the Gaia Songbird is a little interesting.
On the bird. I wonder if we're going to be using the buff counter again for this Ethereal, or are we going to be saving that for...
It looks like it's going to be saved. Most likely saving for a Lustrous Slime. Kind of tough here. Null has even with the triple Stifling Trap into Null, like Caven doesn't really have a lot of value because he's only played Stifling Traps, right? He hasn't really had the chance to play anything else.
Yes.
So probably looking for something in end step. 2 down. Oh, not going to be able to get it. So actually might just have a really bricked hand.
It appears so. Just it may have been 3 opening Stifling Traps. Caden's staring down lethal right now here on next turn. Tristan only being a 22 health champion is not a good sign. As we have, was it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage stirring on board, and we know there's another slime awaiting in the wing.
Oh, Dream Fairy. Goodbye to the Ethereal Slime, as always. Ethereal Slime getting his maximum value of a single turn, and then immediately sent back into the memory there.
At that point, though, you're kind of okay with it. It's done its job, and you can just bring out Stone Scale Band on this materialization phase and discard it, digging you for that Storm Slime or maybe a Lustrous Slime as well. Alrighty, so there's the Stone Scale Band, as we mentioned before. Looking to discard, we see Engineered, Baby Red, and another Engineer. So keeping the Ethereal Slime, even though we're not able to play it, perhaps we have a little glimpse of that Dream Fairy is not going to be here much longer.
Storm Slime into the Storm Slime target the Dream Fairy would be kind of crazy, but I think we're gonna see a lot of damage. Ooh, Lustrous Slime on the top is kind of good though.
Guy's Blessing banishing an additional 4, so we have a lot of slimes here.
8 slimes, I believe. Yep, Storm Slime in for 8 is kind of scary.
They've been correctly getting that Safeguard Amulet at the last materialization, knowing that a Storm Slime route is completely lethal.
Kevin takes the damage. Kevin takes a little bit more damage. Dungeon Guide comes in for a little slap to the face, putting Kevin at I believe 14 damage now. Storm Slime one short of lethal here. Actually, technically Storm Slime could kill.
Yes.
You get the damage even with the Safeguard Amulet, and then you would just immediately attack with it. 3 down for the Lustrous Slime, I think.
From the Forest Cake, but
I think we're going to see the Lustrous Slime come in. Thinking about it. It's Dungeon Guide in hand.
Oh,
oh man. We'll play the Lustrous Slime. At the top of the deck, you see and reveal a Storm Slime. That's a painful thing to see for Kaven.
I don't think we have enough cards in hand for double Storm Slime, though. So Stone Skill Band was activated to allow that Storm Slime to be played at a fast speed, and now we're paying 2. Oh, it was in response to the Illustrious Slimes on Enter Trigger, I believe.
Yeah, I think he wants to reveal more slimes, so he's putting as many slime cards down as possible.
And this is honestly going to force Kaven to pop the Safeguard Amulet here. Which...
Yeah, I mean, if not, he's just gonna take 8 to the face and die. So veiling, can't even like arrow trap or anything. Draw a card from the boots, so it does have 5 or more prep counter, so he will banish.
The fourth and final Stifling Trap.
Surveil the Winds, draw 1, get a prep counter. Then he's gonna 1 down for a Veiling Breeze. Stifling Trap would be pretty good. Oh, Safeguard Amulet. He's gonna take, what is that, 4 damage? Go to 18.
Take 4, yeah.
Is he not just gonna die here? Oh, he has Arrow Trap in his hand. So four slime cards come out to be buff counters for the. Yeah, so he's gonna arrow trap it.
Air trap, yeah.
And he's gonna non-prepared arrow trap to return it to hand, but then doesn't Null have enough cards to just hit him with it anyways? And he's
No, only one card left in hand, so we'll be unable to.
Oh, I thought he had 2 in hand. I see. He's debating having it prepared versus unprepared.
Well, if you prepare it, that's really risking it, allowing if there's a storm slime underneath that dungeon guide. Actually, if it's prepared, storm slime draws 2, and if Null kept that second storm slime that was already in his hand, then that's just lethal right there.
He is gonna do it. He's gonna destroy it.
Stone Skill Band was activated this turn too, so this storm, an additional storm slime can just come onto the field at any moment.
The thing is, I don't even think he needs to banish from memory. He could actually just wait and then just play it next turn. It depends if he wants to go for it or not. He has the Lustrous Slime with 4 counters, so he's actually in a very safe position right now. He is gonna go for it.
Yeah, I think it's the best option to go for it, as it prevents
5. Oh, goodbye Storm Slime.
Oh, so he did not keep it in hand.
And 1 Dungeon Guide Storm Slime. I will draw the 1. We'll get a Gaia Songbird. The question is he gonna fast activate the Gaia Songbird? I think he is.
Yep, we're looking at that. You really want to do these kind of plays when your opponent has no responses and they can't come back to
King Slime
or anything like that.
King Slime, interesting. A baby red. Gaia Songbird comes in for 1 damage.
Oh, because yep.
Oh, and then the baby red slime can be played, and that would be lethal, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Well, Stone Scale Band is crazy, man. Stone Scale Band is a spicy card. That card is. I mean, when that card first came out, everyone was like, "This card sucks," and it's like, this card is crazy. Terra just kind of sucks right now. So yeah, it was unfortunate. Oh, I thought he was at 17. My bad. So that was just lethal with the Songbird. But he did have 2 cards available to play the baby red slime, which means he could have had lethal even if he was a little bit shorter on it. My apologies. I thought he was a 17 health. That's why.
Yeah, totally missing that fact. So used to Tristan being on that aggressive level up train, thinking it was Tristan level 2 as well. That was really a.
Yeah, Kevin didn't play anything to level up, so I thought he was gonna put 2 down for the Surreal the Winds and then level up that turn, but he chose to go for a Safeguard Amulet instead. Maybe he just didn't have a Dungeon Guide available for the level up because he would have played the Dungeon Guide to go to 2 to draw 2. So it was a little bit of an unfortunate situation. It was a bad draw. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't too bad of a draw. I mean, triple Stifling Trap, but still, like when you look at that whole pacing setup, triple Stifling Trap denied 1 draw on first turn. It denied a second draw. It denied 2 draws on the second level up. And then the Stifling Trap denied 1 turn where he went to level 3. So it did slow down the game, but at the same time, Caben didn't really have any way to catch up. Right? All he had was the 3 Stifling Traps, an Arrow Trap, and a Dream Fairy. After that, there were no Fairy Whispers. He didn't have a Dungeon Guide. He needed something that propelled the game state for him, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, you had one half of the package. You had all the answers and defensive options. Nothing to advance your own game plan, and Null just ran out with the game as soon as the rocky start was over and Caven has stopped answering everything they were doing. They were able to just keep drawing cards, build up that advantage, and the board state got out of hand.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough situation. Looking at that, so we're going to be finishing up round 2 here. I believe we have 15 minutes left in the round, so we're just going to bring you over to the champion meta breakdown of round 1, and then leading after that will be the spirit meta breakdown. Like we talked about early on in the last round, the representation of Sylvie is kind of crazy.
Look at that. 51.5 Sylvies out there in the field today.
Yeah, that .5 Sylvie most likely being the Allen player in the room that we talked about. So quickly we'll go from the bottom up because that other category doesn't cover everything. But we do have 0.5% Polcocks, which means we have one Polcock player. We have 0.5% Allens. There are two Vanitas players, 5.33 Rise. So yeah, we have a higher representation of Arsana than we have of Rai. How the tables have turned.
Very interesting to even see that as well, because Rai's still in a great spot. Nothing's really changed for Rai or the game plan. So very curious to see if players are just not enjoying running into a bunch of these allies, especially playing against slimes as Rai. And that 0.33 is probably because someone is going Rai into Merlin.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's surely there's at least one Rai erupting player as well in here, right?
That is true, yes.
Yeah. So the thing with Rai that makes him a little bit less popular is the Tristan kill turn tends to come up one turn faster. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Like while Rai has a good kill turn into Merlin, it's a little bit slower than the Tristan deck. So it feels worse if you're playing against like the better or more consistent Tristan players that are playing the level 3 combo strike build. Or not combo strike, sorry, combo setup into Shadow Strike.
Yeah. Which leads us to our next one. We have Nico coming in at 7.5. And
I
then
love Nico.
right there next to her, which is surprising to see. I have not seen a lot of Dianas recently, but a 9.5 Diana's out there in the field. She's sort of fallen out of favor ever since the Turbo Fire build has been already like played against. People know what to expect, and don't want to call it a one-trick pony, but it only really has one thing to do well, and a lot of our current decks counter that.
Yeah, so there's a couple people on Water Allies Diana. I know that's still like a somewhat popular build. It is one of the more consistent ally builds. It's very bursty because of that Scepter of Lumina. But other than that, like I guess MRC did bring Wind Diana. Wind Diana has a lot more potential. We've seen people run the Lorraine with a Glock. That Wind Piercer there being probably the best bullet outside of Taser Shot. So there are more builds, more options for Diana. We don't necessarily have to go Turbo Fire, even though that does feel like one of the better ones. I'm actually a really big fan of playing Fire Turbo Diana if you know the room is filled with Tristans, or even sometimes Sylvies. Because if the Tristan doesn't have Stifling Trap and you double Dungeon Guide them, you're going to Taser Lock them and destroy them. If you play it into Sylvie and you Taser Lock them, it's really hard because Sylvie kind of requires you to be level 3 to do anything in the game.
Yeah, that does. The taser lock strategy is a very valid option. It's getting there though is that hard part. Sylvie has so many tools to be able to prevent that, and Tristan as well with some of those intercepts we're seeing. But I'm curious to see if Dianas are doing well. Maybe we could go ahead and see one on stream here coming up if they're able to get those victories. And
Yeah,
then
there's a lot of I mean, the representation is crazy, right? We see so many different decks. Like we have the Arsanas, we have the Nikos, Dianas. We're probably seeing Erupting. We see standard Arcane Rai, Merlin and Hybrid Merlin are both seeing a lot of representation today. Even Xander's seeing a lot of representation, and I feel like Xander's a champion that's kind of fallen off lately. A lot of Luxem is kind of dead with the introduction of Stifling Trap, Incapacitate, and such. But there are some people running Xander allies. I know one of the players from the Australia region was playing a Xander Tenoris hybrid allies, where it's a Wind allies build and he swaps between them based on what the matchup is.
interesting, yeah, that's really crazy. Sort of strategy going on therefore with Xander himself. It's I feel like less people are playing Tristan as they were originally, so that's why Xander's seeing that resurgence back in. And right above Xander, we do have Tenoris leading at 20.5, 10% of the field, which is really great to see. Most of them, I assume, are going to be either the Wind Allies build, or we're going for those like heavy level 3 control build with the water route.
I can tell you 7.5 of them are Nico, most likely. There's
That is
only a
true.
couple people that play non-Guardian into Nico, and it's usually like Diana or Lorraine. But like other than that, guaranteed 7.5 of those Tenorises are Nikos. So we have what 13.5 or 13 Tenoris, probably half
13
allies,
Tenoris.
half control.
Yeah, that's still really good showing for Tenoris over here.
Tony is making it back. He's the boy.
And
Tristan,
then
popular as usual. Lorraine, always popular as usual.
our big three right now: Sylvie, Lorraine, Tristan. Nothing surprising seeing those three girls up there. Lorraine
The
has
thing with
always.
Lorraine is that like because Lorraine is the lead into Merlin most of the time, it's like it always has a high representation when it's not necessarily the actual Lorraine build herself.
We could probably safely assume about 13 of those Lorraines are just part of a Merlin lineage and not going any further than that.
Mm-hmm.
Which
But then
does
on the
drop
flip
it
side of
down.
that, if you're playing hybrid where you have Merlin and Lorraine, which is that's why we see the weird number when it comes to Merlin and Lorraine, like the 40.07. It's because it takes the number of total champions you have in your entire deck and divides them equally. So if you have like Lorraine 1, 2, 3, Merlin 2, 3, and then for some reason you're running like Rye 1 in the sideboard, it's gonna divide them by 6 and then give you the number of each champion from there.
The more you have, the crazier the number you're going to start to see. And that's why we saw a bunch of weird ones when Fire Erupting was going around, because we had that Arizona hanging out in that sideboard. But
Yup.
yeah, beautiful graphic we're looking at here. It's always great to see the champions visually, seeing the pie chart, all of our round one Swiss players.
Yeah, so moving on from the champion meta breakdown, we're gonna be talking about elements. Spirit meta breakdown. So are you surprised at all by the percentage breakdown here?
I am not surprised whatsoever. Wind has been such a dominant force with the introduction of MRC that the ability that it provides defensively, offensively, and now you even have draw power and cycling to add onto it. Wind is a mainstay element, beating out fire, which was our most popular one. The only thing that is slightly curious about is water being higher than what I would have initially estimated.
And water's so good now. I think Nico has really made water a lot more popular. A lot of people are playing water because of Nico. There are some other water builds that are always going to be in there, water allies and stuff like that. The thing that actually caught me off guard the most was the Lost Spirit percentage. We saw Sylvie at 24% of the representation, but we're only seeing Lost Spirit at 18%, which means there's going to be a decent amount of people playing Sylvie that are playing fire or wind. I think it's super, super rare that we're going to see anyone on a water Sylvie build, except for the Allen. But yeah, 18%. There's a 6% discrepancy here, where that percentage of the Sylvie players, 25% of the Sylvie players are not playing Spirit of Slime, basically.
Yes, and a lot of the Sylvie players do tend to go to fire for that. Gain the access to a couple of other cycling cards, do creative shocks, things like that, allowing for erupting to really be erupting slimes, that is, to be able to have a little bit more of a momentum shift, opposed to these lost spirits where you're not relying as heavily on banishing and dealing little bits of ping damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a different type of build. That turbo fire Sylvie it can be really scary. I mean, we can also see like hybrid builds into where you lead into like things like erupting Rhapsody, music box go kind of crazy. So there's a lot of interesting things we could be seeing. I'm interested to see. So we had elusive regionals on Friday. We have Yeti regionals now, and then we have Ascent Chicago next week, which you'll actually be casting for that. I'm interested to see what the the spirit meta breakdown and the champion breakdown after round 1 will be compared to like what we're seeing right now.
Yes, that is such a great point to bring up here. I know a lot of people are out here to win this regionals, but right before an Ascent, not a lot of people are going to be bringing out their actual spicy tech that they've been working on, and planning to. So I feel like these numbers, if everyone wants to just take these in mind and these percentages, they're going to vary by a lot when we go ahead and look at Ascent Chicago. I don't think this is going to be the final numbers. I believe we're going to see a lot more Lost Spirits. I think that number is probably going to be close to, way closer to Fire, maybe around 25% of the field.
Whoa, that's a lot.
A lot of people are undervaluing how strong Sylvie actually is right now in the build. There are decks that can counter it, but if someone's looking for something consistent, to be able to play through 8 to 9 rounds of an event to qualify for day 2, that is the deck that they're probably going to be looking at.
True. A lot of flexibility there. So we are about 3 minutes from regulation time being done. We're gonna have 5 minutes of overtime after that. Plus, I have noticed that we will be having a extension for one of the tables here, so a potential 15 minutes ish until the next round starts. We'll be looking to take a quick break here. Make sure to hydrate, guys. Grab some water if you haven't already. Also, because we do not have a lunch break in online events, make sure you have ample amounts of snacks available to you. Don't want to be passing out mid round. Head down on the webcam. Opponent has to call the judge. My opponent passed out. Guys, make sure that you are staying hydrated, staying well, being safe, practicing good etiquette. Make sure to keep your hands in the camera at all times. I don't know what else to remind you of. It's just all the standard things, guys. Just make sure to be good, play clean.
Yeah, we appreciate you all joining us here as we simmer down here. Don't forget to stretch as well. That's an important part. You want to get up, get
said
blood
that right as I
flowing.
took the biggest stretch of my day.
You're going to be sitting down for about 8 to 9 hours today playing some Grand Archive. You want to make sure you are staying at a physical peak performance.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us here. It is July 28th. We are doing the first online MRC Yeti webcam regional. We'll be back shortly in about 10 to 15 minutes when round 3 is ready. So thank you guys for joining. And again, if you guys like this kind of content, please subscribe to our channel. Make sure to check out Valkyrie as well on his YouTube channel. He's a fantastic creator. And we do run events every Thursday. All of our Yeti webcam weeklies are completely free for entry. You only pay for prizing to get it shipped, which is done at the beginning of every month. So if you guys are interested in playing some GA, you want to get into that webcam league, make sure to join us here in the Yeti server. Hello and welcome back, guys. We're here with the Yeti online webcam regional. 212 players registered for today. We are currently going to the third round. We will be having Jimmy Lee and JC Cologne as our feature match here. Jimmy Lee sporting a deck very similar to what actually won Elusive. It's Fire and Soul with Spirit's Blessing. Then we're going to have JC Cologne here on the Spirit of Wind. This is I believe it's a hybrid robots Wind Allies build. Kind of looks hybrid-y here. Let me grab you the deck list one moment.
Sort of taking advantage of both sides that Wind Allies has to offer. You have the power cell shenanigans, making a very tall automaton, but you could also still go wide with a bunch of little beaters, 2/3s, 1/2s, and be able to control the board in that manner as well. So it's all
looking like a pretty standard deck list here. Interesting though, Song of Return is not something you normally see in a deck list like this.
Yes, actually, that's a card you don't really see often at all. Song of Return, a very interesting for those of you unfamiliar. It is a 3-cost action that allows you to go ahead and return 2 allies from the field to the hand.
Song of Return is the first foil card I've ever opened in Grand Archive. It was a first edition box I opened. It was the first card I've ever seen in foil from the official set. Song of Return, interesting though. Most likely there in the sideboard to deal with Lorraine level 2 sweeps. So whether that's Hybrid Merlin or Wind Lorraine, people going with Blade Master. It is, a potential there.
I could also see the Song of Return coming in against Tristan decks, because it is a instant removal for both Omnis Shadows.
Yeah, I do like the Verdigris Degree. I think it's pretty good for there. It also has the potential, like, pre-recollection to help you find damage. So, like, in response to materialization, you can imbue Verdigris Decree, and then, use it on, like, a shadow, like 2 shadows, 1 shadow. You can give your ally +2. You can just play it raw as well without the imbue, and then just give one of your allies +2 for the turn. So it's like a little bit of a push for damage, like a pseudo power cell in a sense.
Yeah, and it works very well with Second Wind and the Rallied Advance. It allows you to pre-recollection, as you said, buff that ally, and then go for that very tall strategy. That extra 2 attack is nothing to scoff at if it's going to be 4 damage at the end of that turn that's added up. And then over here on looking at the standard fire deck over here.
Well, how standard is it? Scroll down. Tell me how standard this deck is.
All right. Okay. I do see. I do see here. Very interesting. I'm super curious to see how this is going to play out with With all these choices, so many routes and options for Jimmy Lee to take here. I do want to point out that there is an interesting tech card here with Escape the Wreckage. That's not something you usually see in a in Soul deck.
So I realized Escape the Wreckage in the Ensoul deck, especially if you're playing Cremation Ritual, it's a very efficient way to Dungeon Guide 2, Flame Sweep, draw 2, and then Escape the Wreckage and do it again.
Ah, yes.
Because then you don't have to hard level to 3. You can actually take that in between turn to bring out either Drawn Blade or Grand Crusader's Ring or something, and then you Dungeon Guide again up to 3.
That does make a lot of sense. It's such an interesting method to get to level 3 on that play, requiring your opponent to have a couple of allies on board, but it is one of the many possible routes that Jimmy Lee can take. So, starting off our game, Jimmy Lee won the Rochambeau, going first, materializing that Spirit of Fire, drawing 7 and passing turn in a very classic manner. And we have JC probably going to have to be the aggressor as soon as possible in this matchup. You really don't want Ensoul to be able to set up. You want to apply that pressure. And thankfully, there's no Stalwart Shieldmate that was put down turn 1. So a Windrider Vanguard is going to be more than happy to swing for 2 damage here. Get that first blood.
Do you like Jimmy Lee with the Slabbed Ithie, 3rd place Descent Houston? Going back to his roots here with the Fire Lorraine. Back then he was playing Fire Lorraine aggro. Now he's on the Fire Lorraine and Soul deck. Normally he's a Fire Tenorus player. We usually see Jimmy with the Domain expansion deck, but he was maybe a little influenced by elusive regional winning with a deck list similar to this.
It is very unfortunate to see Jimmy Lee kind of set aside Tenorus. It's been such a great time watching him pilot that deck, but when the stakes are this big, people are fighting for half boxes of MRC, top 16 are Lightweaver Assault invites. This is the time to bring out All Reliable.
Yeah, the backup charger, pretty nice here. Maybe you see a charge mannequin come in. Windrider Vanguard in for 2. 4 damage on the board.
We do have a total of 8 influence, I believe, now as a Wind Allies player, so we're not going to be seeing many guild disbalancing this turn. Perhaps we're setting up for next turn. That is a Swiftfoot recruit. A very interesting card to put in this list as well. When it comes to allies itself, it's a very defensive option. It doesn't really have a good stat line for
Asen.
And the Swift recruit coming back. It doesn't really have a good stat line to be aggressive, but it does allow that floating memory, and it's annoying enough that your opponent would have to kill it and allow you to be able to get that free level up. But Asen is a super strong card. 4 cost, 3/4, intercept. On enter, you have to return an ally you control to the hand, but it's worth it to get that body on field.
Oh, we're going to see the reprogram here. Jimmy using the reprogram to go to level 1. See, the scary thing about being kind of like quote-unquote tapped out here, he does have the potential for a deflecting edge with 2 cards in hand there. But if Jimmy does go for the Dungeon Guide, has enough cards for Flame Sweep, it's going to be pretty rough because that's going to be a draw 2 and a clear on the board.
We see Jimmy
Jimmy went first, though, right? So he won't have enough cards for that.
Oh, but we do see the Dungeon Guide here, I think.
Oh, wait. It's about to happen.
Yeah, it is enough because turn 1 he played nothing, so he got an additional draw.
Turn 1 played nothing and then has the Grand Crusader's Ring.
Yes.
We're going to see a reprogram and something else. Lorraine level 2 coming out. Oh, baby. Lorraine level 2 on enter. We'll have +2 on kill, draw a card. And there it is. There's the Flame Sweep. Flame Sweep coming in. It's a Flame Sweep for 5, baby.
Some big damage. Clearing the board.
Classic.
And such a good feeling of drawing those 2 cards.
Even if he only drew 1 from that combo, if there was a deflecting edge in hand for Jake Lone, it still would have been pretty good. Draw 1 is all right overall. Whoa, big turn here from Jimmy. but doesn't have enough cards to escape the wreckage at Dungeon Guide. So if J. Cologne shows respect to the deck and kills the Dungeon Guide, it's going to be advantageous for him. Oh, we're going to see a level up to Rain 1. Cell Vanguard getting banished here.
Grabbing our classic Sword of Seeking. Still 8 cards in Influence for JC, so not going to be able to get that Gildas going quite yet. Curious to see what route they're wanting to take, as their initial board state has been dismantled by a single precise Flame Sweep.
The beauty of webcam games, as Mr. Lineage Break has said, Jimmy playing on the surface of the sun, unable to see. Only God knows what's in that graveyard. Only God will know. But it'd be like that sometimes, you know. Sometimes we gotta use those Dutch angles, add a little bit of suspense to the gameplay. Make sure you guys understand that it's a very serious game of Grand Archive coming in. 2 damage from the Charged Mannequin. Charged Mannequin getting a +1 to power as long as the power cell is controlled.
And then Asen, additional Asen coming back, getting that Charged Mannequin.
Round 2. Asen coming to face here, so he's actually not respecting the Dungeon Guide on field. So Escape the Wreckage could be a decent potential in the near future here.
I just also feel like it is a matchup knowledge. It's not something that if you haven't been keeping up with the most recent tournament, you wouldn't know that this would be a specific deck that would run that tech. And so they're like, oh, I could leave that Dungeon Guide on the field. It's just 1 additional damage. My Asen can easily outmatch it, outclass it, and if they want to race. But did Jimmy just hard level to Lorraine 3 here?
Well, hard level 3 Lorraine. Crux Sight, Devastating Blow, and a Spirit's Blessing. Oh, he's showing the Spirit's Blessing. Oh, he went to grab the level 3 Lorraine, but he's like, oh yeah, it's already there. One of my favorite things about Jimmy is when he plays the game, things are just on the field in different ways and different spaces. It's always a pleasure to see, like, yeah, Lorraine's just like 30 degrees. we chilling.
Jimmy's biggest weakness is if Eternal Magistrate was real, he would suffer from the not being able to just bring things in and set them in random places here. But yeah, just looking at that champion stack, everything's slightly tilted. Sword of Seeking's also got that lean. Dungeon Guide though.
I got that sick lean. I do like the lean. But yeah, again, 1 card in hand. We know what that card in hand is. It's going to be the Charged Mannequin that was returned to hand after the Asen. Oh, Ghost of Pendragon coming in. Return the sword, draw 2. Is he going to go to try to kill the Asen Protector? He's going to just damage the face.
No, Jimmy's just going to face here, yeah.
Jimmy is going to face. He's going to town.
Do you have to be very considerate and respectful of the Charged Mannequin with Second Wind and a power cell? That is something that is still an option on the table. With Asen Protector as well, that's looking at 13 damage, which is very spooky. You really don't want to... I'm sorry, 14 damage, and then Lorraine can finish off with 15. So that's exact lethal if JC does have that in hand.
I think Jimmy could be holding on to his 3rd reprogram, could be holding on to one of the Resolute stands as well. So we're going to see Smoke Bombs.
2 cards in hand for Jimmy, though, that we see?
Those are 2 in memory.
Okay, because Jimmy was setting memory down on top of the material deck earlier, so he just wasn't quite sure.
That his hand is usually what goes on top of his champion or his material deck, if I recall correctly.
Perfect. Asen coming in for 3.
He's going to take 3, go to 16.
That life total has gone up so fast.
Very aggressive decks. Not really trying to clear board either, just going straight to face on each other. 3 down. We're going to see a Gildas.
Do we have Gildas?
I think it's a balanced Gildas, actually. It is balanced Gildas. See, the scary thing here is if Jimmy has an Ensoul in his hand, I think next turn he just wins.
Yes.
If he has a Crux Sight, he can just bring back the Pendragon. Because there's not a lot of health available for level 1 Lorraine. Okay, so we're going to stay balanced here. Sword of Seeking is going to return.
And I think Jimmy does have 7 cards in hand after that draw, so Ensoul is a very viable option.
1 damage from the dungeon guide goes to 11.
2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
6. That's the
6.
Ensoul, and that's game.
Ensoul.
That's game. What is the answer here? Does J Cologne have an answer for this? Zephyr's Edge for 2, Sword of Adversity for 1, Flame, Fire Tongue for 2, Karmanon for 3, and then a Drawn Blade
3,
for
4,
1.
5, 6, 7,
So
8, 9, 10, 11 damage, 12 damage just from swords swinging themselves, and then Lorraine would be able to swing in for an additional 4 from banished swords plus 2 from the so yeah,
2 from
that's
Fire
18
Tongue,
points of damage that
3
we
from
have on board.
Karmanon, 1 from Adversity. Karmanon in for 3. I think we have a Zephyr here available. The thing is, he needs to Zephyr before the final swing. Okay, so that is just lethal then.
Yeah.
If he has a Zephyr in his head, he needs to Zephyr one of the swords before the swing. But then, the downside is it still goes to banishment, so you still get the damage.
Yeah, even with Zephyr though, Lorraine level 1 only having 20 HP and was already sitting at 11 total, so Jimmy just needed to deal 9.
Ensoul is the killer of level 1 decks. Flame Sweep, eat all your allies, draw cards, play Ensoul. Free W. Yeah, so looking at the sideboards here, we got a lot of things on Jimmy's sideboard.
Yeah, we have a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs. We're not going to be bringing in any Blanches, Incapacitates, nor Viridian Protective Trinkets. I'd be very happy if he brought in that additional Flame Sweep. And then we really want to see perhaps that Under Fire being brought in as well. That grants another additional defensive option. And I personally would like that way more in your deck rather than those either Fast Cures or Savage Slashes. You really don't need that longer game. You don't want to take that turn playing one of those rather than having that defensive option in hand.
I think for this deck specifically, I'd probably take out the 2 Spirit's Blessings and the 2 Dispersions. You're playing against allies, so you don't actually need the Spirit's Blessing for extra damage. And Dispersion for the bursting is kind of irrelevant when you're playing Crux Knight. It's useful when you have the Ensoul available and they go Resolute Stand or something. But in this situation, we're playing against level 1 Lorraine, so we know that they're not going to have a lot of protection. At best, they might have a Veiling Breeze. But if you take out the 2 Dispersions and the 2 Spirit's Blessing, we could see the Library Witch, the Flame Sweep, and then either the Resolute Stand +1 or both Under Fires could come in.
Yes. And then perhaps we even think about an additional Library Witch. Another way to dig for that Ensoul in late game and blocks those ally swings.
Yeah, a lot of anything that really stops damage coming in is good. So if they wanted to take out the Honorable Vanguard to fit in the 2 Under Fires, I think that would probably also fit. They could also just take out Devastating Blow, right? In this situation, Devastating Blow is probably not going to be something you necessarily need to find lethal in a game against allies. Flame Sweeps are definitely the really important one. On the other side, JC Cologne probably only gonna see, we could see the Song of Return against the level 2 Lorraine, but I feel like the Veiling Breeze might be the bigger one if he's afraid of dying to Ensoul.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze has to come in here. I think we go ahead and take out that's such a tough choice for sideboarding here because all of these cards are very beneficial, but I think we do take out Cell Vanguards.
Take out Sweeps.
Oh, and the Sweeps, yep, the Hurricane Sweeps right there. 3 for 3, and then I do agree with a maybe 2 Verdigris Decrees coming in as well. I feel like that suppression can help a lot. Additionally, the extra attack, as we discussed, is going to lead into...
I think the suppress only works on allies for Verdigris Decree. Yeah, so it's only on allies, so it actually might not be useful. It's maybe Cleansing Reunions, but that's I don't know. That feels like kind of a gamble too.
We don't really care about the graveyard here. And as we saw, Jimmy did not use any floating memory in that first game.
Yeah, didn't end up using any... Well, he used the reprograms. He needs
One
to be
reprogram to go to
sweats.
level 1, yes. And then
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide to level 2, Hard level 3. Cleanser and Union is really only strong when your opponent is filling that graveyard, because it feels very bad to only get like 1 or 2 cards.
Yeah, Jimmy does run Hasty Messengers. We didn't see it in the first game. He does have the Cremation Ritual as well, plus the Stalwart Shieldmates. So while it is an option, I'm not sure if JC Clone will see enough value in that. Even if you do remove the floating memory from him, he's probably still going to get value out of just raw leveling. You're going to put cards down, which means he's going to have access to Flame Sweep level 2. So probably Song of Returns. Song of Returns likely coming in alongside the Veiling Breeze. Or maybe just the Song of Return. Maybe just gamble, no Veiling Breeze. To go for a high roll lethal with Second Wind Rallied Advanced.
Yeah, if you want to really consider that you can't play defensively and go longer against this kind of deck, so you want to put as many options into being able to win the game as fast as possible.
Jimmy with the Creative Shock. Our producer's on here must be God because he can see what's being discarded. Oh, Savage Slash. Savage Slash coming out as the discard. Sadly, can't be used to level up to Lorraine level 1, but Shieldmate on the field.
And that is something that, as the ally player, you really don't want to have to deal with. A Shieldmate not only blocks an additional attack from you, but it also...
Wait, did he actually just play a Cleansing Reunion? That card is so dark, it's hard for me to tell, but I think it is
Cleansing Reunion's lighter, though, if I remember correctly.
I think it's a foil.
No, that's
or it's a material deck card.
Regalia,
I really can't tell what that is. I can't tell what that is.
It has a blue cost symbol here.
What is that? Producer's on. Can you see what that is? Can anyone see what that is?
It looks like a gun.
I gotta check the deck list now. It is probably... Oh, I think it's Worn Diary?
Worn Diary. That makes sense. And we see Balanced Gildus coming in for 4 damage. Lurking Assailant went ahead and removed the Stalwart from play.
Yeah, so one of the hard things is, like, on one side, you're like, I really want to... I really want to not kill the Stalwart Shieldmate. I don't want to give him the floating, but then you're like, I have to because I just deal... Like, if I build my board and don't deal damage, he's just going to Flame Sweep me and obliterate me. No, Worn Diary is interesting. So Worn Diary is rest this, put a page counter on Worn Diary for each card in your memory, and then you can rest it and banish it to draw a card if you have 10 or more pages on your Worn Diary. So most likely going to see Backup Charger next turn. He's going to activate the Backup Charger, pay 3, have 7 total in memory after the Backup Charger, and then get the Worn Diary with 7 pages on it. GCR at home.
Yeah, it's a build your own GCR. You have to over multiple turns.
You quite literally have to build it too because you have to get page counters.
I understand what the players are going for with that card, but it is also a very feel bad moment if your opponent has any form of interaction or removal for that Regalia. You spend
Jimmy
all
does
that
run
time.
Reduced to Ash in the sideboard, but I really doubt he brought it into this matchup.
Unless Jimmy had that insider information and just was like, you know what, I'm going to make sure Worn Diary's not played against me. Dropping this
guys,
hasty
Worn
messenger.
Diary is so meta. I need to put something in my deck to stop it. The Hasty Messenger. I have no idea what Jimmy discarded there. Or if he discarded yet.
The only thing we can confirm is that Grand Archive cards are being discarded, preferably of the Fire, Crux, or Norm element in Jimmy's deck. I did catch a little bit of glimpse. It looks like another Hasty Messenger was discarded, but not 100% confirmed.
Just cycling then, looking for something. You're going to see the Backup Charger? What the? Grand Crusader's Ring.
Very interesting play. Perhaps it's a crack GCR. Oh, no, we're just doing Worn Diary. The route that I was looking at here was crack GCR, maybe Vertigus Decree that was brought in, which puts 7 or 6 into memory, allowing Worn Diary to be built up. But
can we talk about how Worn Diary was not rested last round, so he missed 3 page counters?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it'll matter too much because we'll likely see him using it for backup charger to get 7 anyways. But escape the wreckage, potentially bringing back that hasty messenger.
What an interesting play to swing into the hasty messenger as well with the lurking assailant. I feel like you're already wanting to push damage in. You know you're going to be losing your allies as soon as Jimmy hits level 2.
Killing hasty is pretty good value though. It's just like a raw neg one since he didn't put out he didn't discard a what the stifling trap the hasty messenger. I guess he really wants to deny that escape the wreckage draw.
Yeah,
so Jimmy's influence is really low now, which is why it's kind of good to get that out there. He has 1 floating memory, but he's down to influence of 5, I believe.
Influence of 5. We still can do a level 2 Lorraine into Flame Sweep though with a hard level up using that 1 floating memory. And we see a Ace Protector saving Gildas and swinging in for 3.
Savage Slash.
I do think we're gonna be seeing that.
The question is, does he lose his? Oh, I guess he has 1 card in hand. Sorry, he has 1 more influence than I thought. Resolute Stand's gonna go. The card in hand, I believe, is at the top of that one right there. I didn't realize the black sleeves make it a little bit harder for me to notice where the cards are sometimes.
Yeah, blocked by that cord running across the bottom of the screen here.
Flame Sweep going to be kind of big here. Flame Sweep for 5, draw 2. Kind of good.
Easily put Jimmy back into a nice position if he is able to get that draw 2. Otherwise, I think that Lurking Assailant is not long. Oh, 4. There we are. Flame Sweep for 5.
Also, something worth mentioning is because he used Stifling Trap on that Hasty Messenger and put so many cards down, he's actually going to be 1 card short of the Worn Diary being available to him.
Yeah. And that would not have been the case. This would have been the turn 1 Diary would have been able to proc if it was used immediately on material, or immediately the turn it was materialized.
Now, I'm not 100% sure on this because I've never seen anyone actually use Worn Diary, but I think it takes at least 2 turns to activate, assuming you get 10 page counters on your first turn. Because each of the effects on it require you to rest the book. So if you rest it to add page counters, you are unable to rest it to banish it as well.
Yes. It's
in this case, this is a Worn Diary for 4 turns. Kind of going to be rough.
Which is not a really good investment, as the cards you're wanting, it's even worse. It's going to be 5 turns, I believe, here. Because we missed the first turn, second turn got 3 counters, third turn got 5 counters. The fourth turn we're going to need an additional 2 counters, and the fifth turn is when we'll be able to draw. I'm just not sure if that game is going to be lasting that much longer.
This is definitely GCR at home, on vacation, waiting for parents to return, trying to get back to school, miss the bus, and kind of just hitchhiking your way back to get there. So a little bit of a strange materialization there. I think going Grand Crusaders during that 1 turn was definitely not the play. Backup Charger would have been a lot bigger there, unless for some reason maybe he took it out. But I think the only material deck card you would have taken it out for is Viridian, which is not used in this matchup.
Yeah. I think JC was a little bit too deep in Gildas math to realize the route he could have taken with the backup charger. Backup charger would have really ruined the Gildas math, but gave you that additional card for Worn Diary. So it's a push and pull. We don't know exactly everything in the hand. We did see Banishment of Innervate Agility. So from my consideration is a lot of the cards are probably defensive options, and they're just not seeing the allies they need.
Yeah, something worth mentioning nowadays is that, and this is an opinion more than anything else, but I think Gildas actually is not that good in Wind allies specifically, because if you are playing around constant balance, it's going to be harder for you to maintain like a strong offensive setup. You're going to have to play very, very comfortably around what you want and what you have, and just it's not going to be as interesting.
Yeah, Gildas had her claim to fame a little while ago, but as more cards have come out, it's really encouraging players to keep uh, either a lot of cards in hand or to play their whole hand entirely
Well, Orb
for
of
their
Regret.
strategy to work.
Orb of Regretting. You might have been right. He might just have a really bad hand.
The Orb of Regret is one of those classics of I wish I didn't have to run this card, but unfortunately I am very hand locked and I need to try and dig for answers, find something. Jimmy Lee, though, we should mention, went ahead and hard level to Lorraine level 3. Something looks like we might be preparing for a big Crux turn if he's able to go. We
3
do see
down
that
for second win
wind.
before damage. So Gildas going to come in for 5, then for 5 again.
Putting Jimmy at 23. Looking at JC's hand here, I think I see an Innervate Reclaim and then a third additional card. So things that
If
aren't
it's
gonna
not
be
Rallied
too-
Advanced, he's going to Orb of Regret 3 cards and hope for a Rallied Advance. Actually, Rallied Advance with Gildas doesn't work. You'll be out of balance.
Correct, yeah.
1 damage to 24. Ooh, so he's going to what? Orb of Regret for his second Innervate Agility, maybe?
I believe he has the Innervate in hand right now.
Innervate in hand.
Innervate in hand with Reclaim and the missing card. Jimmy's just gonna plop down in Soul, say, "Show me what you got."
Did you say Innervate Agility?
Yes.
Innervate Agility is not in the deck list.
Interesting.
Need to ping.
Because I do believe that we have one in the Banish Zone for public knowledge. Unless I've missed something here. Commentators are not 100% perfect. I may have glimpsed a different card, but it is something worth checking.
I'm pretty sure it was Innervate Agility.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I don't want to make accusations.
It's a very prominent. It's a very prominent foil to look at.
Yes.
I think our judges are busy. I'm gonna jump in there really quick.
Alrighty. While we're gonna go ahead and check in that, just making sure. Just brings us back to our point, everyone. Make sure you check your deck list if you are. And we do see a revealed Innervate Agility there. If you make changes, make sure you make those changes reflect on your deck list as well. It is something that is very important to keep in mind. Don't put it off. You want to do everything at once. I know personally sometimes when I'm building a deck, I'll just change cards in here and there. But if you're going to a big event, you always have to make sure. And we got that confirmation, get that. It does look like, though, with the Ensoul from Jimmy, this might have just been the end of the game as well. No defensive options. 100% an honest mistake. It happens all the time. I know players prepping for big tournaments, things like that. It's one of those things that can easily slip through the cracks. It's just something that everyone has to be on top of. And it looks like we are having conversations going. Perhaps a judge or two stepping in. And we are, as we're dealing with all this information, hope all of you are enjoying our Games of Grand Archive. Very interesting matchups. We haven't really had any duplicates on stream quite yet, so it's been really great to see. I've been having a blast here. Yeti has been so great at hosting. It's an amazing thing to just see everyone here playing, participating, duking it out, fighting for the chance at those Lightweaver's assaults. Very beautiful cards as well. If you haven't had the chance to see them, go ahead, check them out. It's a great NA qualifier card.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so here's the verdict. So obviously, incorrect deck list is a game loss. So Jimmy is going to win the series 2-0 against JC Cologne. They've agreed to play it out just to show it out for stream. And the corrective procedure here will be that JC Cologne, after the game, will be correcting his current deck to match the deck list that he submitted.
Alrighty, that is very good to know. We do appreciate all the judges out here helping with these situations. I was just explaining to everyone as well that just as a reminder, make sure you double check your deck list anytime you make changes.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate thing to happen. Mistakes do happen, and obviously we do have to keep everyone accountable in this situation. Oh, is that an Ensel? Is it Ensel for game? Anyways.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Jimmy's like, I'll take all the damage. Ensel?
Oh, it appears there was a Veiling Breeze, though.
Oh, there was a Veiling Breeze. So he's
a
not
Veiling
dead?
for 3, revealing a Displace and 2 other cards.
Ooh, Veiling for 3. So is Jimmy tapped out? Or does he
Jimmy has one card
right?
in hand, yes.
Ooh, one card in hand is Resolute Stand. Surely it's Resolute Stand, right? Well, GCR at home finally being banished. able to draw that card for Worn Diary. My apologies.
If the Worn Diary 1 card does make a difference this turn, this is the biggest brain play I've ever seen.
Yeah, so Jimmy separating his banishment there. We see he has the 7 counters just to show. Orb of Regretting.
Orb of Regret.
Whoa. So if Jimmy has Resolute Stand here, surely somewhere in his memory is just a Savage Slash for 9, right?
Yeah, it's a Savage Slash, a Devastating Blow.
Ooh, Dev Blow do big. Yeah.
JC really doesn't have any defensive options here besides another Veiling or an Innervate, but with sort of oh, Shimmer Cloak. Poison Coat on, swinging for 4 for game. And the scoop from Jimmy. Looks like that 1 card was not the Resolute Stand.
Oh, Jimmy didn't have it. It's so unfortunate to see, especially if you know the Cosmetic game 3 here, JC Cologne actually does have the win. It would be really unfortunate to know that he lost because of the deck list error.
Yeah. It's something that I always say when you're playing against your opponent. You want to make them have the card. If the only way Jimmy could win that round was a Resolute Stand, just make them have the Resolute Stand. Play that Shimmer Cloak and swing in. If they have it, then you go, okay, that was your game. But if they don't, you can snatch it. And that's exactly what JC did, was told Jimmy, you have 1 card in hand, show me it. Show me the Resolute.
Yeah, show it to me. Prove to me you have it.
Alrighty, and Jimmy with a power shuffle. Both players, doesn't really look like we're getting much into the sideboarding here. They're just, for the third for fun game, they're just running it right back.
Yeah, probably no changes need to be made. You usually don't see a sideboard in between game 2, game 3, unless some secret tech was revealed in game 2 that wasn't in game 1.
I feel like it's a very untapped potential, though, for a lot of players. It's a mental game as well if you just side a couple of cards in. Even just doing a strategy of, like, I'll take 4 cards out of my deck, put it in my sideboard, and then shuffle my sideboard a bit and take those 4 same cards out and put it into my main deck, and be like, okay, I'm done sideboarding. It's just the visual representation of you taking out cards and putting cards in can really make your opponent think of, like, oh, what am I going to have to worry about, or what am I going to have to deal with in this next game?
Yeah, that would be kind of spicy. A little bit of the mind gaming.
As much as GA is about piloting your deck and skill, there is that mental fortitude and like mental games that you do play that really can take your gameplay from being great to amazing. If you're able to read your opponent, make your opponent hesitate on their plays and double think their own actions, you are more likely to be able to find the lines you're looking for as your opponent is trying to play around your own strategy.
Lurking pass, good start. I believe that was was it Creative Shock Shieldmate or was it Shieldmate up on the field? I actually missed if you played
It
it.
was a creative shieldmate.
Woo.
The Lurkin did swing in for 2. And we do see Jimmy leveling up to learning level 1, really considering what to do here. A dungeon guide into Flame Sweep isn't really needed. There's only one ally on board, so we're just going to drop down to Hasty, maybe do a little bit of digging. Discarding a Savage Slash, so get that nice floating memory into the graveyard before it got absorbed into the blinding abyss of what is Jimmy's webcam.
The blinding abyss is a good one. Ooh, so he's gonna have another Shieldmate out too there.
And the double additional Shieldmate on the field, once again saving that 2 extra damage. Here we do see a backup charger. So clearly showing that there's no Gildas that's going to be in play. As we draw into memory, draw for turn, starting the turn with 9 influence. That means we could play 2 3-cost allies and fill the board, but we do have to be very careful against Flame Sweep.
Oh, Stifling Trap in hand.
That's important. That's big. Along with the Reclaim.
A lot of potential here. That Reclaim is going to be really nice.
Asen.
He wants to play not wide. We're attempting to play tall here.
That is the appropriate strategy. Game 1 and 2, you were both blown out by a Flame Sweep, having your opponent draw 2. So this time, you are not wanting to give them that advantage.
The Veiling Breeze for 3 did save him. Jimmy thinking.
He does have 1 floating memory in the graveyard from the Savage Slash. If he is
2.
considering two, the Stalwart as well. That was
Stalwart Shieldmate that was killed by the Lurking Assailant.
So at this moment, though, do you just go level 2, forget the Flame Sweep, and if you have the Dungeon Guide, you go straight into level 3, and then you should be able to play like a Savage Slash or a Devastating Blow for Devastating for 10?
If you see this many cards in your opponent's hand, if you play the Dungeon Guide and he Stifling Traps it, then you just kill the Ace and Protector. If not, then you probably... Yeah, so if he plays the Stifling Trap, there's going to be no availability to reclaim, right? He'll have 2 cards in hand. So Stifling Trap comes in, then you swing Dungeon Guide 1 into Aeson, and then you kill Aeson with Lorraine, and draw a card.
And still get that value.
Yep. So I think Jimmy's going to do that right now. There's 1, and then Lorraine kills.
Yep.
Oh, it's like good value either way.
Because you lose nothing besides 1 durability by swinging with your Lorraine, and then you gain that additional card and remove a very powerful unit off the board. Ace and Protector is the terror of ally decks a lot of the time. That 3/4 body is something that's very difficult for a lot of decks to remove. It requires a little bit more setup, and you can't just 1-for-1 it most of the time.
Especially when he gets a buff counter from Attune the Winds and he goes crazy.
So we're seeing 3 set down here. JC materialized a GCR and popped it immediately. Plunged that influence. And now I think you can go straight back to the wide strategy. Now,
So
since
those of you who are jumping in to stream just now, game 2, JC Cologne had a noticeable deck list error. We saw him banish an Innervate Agility. It's not in the deck list, so he does get issued a game loss for that. So Jimmy Lee does take the victory 2-0 in round 3. However, both participants have agreed to continue playing it out just for fun. A little bit of cosmetic match for stream, so you guys have something to watch. Reprogram. Reprogram. It's going to take one less damage here from the Lurking Assailant.
And was that... Okay, there we go. Swiftfoot Recruit coming down as well. It is kind of a dangerous spot, though, to be JC still on Spirit. As in Soul is going to be lethal. As is, but I don't think... Let's count influence here. We're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 influence. 3 to 4. So Jimmy is 2 cards short of being able to hard level 3 into Ensoul. At least one additional turn here to get that level up in extra HP pool. Jimmy's not putting pressure on the life total itself right now, so any amount of buffer will be beneficial. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a choose 2. There's a reprogram. Still going to put a card short, but there's still that one additional card. This would be a great time for Jimmy to play Ghost of Pendragon. Go ahead and get some more cards in hand, set up for lethal next turn. And that Sword of Seeking has already done its job, its use.
Oh, Pendragon.
The playing Crux, it's a very flowchart of I'm level 3. If yes, play Ghosts. If no, get to level 3.
Yup. The flowchart. Is Crux enabled? No. Why isn't Crux enabled? Enable Crux.
Lurking and stifling, doing something, having a good old time. Ghost taking out lurking. Dungeon swinging in for 1. Softening up that spirit. Making it nice and malleable. Leveling up to learning level 1.
Whoa. Influence of a billion going down -1. Gonna go down to 6, draw 1, bring it to 7.
Which
Failing
then
Breeze is
enables
lost.
any balance. So Gildas is a viable ally to play on this turn to be able to swing for 4 and more importantly remove that Ghost of Pendragon.
Read down. For a balanced Gildas. Balanced Gildas comes in for 1.
For 1.
Or for 3, for 4, sorry.
1 plus 3 is 4. Quick math. Removing that Ghost of Pendragon.
I'm cooked. All these deckless errors got me cooked.
It's okay, just read the script we have. We know how the games are going.
Interesting. Swings in with the Swift Recruit. Not afraid of Ensoul killing him. I guess maybe it was a Veiling Breeze?
I really think that Swift Recruit should have been held back. Jimmy now has enough
GCR.
influence to cast Ensoul with that GCR. And although Jimmy's not windmill slamming it down, he may not have drawn it.
3 down for a Creative Shock. Whoa. Jimmy kind of chilling because he's got a lot of HP still. It's pretty flexible at the moment. If he discards a floating, he can go into a Drawn Blade next materialization. No idea what that was. He's too quick with it.
It could be anything. And it looks like we are getting rid of the Sword of Seeking here, swinging in for 1. Very curious to see what we're going to be looking at for materialization here. We want to keep that Gildas balance as much as possible, so something that doesn't immediately draw you cards. We want to perhaps look for a Worn Diary. If anything, this may be the point. Bring out Ornamental. So
Or
this is
diary.
money.
There's no way, man.
So this tells me that we're looking at a second wind option here, and this Gildas is going to be swinging in for tons of damage.
Build this for 12. If that Swift Recruit was like a charged mannequin, this could be really scary though.
Yeah, being able to take advantage of that power cell. And that's the problem we do run into running the hybrid version of both organic and inorganic allies, is that sometimes you just get a board state of not being able to pop your power cell.
That's a fantastic way to phrase that. Organic and inorganic.
We do have Gildas.
Did he reprogram the Gildas?
Second wind into...
No, I'm wondering what Jimmy put down.
Oh.
Or did he Resolute? No, I think he alternate cost Resolute Stand.
Okay. He did, yes. I only see Jimmy pinging up damage by 2. Resolute. This time he had it. An unfortunate moment when you were going for a big power swing turn. You left 12 potential damage, dropped all the way down to only 4 damage because of it.
The question is, does JC have the Veiling Breeze? Because if not, he is dead to an Ensoul. I guess even if he does have the Veiling Breeze, Ensoul still clears his entire board.
Correct, yeah. Also, Ensoul with... Oh, gosh, it's hard to do the math without seeing the cards in my hand. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, only 11 or 12 damage off of Dispersion if there was an Ensoul Dispersion. So not quite dead from that route. Still, though, Jimmy swinging in with
Isn't it 10?
Is it 10? So we have 2 from Zephyrs, 2 from...
2 from Longsword, 2 from Seeking, 7 swords total.
7 swords, 6.
Library Witch.
Library Witch. You are correct, yes, 10. 7 swords total, 3.
I think you would also, if you had Ensoul Dispersion and they played Resolute Stand, you would what? Dispersion everything except for the Karmanon, right? And then you would just swing for 9 with it, the Resolute. So you'd deal 6. So you would deal 9 plus 6 is 15.
I think you do
break
swing
6
with
swords.
the Carnarvon, or get rid of it, and you swing with the longsword instead, which grants you the additional... Oh, no, you're right, because of the dispersion. Yeah.
And then you want to break as many swords as possible and use the durability counters. Not bad. Ensoul Dispersion through the Resolute still 15. Pretty good.
Maybe throw in a Savage Slash if you have that amount of influence.
True.
And JC bringing out the Worn Diary.
Reprogram again. Jimmy's just taking a beating here. Getting the ally beatdown.
Surpassing that halfway life total point for Jimmy. Starting to get really into the danger zone.
19 now.
What is the materialization choice?
He's taking Warrior's Longsword because he has two floating memory.
This sword does swing for 4, which is actually a big difference maker. It removes Gildas off the field. able to go ahead and take care of Lurking Assailant.
If he swings with it first, it means he has Pendragon in his hand, right?
Yes. He would have Pendragon. Actually, I was just about to say Devastating is gonna be
goodness.
11 damage, putting him to 18.
Devastating blow is kind of big.
Dungeon Guide swings for 1. Jimmy has to find 1 point of damage somewhere.
Devastating blow for 7 plus 4, 11. Failing. Oh, it's Innervate Agility.
Does that save you here, though?
Yeah, because he stealths himself.
Correct. It's not with the sword. I'm so used to Sword of Seeking being the only one using to attack.
Yep. Dev blow, useless. I guess it depends if he. Well, no, because everything would be stealth, so it doesn't matter what he wouldn't be able to attack anything. Dev blow would just fizzle.
Yeah.
Lorraine will be rested.
A flame sweep would have been so nice.
Imagine if he actually had Innervate Agility in his deck list. This game would have been so much better for him.
I'm very curious the thought process on excluding Innervate Agility. I feel like that card is very good right now in the current meta of decks.
Did he draw off a Hardcast Resolute? I guess he did.
We're gonna have to get a judge in there. I gotta yell at Jimmy as well.
Did he? I have to go back and check. I don't actually know if he did. He played the Resolute Stand. I have no idea if he put cards down for it or not. Well, either way, Cosmetic third match. Not gonna send a judge in there. The question is Jimmy dead? He's looking kind of dead right now.
You know, this would be our second Cosmetic match where the person with the decklist error would end up taking it in a best of 3.
Well, it's because he's still playing the cards from the decklist error, right? If he were to change them out now, like he would have lost already because he wouldn't have the innovative available to him.
It's just weird that it's happened twice. Yeah.
Second wind. E4 damage. Gilda swings for 1. Ace and Protector.
To
Swift Recruit.
Swift Recruit. If that was a charged mannequin, we would have
Swift Recruit pass. Sword of Inversion. Jimmy's bringing out every sword one by one.
Jimmy does not need Ensoul. He just needs materialization phases.
True.
And we're looking at potentially, I think, 7 cards in influence for Jimmy. So clearly has not found a Ensoul. Swinging in with Lorraine for 4 damage first. What did the Lorraine swing at? Nothing was removed off the board. Okay, so it looks like Lorraine's swinging to Gildas. Now Dungeon Guide's coming in.
Library Witch. Fog more damage.
Poison Coating Oil. Gonna look at the lethal route with Lurking Assailant. Swift Recruit's gonna go ahead and take out the Library Witch, and then hopefully Lurking will end the game. I do have a question for you though. What are your thoughts on 2 different Swiftfoot recruit arts on the board at the same time.
I'm a heathen. I like to cause chaos. Some might call me like lawful evil or whatever the term is. I would play, given the opportunity, 4 different arts of a card. I would play the base card of foil, the alt art promo, and the alt art promo foil. Just because I think it's funny, and I really like having a lot of different cards available to me. But I know a lot of people, when I do that, they get really mad. So if you see me out there, I may have 4 different dungeon guides. Maybe one non-foil, one foil, one alt art foil.
You only become more powerful as more promos come out.
I feed on people's tilting. You know, the more you tilt at my cards on the field, I feed on the energy.
For those of you at home wondering, is like why you don't want to do that is because in a competitive setting, it does give away information to your opponent as you discard or reveal those cards, because your opponent knows exactly the amount you have, things like that. If everything is the same, so example, all 4 copies are foil or all 4 copies are non-foil, it's less likely your opponent can keep track of exactly your ratios and stuff you have in deck.
Yeah, as long as I can distract you with my shiny cards, that's the goal. The more I distract you, the easier it is for me to take a W. But yeah, that's kind of quick. Definitely to like a faster matchup when we see, you know, Fire and Soul versus, I mean, just a Fire Lorraine level 2 Flame Sweep into allies is usually kind of good. But looking at the round time here, I believe we have 5-ish minutes left.
5-ish
you want to do
minutes.
that now? No more organization, only chaos. Yes. Join me. Become part of the chaos. Become what everyone hates.
We could all have order and work together to make sure everything is uniform in our decks, and that would be amazing. Think about the judges.
My favorite form of chaos is because tokens don't need sleeves. All of my tokens have different sleeves. And some of them are oversleeved and some of them aren't oversleeved, just to make the sizes slightly different. I am the agent of all chaos. All chaos is welcome here.
The power cell is a triple sleeved, quadruple sleeved. Make sure it's nice and thick.
The power cell is quadruple sleeved, but it's also just a blank power cell token, just to make it even better.
What's another token you use frequently besides power cell?
I play a lot of Tony, so I use all the tokens.
Okay.
Automaton drones. I play both the automaton drones, or also great swords. I have like 3 or 4. I use power cells with Atmos shields. I have all the obelisks. Other than that, I play a little bit of Tristan, so I have the Omnis Shadow tokens. But the last one would be Spirit Shard.
Okay.
The Spirit Shard token.
So what you got to do then is you take those blank tokens that were provided to us as SP2 box toppers. If you guys haven't seen that, make sure you go ahead and check that out because they're amazing. But you go ahead and get those, and then for your Power Cell token, you take the Automaton Drone art, put it on there. For your Oristil Greatsword token, you take the Power Cell art, put it on there.
Technically, you're actually not allowed to do that. Because you're not allowed to use the art of an existing card in attempt to mislead someone into thinking your card is something that already exists. So, for example, if you took a Spirit Shard token and you made it look like a dungeon guide, your opponent could like call a judge and ask them to like replace the token for you or use something else in place of it, because it is. You could argue that you're intending to mislead your opponent into thinking that card is different than what it is. But if you guys want to see what the blank tokens look like from SP2, they are actually just blank. It's just text and then a blank space.
So they are playable. They come in many shapes and forms. One of the really cool ones is we have the Spirit of Water, Fire, and Wind in that.
I mean, I have them all here. I can show them off.
Yeah, let's show them off. SP2 was released at Anime Expo just in July, a couple weeks back. So if you guys haven't been able to get your hands on it, I'm sure we're going to be seeing that at a lot of major events. These are all really cool cards. As we said, they're official GA cards, so you can play them and use them. And it allows you to do your little art doodles on them.
I have a lot of extra of these. I opened a lot of SP2 at Anime Expo. I think I have like 3 full sets of all of them, and then some of the herb tokens I have like, I want to say like 10. So there's like one of each herb. They have like the dice on them, and then all the obelisks and stuff. Aura Steel Great Swords, ammo shields. They got it all. Got it all. So there's 18 different blank toppers. It is the 6 herbs, the 5 Neos ones, so Atmos Shield, Aura Steel Greatsword, the 3 obelisks that you summon from Genesis Aegis. There's Automaton Drone, Power Cell, Spirit Shard, Ominous Shadow, and then the 3 spirits, the Water, Wind, Fire.
And yes, you did say that.
And Power Cell, if I missed that one.
You did say Power Cell. I was gonna say Power Cell as well, but I had to double think, process that.
You want to get the blank ones? You can DM me. Lots. You put these away now. My desk is a mess because of these things.
It's so cool too. It gives artists actual cards to be able to draw on, so they could do their art. One thing, if you guys do appreciate those altered arts and customs, things like that, make sure you do support the artists that are doing it. It takes a lot of time and effort. We did see earlier in round 2, Kaben showing off Thing 1, Thing 2 Ominous Shadow tokens on those nice blank SP box art tokens.
It's a pretty cool one. Big fan. Big fan of Thing 1, Thing 2. I'm actually in talks with having someone do commissioned art for all 18 tokens. Well, it'll be more than 18 tokens. I want to get like 24 tokens done.
That'd be awesome.
Let me count how many I'm actually doing.
For my Fire Spirit, I personally got a Lorraine sticker and got that right nice on it. So now I have a Spirit of Fire Lorraine. Very cute. Love to see it. Spreading happiness and joy as I play the game.
I want 25 different things. I was gonna commission an artist to take a specific character and then draw that character as all of the different tokens.
That would be really cool to see. Are you thinking more of like an OC character or just a favorite character in general?
I'm gonna pick a character from GA for sure. There's also some really nice altars. I don't know if you've seen them, but Kaben's wife has other altars. There's a Studio Ghibli one that's fantastic.
Yeah,
I think the Spirit of Fire is Calcifer, Spirit of Water is Haku, and then Spirit of Wind is Totoro.
And those are insanely beautiful. I love watching them post them. I'll start with the original Spirit altars, moving into more different versions of cards. They do a wonderful job as well because it's extended art. They really go outside of the borders, cover the whole, give it a nice 3D effect.
There's so much cool stuff. Dude, this tournament's been crazy. We're on round 4 of 8. I guess we're done round 4 of 8.
No, that was round 3.
That was round 3, right? So we're going into round 4 of 8. Yeah, it's so early. I feel like it's been all day already. Holy. But yeah, pretty cool to see. Seen some good deck lists. I'm very excited to see some more cool deck lists.
Indeed. And we do have that little bit of time here where I can go over my top 8 predictions as we went over yours round 1.
Oh yeah, hit me with it. I'm gonna pin our predictions.
Alright. So in top 8, what I'm thinking we're gonna see is 3 Sylvie decks.
Whoa.
2 of them being Spirit of Slime, 1 being Spirit of Fire. We're gonna see 1 Fire Merlin, not hybrid. I'm calling it now. It's gonna be pure Fire Merlin. Additionally, with that, we're going to see 1 Water Allies player. I believe Water Allies is here for a super strong showing, and I'm super excited to see it. It has such a good matchup into a lot of these decks. 2 Wind Allies, 1 of them being robots, 1 of them being humans. And then to top it all off, we're going to have 1 Fire and Soul Lorraine. I am completely biased on this one. I really love Ensoul. I love the deck, and I want to see it. And with that, I'm going to say Fire and Soul will be taking the entire tournament.
Okay, so when you say Water Allies, what do you count Bayleaf's deck list as? Because it plays Ensoul, but it's very Water Allies focused.
So Bayleaf is someone who I've talked with in the past. They've shared their deck with, and I thought it was super cool and interesting. I'm gonna say it's a more water allies with a top end of Crux. It reminds me very familiar of the Ascent Houston water allies deck that went around. It was the pure like Gildis, a bunch of little dorks, but then caps out at level 3 with Dispersion and Ghost of Pendragon.
I totally get you on that one. Ooh, interesting. So we're kind of close on our predictions. Not quite the same per se, but so I think 2 slimes. You think 3 slimes. I think 1. I think Merlin plus a hybrid. You think just a Merlin. But you don't believe in Nico or Tristan.
As much as I love Nico, I don't believe in a 8-round event with the field that I've currently seen is going to be able to pull through as much. Nico really thrives eating decks like Merlins, things like that. And the ally decks have such a strong presence into them that it's hard for them to try and stabilize that board presence. We see Nico players taking 2 to 3 turns just to try and set up hand advantage, things like that, while the ally players can push through. Nico's one of biggest Achilles heel is Wind Robots at this current moment. Along with Wind Tristan, it's not that I doubt the players playing that deck or the deck's ability itself. I just feel like there is too many variables that you are going to be running into, with especially because we are seeing some burn decks that will shut down Tristans before they're able to set up and stabilize. Tristans love to thrive in an environment where they're able to control the tempo of the game themselves. And if there's another deck that is going to be more demanding and makes you play only reactionary, Tristan is not going to be able to succeed.
That makes sense. I feel it. I never throw Nico out of the running because that deck can high roll so hard. It feels like when people play like Turbo Rye or like a Fire Xander aggro burn, like you can just high roll people to the point where there's just no coming back. Like you double Icebound Slam someone, it's just like game is just
Yeah.
game is over. Especially if they disrespect it even in the slightest. But
you could even turn
a lot of
one Icebound
flexibility.
Slam into Ravishing Finale turn 2 if you mill 5 or 2 floating, and that's 14 damage right off the bat.
Rios trying to turn me around, doubting him because he's on Rye. Yeah, I don't think Rye's top 8ing. I'm saying it right now. Rye can top 16. I don't think Rye's top 8ing. Not today.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure for Rise. As what's the cutoff for top 8? You're 7-1.
Top 8? Top 8 you probably need, yeah, probably like 18 or 19 points.
Yeah. Let's see. Will we even have an undefeated? That is the good question here.
What were the 3 other decks in the champ breakdown? There's an Allen player, there's a Polcock player, and there's one other thing. Let me scroll up and look for it. Oh yeah, there's 2 Vanitas players. Because Vanitas was at 2, I think. I gotta scroll up and find it. Yeah, Vanitas at 2.
So there is a chance we don't have an undefeated today after 8 rounds.
It's actually probably a pretty good chance. I find it pretty rare to have an undefeated after 7 rounds.
Yeah. So
because, I guess it depends. Do you count a tie as undefeated?
I do not count a tie as undefeated.
Yeah, so then I think it's going to be pretty rare to see undefeated after 7 rounds.
Because after round 7, there should be only one person who is undefeated. And then after round 8, it is 0.5 people who would be undefeated. So a lot of people would just draw on that round 7 if they were in that position anyways. Very curious on those
Allen is the
Vanitas
0.5 on
decks.
Sylvie. Yep. Oh, I was wrong. We had 213 players registered, not 212. It's someone joined after with a round 1 loss, I think.
Oh, better late than never.
Whoa.
Players only have to play in 2 rounds to be able to get that sweet Sapphire pack for participating in a regional. So you might as well join in, help out the numbers, support the community, and get some foil recollection cards. And for the amount of Sylvie players we have, people are hunting those foils right now. So many of those are you can only get in Sapphire packs. And everyone loves to bling out their deck.
Me. Bling deck fun.
Do you play CSR sleeved in a deck?
I do. I play max rarity if I have it. I play every rarity of a card that I own. I may or may not play full rarity at Chicago. I don't really know if I want to. Traveling with expensive cards is a fear of mine now after what happened.
Yeah.
But maybe just a deck, because I can just keep the deck with me at all times.
Keep that. Get you a nice little strap with a little deck holder.
True. See,
I'm a big fan of the full art non-foils. I try and put as many full art non-foils in my deck as possible. I really love how GA offers that kind of.
It's just like Terry. Terry does that too.
Yeah, it's cool because you get the borderless without having to worry about any of like the shiny things like that.
Mm-hmm. Actually, speaking of that, one of the things I really like about GA cards is the border of GA cards. I actually will intentionally play a bordered invite card versus the CPR. So like fast cure invites, I'd rather play fast cure invites than the CPR because I don't really like cards that have no border on them. And that's kind of my biggest issue with CSRs. CSRs have no borders on them, but the borders make the cards look so clean. So like when you look at the fast cure invite versus the fast cure CPR, while the fast cure CPR looks nice because of the texture, I like how clean the invite itself looks.
Yeah, it's with the we could call it extended art of the fast cure, and still having that blocked off, it does look really nice. A lot of players do tend to do that as well, as we saw in our first game. The Merlin player was running the bordered fast cures.
Glass. What are you guys' tips on packing for Ascents? All right, let's each go top 3 tips. You first.
Oh, packing for Ascents. Make sure you bring your deck with you.
Deck?
You have your extras, your necessities like a trade binder and then make sure you bring a water bottle.
Yeah, water bottle's definitely a good one. Let's see, top 3 things to pack to an Ascent. I would suggest packing. So on top of having water, I think it's really important to have small snacks. So whether that's like a granola bar or like like some fruit gummies or something, whatever you need is important there. Alongside with your trade binder, I think it's really important to bring extras of all your cards, especially if you have foils of your cards in your deck. In case they deck check you and they're like, hey, you need to replace this card. Having the card available is very handy. And extra sleeves. Extra sleeves are really important. If you only have 60 of a single sleeve, do not bring that sleeve to a competitive event. Go buy a new pack of sleeves that has 100 of them or something and bring that instead. Because if you get deck checked and they ask you to change your sleeves and you have no access to sleeves, you will either have to entirely re-sleeve your deck or you will just be screwed. And that kind of sucks. And then let's see, what would the last one be? How to pack for an Ascent. I guess not including like basic travel stuff, like obviously bring your toothbrush and stuff. Please bring deodorant.
Yes,
and
hygiene. Hygiene is important.
please and thank you. I know that sounds very basic and straightforward, but please, for the love of God, basic hygiene. People will appreciate you. People will like you. People will not talk shit about you if you smell good or smell neutral. Would be greatly appreciated.
Yep. An underrated thing to bring to Ascent as well is, I don't know if this is a cop-out answer, but a good attitude. Like, you need to, like, even if you know you're not that good of a player or you don't do well at locals, just go to Ascent with that mindset of, I'm going to win, I'm going to do my best, and you're going to find out you're going to have such a wonderful time. We don't need any... And if you have that doom and gloom of like, oh, I'm just going to go and lose, then you're not going to really enjoy. Because even your opponents you play against is a great thing. just talking with them, seeing where people are traveling from, and experiencing the camaraderie between people in the community.
Yeah, and there's a lot to do in Ascent too, right? Ascents are basically like mini conventions for GA. So you'll get the opportunity to, play side events, hang out with people, trade, talk. There's a lot of flexibility in what you can do and what you might want to do. I can't believe you've done this to me, Andy. I can't believe he'd done me like this. All right, guys, round 4, we're gonna be seeing my most feared thing to see in all of Grand Archive. Actually, maybe my most feared. Top three most dislikes for sure. The Sylvie slime mirror. What's worse than I think Tristan mirror is pretty bad.
Water Tony mirror is miserable.
True, Water Tony mirror is pretty bad too. This is all right. We're in for a tough one. We're in for a tough one, guys. So we're gonna be watching Unsung Crown, the creator of Mr. Luxera's map himself, versus Jwell. Let me grab these deck lists for you. Un moment.
Alrighty, and everyone, as we're getting into this, we are ready for some high octane slime on slime gameplay. This is going to be something where I guarantee there will be storms, there will be ethereals, and maybe even some lustrous slimes coming down. Get ready
vertical cam. Please don't give me a vertical cam. Anything but that, man. not that one, man. Crown's gonna blissful calling. All right, guys. Where's the in cap? We'll see. Lux and Xander also guaranteed to kill each other at a certain point.
Yeah. Alrighty. So we started off which assumes to be a baby gray slime. Turn 1, revealing 2 slime cards, drawing a card, and to a blissful calling. Blissful calling grabbing us a lustrous slime. So easy breezy, beautiful slime. And passing the turn there. I assume we're going to be seeing something very similar from our additional Sylvie player. To mention, both of these are Spirit of Slimes, and none of them are fire.
So looking at the deck lists, things worth mentioning, things that just kind of stand out to me, Unsung Crown's running 2 Scavenging Raccoons. Other than that, everything else looks kind of straightforward and normal. I don't really see anything out of the ordinary. When we look at Jwell's deck list, the only thing that really stands out to me is the Meadow Bloom Dryads. Meadow Bloom Dryad is definitely an interesting take. It does allow you to basically have a preserved ally, but it also allows you to put buff counters on allies whenever this enters the field, or if it's on the field. Kind of cool. It's like a mini permanent force cake, in a sense.
Yeah, and I feel like the slime decks have maybe like 4 to 5 flex cards that you see a lot of these players sort of testing with, toying around. There is also a baby blue slime on Crown's side of the deck list as well, which is something that not a lot of players run.
How would you look at that? Baby gray slime on both sides.
And
Holy.
blissful calling.
It's almost like it's a slime mirror. Something also to note, Unsung Crown not running B-spawned ears in the sideboard or the main board, whereas Jwell is. It's a sideboard tech when some people are running Dustlight Communion in the main. If you're running B-spawned ears and you want to go the minus level route with the Umbra card banishment, without having B-spawned ears, you won't have Pride 3. So it'll be very difficult for you to play around it if you don't have Slime's Blessing.
He is running Slime's Blessing in the side as a replacement effect for it.
Whoa. Slime's Blessing. True. Going to see a banishment of a lustrous slime that is now into the abyss. God will figure out what card that is, not me, not I. I love a good blinding light. I mean, Crown is a Xander player. Come on, he's basically blinding steel. I'll allow it. I'll allow it this time.
Too many Luxem Slights. Alrighty, what slime's gonna get the buff counter here? That's a big consideration. Scavenger Raccoon is not that good of an option here, as it's just gonna benefit the other Sylvie player with having more slimes banished, so we're probably not gonna see that Raccoon touch the board at all in this best of 3. Baby Red on attack, we got the discard, drawn to memory, and you only get the additional +1 attack if that discarded card was fire, it being a limitless, meaning it's only 3 damage.
Good old Baby Red. You know, the crazy thing is we're going to see a Baby Red on the other side, too, in a moment here, since he has 2 Baby Reds available. Baby Red sees Baby Red. Whoa. Would have expected. 2 down for Gather Slimes.
Escape, Limit, Shield, Blissful, and Baby Blue, or Green.
Limitless Slime. Whoa. Maybe Crown Scavenging Raccoons are going to be big here.
I do have a feeling that we're going to see another Baby Red Slime absorb the buff counter from Sylvie here.
We're going to see Baby Red Slime discard Limitless, right?
Yes.
Whoa. That is a horrible dye color to use as a buff counter.
That is.
Also, I'm pretty sure that die is I think it's the Hidden Fates Pokemon dice.
Ooh, Baby Red coming in on attack trigger. With this card, Jwell's saying, I like your play so much, I'm going to do the same thing here.
Me copy your play.
And that was into the other Baby Red, so there may only be one.
Turn 2 player being able to clear turn 1 player. Whoa.
Getting backup charger here. Gonna replenish some of that hand. Now since Baby Red is gone, I'm not gonna have as much filter as initially thought for this start of the turn. And here we're going to be looking for some more Baby Grays, maybe some Forest Cakes to help dig through that deck a little bit more.
Good old backup charger. Big fan of the power cell.
Oh, and that was just a pass turn. Interesting. So Crown may be holding on to things like fast speed interactions, like gather slimes.
I'm gonna guess we're seeing an end step gather slimes here. That's my guess. End step gather slimes. Ooh, lustrous slime goes away here for banishment.
Heavy player's banishment is exactly the same, I believe. Illustrious in it. Yep. I'm drawing a card off of Sylvie level 2 because we do control an animal on that side of the field.
And recollect and draw. Whoa, influence of a lot. Do we see the dungeon guide? Surely the dungeon guide is there.
Yeah, there's a dungeon guide here. There's no reason not to go to level 2 if you did not have the dungeon guide, unless you're banking for a random draw. Because if you did not have it, you could have just taken a backup charger turn as well, and you would still be ahead in influence.
Oh, there it is. The dungeon guide-aroo.
What 3 slimes are gonna get, or 2 slimes are gonna get banished here? We're probably getting rid of the baby green slime, and oh no!
Oh, Hymn of Gaia's Grace. And
interesting
a limitless
card to put
slime.
down.
Whoa.
That does signal that we are not wanting to go for the king slime route then, if we're putting Hymn of Gaia's Grace.
Ooh, ethereal slime. Ethereal slime doing ethereal slime things. Yup, getting a 5/5 slime on the field pretty early here is kind of scary.
Especially since Sylvie has no way to really fight for board control besides playing slimes and allies themselves. And the only way to answer this ethereal will be a storm slime or an ethereal on Crown's own side of the board.
This is kind of scary. Kind of scary. We're seeing, what is this? 8 damage on board, potentially. Oh no, 9 damage on board, potentially 10.
I think a storm
Red
slime
discards a fire.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Gather
11.
Slimes and Slime Shield both have protection possibilities. It costs a lot though. Ooh, Songbird.
What are we gonna try and find here?
We have Guy's Grace, Baby Green. Oh, Ethereal Slime. That's kind of good.
That is. Do we play it now though? I think we do. We just pushed.
Just push for damage.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have an easy way to deal with the Ethereal Slime, so you might as well.
I feel like you just want to fill up your board as well, make your opponent answer you, and I do believe he has a Storm Slime in hand, so as soon as 4 allies are put to that graveyard, you could get Hymn of Guy's Grace to increase your damage.
Guy's Blessing?
Guy's Blessing, yes.
What's he banishing? Vernon Scepter? Oh, Horn of Beast Calling. Didn't even look at the card he drew. No fear. All right, so we're gonna come in for 1, 2, 5, 10, and then possibly 13.
Such a huge momentum swing.
5. That's 3. 1, 1. Then Baby Red swings 2. I don't even think he checked what was in his hand to see if he wanted to discard it.
He did do a little peek after setting it down.
It must be good then, because like I feel like any slime card you discard there to just draw another one to try to fill your graveyard.
Yes.
Or sorry, slime ally, not slime card.
Well, we see a fast activation of Baby Green, which will lead us into Sylvia level 2. The Power Cell being targeted by the Baby Green.
Goodbye, Power Cell. Destroyed forever. Oh, another Lustrous Slime.
Another Lustrous, yeah. I think Crown wanted a Lustrous here, though. That taunt is really going to come in handy. But the question is, do they answer with their own dungeon guide?
Low key, you really want a red slime, so you can just kill everything on the board.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately here, I don't see a red slime in the possible options for Crown. Gonna have to find another way to get through this sort of slimy pressure.
There's the dungeon guide. Took a while to decide what he wanted to put down, so potentially has a lot of good options. Another Lustrous Slime and a Twilight. So all 3 Lustrous Slimes are gone?
There's one more. He's hanging on. He's representing the team.
Whoa. What's something cool about slime deck lists is I feel like everyone runs different ratios.
Yeah, there's really no wrong answer to slimes, how many of each you should run. Actually,
it's just like you pick them based on what you think you're going to play against. But the objective wrong answer is if you don't run 4 Storm Slimes and probably 4 Ethereal Slimes, you might be doing a little trolling.
Yeah. But or you're just on a different wavelength. You've realized that too many people have Spell Shroud, so it's not going to work. Twilight Slime is one of those interesting ones that a lot of people are running that seems in the moment not that good of a choice. I'd rather have Vampiric over, but it does make sense why you would include it in main board.
I like Twilight Slime in the sideboard. I'm not really a huge fan of it in the main board. It does give other slime cards or slime units the spell shroud, which is nice. But overall, I mean, basically what we're looking at for ratios is if you don't run 4 Baby Grays, 4 Ethereal, 4 Storm Slimes, Like,
Four
and maybe 4
ethereals.
baby reds. I feel like baby red is also like a 4 of in like every single deck.
Yes, baby reds really help you filter your hand, allow you to discard more slimes to feed in to for activation. It fills into Slime King, although not a lot of decks are running Slime King. It's always a 1 of or a 2 of in most decks. But we do see an Arcane Slime hitting the board, shooting the 5 toughness Crux Slime, as we were talking about. And then now sort of a board clear in itself.
It's actually a fantastic turn to come around here. So, you know, we see the 5/5 slime come in. So the on enter slime is the level 3 slime. Normally you'd be like, oh cool, we'll just take that to take out the other ethereal slime, right? But he actually has the ability to play the arcane slime, deal 5 damage to that one, so take that out without needing to use your biggest slime to push in. Now you're able to clear both of the stealth units on the board and regain, you know, all of your board presence. Went from having 5 things on board, right? Like Jwell was an entire turn ahead for materializations and then had 5 allies on board, right? But now he's completely cleared that. Unsung Crown has the 3 buff countered ethereal slime plus the storm slime, and then has the 2 small things, right? The dungeon guide and the baby green. So like the stabilization of this is really, really good. Even though his influence is like slightly lower than his opponent's, and he did lose the power cell, I think he's stabilized to a point where he might actually be able to take the game still.
We do have to consider the fact, though, that there is a lethal route that we can find here if there is a Storm Slime in hand. I do believe we have the dice marking 4 slimes already banished. There will be an additional 4 banished off of Gaia's Blessing, if that does come out, since the board was removed. But we see a
kind of big
Slime King, Ethereal, and Gaia's Songbird getting discarded here. And so yeah, that's going to be 8 banished slimes then here in a bit, which is going to be setting with a Storm Slime up for lethal potential.
Was he fast activating here? Definitely not a Storm Slime, right? He wouldn't want to fast activate the Storm Slime before being able to activate the Gaia's.
Baby Gray, I think, would be the best bet to activate here.
Or Baby Green, target the stones. Oh, it is the Baby Gray. You're right. Yeah.
Baby Gray is going to allow that additional... and the reveal of the Storm Slime.
This is scary now.
Yeah.
So Crown has 13 damage counters on him, 1 card in hand, and no ability to play like any interaction, right? The only thing you'd be able to play is a Slime Shield, but that requires you to have 1 more card. So we're going to see 4 go into banishment here. Storm Slime's going to come in for, I believe, 9 damage.
Storm is going to be 8. So 4 that was banished, and then 4 currently now that is banished.
Okay, so Storm Slime for 8 puts him at 21, and then Storm Slime just swings for lethal, right?
Lethal, yep, exactly. And that's the route that we were initially looking at here when we saw the pass turn from Crown. And that's the problem with removing all the slimes on board that Jwell put on, is because yes, you're no longer going to be dying to combat damage, but you now then set up the potential for Storm Slime to be lethal, which he ended up having. I don't even think he drew it off of the Horn of Beast, or not the Horn of Beast calling, the
Stone Scale Band. No, I'm pretty sure he had it down already.
And just like that,
actually, he might have drawn it because he Stone Scale Banded and put 3 into his graveyard, drew a bunch of cards. It was the second card on the right, and the card on the far right was the card that he kept from the Stone Scale Band. So he actually did draw it off the Stone Scale Band. However, it might have been the first card off the top, so he might have just had it regardless. Looking into the matchup though, like, gotta see, you know, what would you want to sideboard in this if you're Unsung Crown and if you're Jwell?
I think sideboard for a Crown, looking at this right here, we need those Resolute stands in. We clearly saw that the amount of pressure and ally swarm that Sylvie is able to provide, especially if they get that additional materialization on you and fast level up with Dungeon Guide. And then I want to throw in Vampiric Slime as well. We're going to be fighting for board pressure. We're going to be fighting for control. So this is going to be a really good way to restore some life and be able to not only have removal and healing at the same time.
Yeah, Vampiric Slime's nice. It does help deal with a lot of the chip damage. There's no Bestial Frenzy in the list. Best Frenzy is a little bit of a high roll in that situation. You don't actually need it with the Vampiric Slime. Recovering for like 3 or 4 is more than enough. We've seen it happen with Gather Slimes, right? In ally matchups against Slimes, if you gather Slimes once or twice, heal for 3 or 4, like you can stabilize yourself to the point where you can win the game.
Yeah.
The concerning thing for me on both player sides is like this is a ticking time bomb, right? Neither player is running a Safeguard Amulet. However, Twilight Slime does exist, so maybe Twilight Slime is the answer for both of these players. You know, afraid of Storm Slimes coming in.
I think at this moment, though, you side out Twilight Slime. It is too slow for the volatility of this game. Both players are looking for fast kills, fast level ups, and Twilight Slime forces you to take a turn off in order to go ahead and play it and then set that up. And it can easily be removed by an Ethereal Slime or pretty much any your Advanced Element Slime swinging in. And all it takes is for an Ethereal or a Vampiric Slime to swing in, kill the Twilight Slime, and then Arcane Slime has free reign once again. And not only did you waste your turn playing the Twilight Slime, but you're now can't answer that Storm Slime with maybe your own if you have Stone Scale Band on the board.
Yeah, one of the biggest things with Storm Slime is, or not Storm Slime, sorry, with Twilight Slime is that you're likely going to need a Force Cake on the field, because what you're going to want to do is when you play your Twilight Slime, you're going to want it to have 6 life, because when it says 6 life, it's really hard for the Ethereal Slime to take it out unless it also has a Force Cake, because it'll be 2 buff counters from the level 3 on enter and then 1 from the banishment on enter. It needs another Force Cake for an additional counter to get to that 6 point. And then early on, Storm Slime hitting for 6 is pretty unlikely, right? We're usually only going to see 4, maybe 5 slime cards in the banishment before you're able to use Gaia's Blessing.
Yeah. Before we jump into this game 2 here, we're going to go over Jwell's sideboard real quick. And looking at it, I think we bring in that 3rd Meadow Bloom Dryad and then those 2 Verdant Slimes. We're going to go ahead and be swapping those out probably for the Baby Blue Slimes. And ooh, that's such a tough choice. There's so many good options. Cutting down on a Gaia Songbird, as we're really already top end heavy with beasts.
Yeah, overall, I feel like it could go either way for these matchups, right? It really depends on how their openers are. Both of them last game opened with their Blissful Callings as well as the Baby Gray Slime. The biggest advantage for Jwell was just the ability to continuously level up, whereas Crown took 1 turn off for the backup charger, and it slowed him down to the point where I don't think he was able to really recover enough. The chip damage from those 2 turns was enough to indeed get him the kill from the Storm Slime.
Yeah, I think the most pivotal card in this matchup is not even a slime card in their decks. The card that is a make or break, a ride or die must have to win the game is Dungeon Guide. If you're not Dungeon Guiding immediately when you go to level 2, you lose all your momentum and gives your opponent a chance to answer back. Because whoever is able to play their first Advanced Element Slime with those 2 buff counters and get that swing in is going to be the one in the pilot seat, is going to be the one dictating how the game goes. And we saw that clearly with game 1 of Jwell being the first one to level 2 Dungeon Guide level 3 and fill that board, that massive board presence, and then Crown just had to play reactionary that whole time.
Yeah, so speaking of Dungeon Guide being the important card in the matchup, with the Gather Slimes there, Jwell is actually going to have to put that Dungeon Guide on the bottom of his deck. It's a little bit unfortunate, but hopefully has one available in his hand. Yeah, not as good of a start as you could have, right? No Baby Gray Slime, no Force Cake, whereas Unsung Crown has both. So he's able to cycle 2 cards, able to get a little bit more comfort when he goes to his level up here.
And one thing to note, very important for both these players, is that when it comes to the actual like cards you're wanting to banish, is you really have to make sure and be careful you're not putting anything that is going to affect that long-term goal. Like last game we saw, was that 4 Lustrous Slimes all banished from both sides of the players. A Lustrous Slime is actually going to be the key piece now that you're wanting to hang on to help minimize and negate that incremental damage that you'll be receiving. So we're probably not going to see those guys being set down anymore, and perhaps start to see some of the baby slimes or escape the wreckages, as they're not as needed in this current matchup.
Oh, this start is actually really crazy. So you got the baby gray, you got the forest cake. He's gonna baby red slime, sacrifice the forest cake to get an additional buff counter there, and he's gonna discard on attack a slime eruption. So Unsung Crown actually having a very, very strong start against what Jwell has the very slow opener. One of the biggest things, you know, like you said with the lustrous slime there, being able to have that taunt, deny a lot of the chip damage that comes in. When Unsung Crown last game really went for the board clear, he just didn't have the ability to interact at all against that Storm Slime, right? Didn't have any cards available for Slime Shield or Gather Slimes, any way to heal and deal with it. And that was just really crippling for him in the matchup.
Indeed, you have to choose one of two options. You commit to the board and clear, or you only have defensive options. And if you keep defensive options, you have to make sure it's able to save you for the whole turn itself. We look at other decks that run things like Veiling Breeze, Resolute Stand, stuff like that. There are cards that last for the entire turn and good against every form of damage and method, opposed to Slime Shield or Gather Slimes, where it's very minimal healing that you'll receive, or only preventing a couple of damage. And Sylvie decks tend to, when they go for the kill, it's a big number like Arcane Rye, where you're just getting hit for 8+ damage, or it's a bunch of 4 to 5 slimes hitting for 2 to 3 damage like an ally deck. And we're going to go ahead and have someone take a look at that real quick. Card is going down. Baby red slime, everyone. It does not draw into hand like Hasty Messenger. Instead, it is discard and draw into memory. It sets you up for the next turn or a level up. It does not cycle a card immediately into the hand. And when it comes to these kind of matchups, it is always important to double check your cards. You may be familiar with them. It may be kind of autopilot as you're playing, but you always want to make sure that you're fully resolving the card effects and making sure that yourself and your opponent are reminding each other about what the cards do.
So the baby red was a draw into hand. Both players agreed that the card that he put down was the card that he drew from it. So we'll just continue on from there. It's a light warning.
And baby red clearing the other one. It's a very good thing. Sylvie mirror matches tend to be the dichotomy of just how games are played in itself. At the start, it is a very tempo, value-based game plan. Both players want to Blissful Calling to cycle, Forest Cakes, Baby Grays, anything that can replace itself and net even. And then as you go into the mid game, you're looking for allies. You want to fight for board pressure, and you want to be the one to be in the commanding lead when we start to get to our late game level 3. And then as we hit that level 3 point, it turns into a combo deck, an OTK. You're looking for these crazy line of plays to maximize the amount of damage. So each level of Sylvie represents a playstyle. And as you look at these decks and you're like, oh, this seems kind of easy to play, or things like that. You got to keep in mind that you have to change exactly your thought process and the way you play each level you go as Sylvie, because the game will change in this mirror. And you don't want to be caught still on the value game plan when your opponent is ready to OTK you.
Yeah, you have to be very, very aware of how much damage someone can actually deal. There's so many cards that allow you to cycle cards from your memory into your hand. Whether it's the on leave of a Storm Slime. Oh, banish a Dungeon Guide, so he probably has another one in his hand. As well as things like Stone Scale Band, Baby Green Slime for fast activations on things. A good example is if you were to Storm Slime someone, put the cards down for Storm Slime. You can also, after attacking, you could play a Slime Eruption, targeting your own Storm Slime, so that you can draw cards back into your hand again.
And that can all be in response to the first Storm Slime's initial on-enter trigger as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of really fat, like unique and fast interactions that come in the mirror here. So being able to like remove allies from the field, like obviously there's no siphoning trap or cards like that because we're playing Spirit of Slime, so we don't have access to the base wind element cards or the base fire element cards. We have a lot of other cards that are unique, right? If you're about to take damage for lethal, you can gather slimes. You can pay 1 to activate your Stone Scale Man, and then in response to something, fast activate something else. Like there are just a lot of flexible options here.
And that's one thing
I
that
missed what he put down. Oh, there we go. A Luster Slime goes to the bottom.
one thing to really consider too as you're playing this matchup, it's the only deck that can really make any ally fast speed. And that is the very concerning point. We haven't seen it quite yet, but there's argument for if your opponent goes wide, you fast speed activate Illustrious Slime. Now your opponent,
the taunt is really relevant.
Yeah, now your opponent just their math has been thrown off. They're not sure, and it really is beneficial.
Escape the Wreckage. Yeah, Escape the Wreckage in response to the attack here is really good. What it's going to allow for is it's going to allow a way to cycle the Baby Gray, but also be able to play the Baby Gray for even more value. Bringing more cards to memory there is going to be pretty beneficial to Crown, and we're probably going to see him just hard level. I mean, he has what, influence of 10?
2, 5, 9, I believe, 10. It's close. And at that point, Sylvie only really needs 3 cards by the time you get to level 3, since your first advanced element slime, since your first slime pretty much is reduced by 2. You really want to make sure you just have a slime to play. And
Escape the Wreckage is just fantastic here, right? Return target ally you control to your memory. If you do, draw a card into your memory. So doing that with the Baby Gray slime will allow you to be able to cycle the Baby Gray again. And then this is one of those kind of moments where we talked about those fast speed interactions. Activating a slime eruption and being able to kill in response to the activation of the Escape the Wreckage does deny value and might be worth it. Ooh, interesting. Goes for the Quicksilver Grail on the level 2 here. Needs to be careful though, because if a fast activated Baby Green slime comes out, can't banish if there's a Terra card underneath there, right? They're not going to be able to utilize that.
Correct. It may be in preparation, as we saw that last game. We needed some defensive option. I do have a feeling though you only go for that play if you have that dungeon guide in hand. Because you don't want it
taking the gamble here is okay. We just saw a Baby Green slime go to the bottom of Jwell's deck, and then he does have one in banishment as well. So maybe gambling on the fact that he doesn't have a 4 of, or maybe it's just if he has more in his deck that he's unlikely to see them. The dungeon guide comes out just like you said. Oh, he did keep the Twilight Slime in. Twilight Slime in is the banishment now. We're going to see a Baby Red and the Twilight Slime there. A lot of cards in hand here for Crown. Crown could go for a really big combo kill. Ooh, this is actually going to be a really, really effective turn. So he's going to get the 2 buff counters on the Ethereal Slime from the Sylveon Enter. He's also going to choose to sacrifice the Forest Cake, giving it a 3rd buff counter. And then on the on-enter trigger, you may banish a Tamer card from your material deck. If you do, you'll be able to draw a card and put a buff counter. So this is going to be a 6/6 Ethereal Slime that just cycled itself back into hand. This is a very, very, on top of it being a really pivotal turn for Crown, there's also a really, really strong ally that's going to be hard for Jwell to clear off the board. Even if he manages to get a Storm Slime, it's not going to be a Storm Slime for 6 like we talked about earlier, right? It's not going to be able to deal with that triple buff counter or a quadruple buff counter here for the Ethereal Slime.
Yeah, that is such a big boy here on the field, and it's something that we haven't really touched base on, but people save those cakes for other options, but right now you want to push that damage as much as possible, because there's no way that a Sylvie level 2 can answer this slime. You really have to dig deep and send a lot of resources to it. And if you're planning on going to level 3, you won't be able to have that for this. So this Ethereal Slime is going to be here for a while. 6 toughness is beyond the magical number, as that requires your opponent to banish 3 slimes from their memory to go to level 3, and still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, because one of the dungeon guides there is in banishment, meaning there's only 2 slime cards available. If you have to double storm slime this, or you have to storm slime plus an ethereal slime to kill it, you're expending a lot of resources to push that, and you're also going to be going down to maybe one one card available in your hand, influence of 5, and that is just not going to feel very good.
And then we can also keep in mind here that the top 6 power or 6 toughness on the ethereal slime as well is also a great way for damage prevention with the Covenant of Thorns. It's also a 6 additional HP if needed. If somehow there's a crazy storm slime lethal, triple storm slime, it's still a great way to be a savior here. Now
baby gray. Revealing the baby gray and the baby green is kind of scary because that means that if the stone scale band comes in, he's going to be able to use the baby green on the stone scale band later on to cycle even more. Ooh, slime shield. Slime shield to protect that baby red slime there.
Still valuing the filter that it's providing here. And it does have those 2 buff counters on it, which is you really don't want those to go to waste as you've already expended the Sylvie level 1 on enter trigger and then the force cake itself.
That one actually wasn't a force cake. The slime shield does give you a buff counter. So
okay,
it went from being it's a block 3 and then it gives you a buff counter as well. Oh, losing a storm slime though is kind of rough here. Ooh, losing a storm slime is not what you want to see from the vanish or from your memory being banished, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Makes you really consider the 2 cards they did end up keeping in hand if they did put a storm slime down.
Maybe they have 2 more storm slimes anyways. Storm slime activate, second storm slime activate. It'd be kind of spicy. You could clear board with it, but it's also kind of risky at the same time, and you might not want to do that. Leaving 2 storm slimes on the board when you only have 2 cards in memory is a little bit of a throw because the way storm slime activates it's on death condition is that you have to have 2 or more cards in your memory for it to work.
Otherwise, it's not an up to trigger. It is a mandatory number you meet. But we have an ethereal slime coming on. It's gonna go ahead and banish something, cycle itself. It's always nice to get a free draw. And now we're looking sort of at a similar board state here, with ethereals being very close in a power with each other. And
yeah, the only problem is the power and life of these ethereal slimes. One is a 6/6 and the other one's a 5/5. So like if you can't kill it, playing that ethereal slime might have actually been a bit grief. We're most likely going to see a storm slime here activate, targeting the ethereal slime, and then using the 5/5 ethereal slime to clear the rest of it.
There is also an option for a slime eruption as well to ping that.
Oh, that works too. That also works. Battle of the ethereal slimes is always an interesting one. You just see a lot of stealth and true sight being thrown around. So Hornet Beast Calling can be banished here. It's also really nice because he'll be able to cycle 1 more card, which means if he wants to tap out and play 1 more slime, he could do it.
I think here, though, you do want to keep a defensive option. You've shown Slime Shield and Gather Slimes in your deck list. You may want to go ahead and start playing those games. Probably seeing if you could make sure your opponent doesn't try and remove your larger Ethereal Slime, the one being a 5/5, because with the potential of Slime Shield. And life totals are at a very low. None of them are in double digits currently right now, so no one's too concerned for...
Whoa, Slime's Blessing.
What an aggressive play here.
Oh, wait, Slime's Blessing is actually kind of crazy here. So Slime's Blessing is going to give a buff counter to every ally on the field and also a level counter to champion?
He targeted the 3 slimes instead of champion here, so everyone's just getting a buff counter. We're all getting stronger.
Yeah, I guess you don't need the level counter, so you might as well. That's crazy. Slime's Blessing kind of popping off here.
Which allows that ethereal slime to trade now.
Yup. Oh, that's actually so good. So he's going to trade, have a 6/6 slime. He's going to have a 4/4 slime and a 5/2 red slime. That's a lot of damage on the field.
5/4 red slime.
Oh yeah, 5/4. Why did I say 5/2?
And I see it. A full board clear is the proper thing to do here. You want to make sure you limit your opponent's ability to trade into now your board state. It is a one of those things where you had to answer your opponent's strong Ethereal Slime board. Now they have to answer a double Ethereal Slime board. And it's starting to look like Ethereal Slime is the MVP of the mirror match. The ability to just have to be answered every turn using so many resources. Your Storm Slimes are having to target it. Your own Ethereal Slimes are going to have to be swinging into it. And there's no other way in these deck lists to be able to remove a stealth unit.
I believe that was that the Stone Scale Band underneath the Quicksilver Grill?
That was.
Oh, I thought that would be Covenant of Thorns, to be honest, and then a natural materialization of Stone Scale Band. Interesting. I don't think he has any floating available for Horn of Beast Calling. So maybe, let's see, Backup Charger was used already. Boots were banished. So I don't think he has any answers. Oh, he didn't use backup. Wait, he didn't use Backup Charger? I guess that was
Backup Charger was game one.
Last game. Yeah.
This one, Crown was a much more aggressive leveling up route that we did not have time for Backup Charger. Yeah, these Sylvie decks themselves do run very minimal floating memory, and that is for a reason and a purpose. It's because just like Arcane Rye decks, you want to banish your specific type of cards, and Sylvie wants to see Slimes banished.
Counting cards in graveyard, 2 dungeon guides are dead.
Looking for a Gaia's here.
So we're going to activate it. 4 slime cards to banishment now.
Putting us that total 8 banished Slimes.
Guy's Blessing activation. The alternate activation of Guy's Blessing is great. It's so synergistic with this deck. It allows you to banish 4 Slimes, enabling your potential Storm Slimes, but it also lets you play with the top card of your deck revealed. Now, this is a fantastic advantage in some cases, because if you have an ally or if you have a beast or an animal at the top of your deck, you can play it from there, which means you don't have to expend more cards directly from your hand. Basically lets you play with like a pseudo 1 extra influence.
And it really matters as you get deeper into the game. It allows you to dig, and it really helps set up for your next turn. I know a lot of players will always try and manipulate the top card of their deck using Stone Skill Band with their Enter effect, things like that. Even Blissful Calling allows you to really set up and, get the top 5 off of the deck to be able to see even further in.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool interactions with Guy's Blessing, things that I only recently began to understand. So, for example, Blissful Calling, right? It says look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and then reveal a animal or beast, I believe, and put it into your hand. So you actually, if you have Guy's Blessing enabled, you only have to show the top card, and then the rest of them can just come into your I guess view when you're looking at those cards, because they're technically considered in your deck still instead of on the top of your deck.
Yeah, they're not out of the deck quite yet. So only one card is revealed at that current moment, opposed to something like the blue slime card, where it says reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, where it makes it public knowledge for itself.
All right, so looking at this, how does Crown find a way out? Right now, we have a lot of damage on the field, right? We have a 6/6 slime, we have a 4/4 slime, so it's 10 damage with True Sight and Stealth, and then we have 5 damage with a potential 1 extra from the baby red slime here. So we're going to see the Blissful Calling. It's going to have to look for, what, Lustrous Slime, most likely?
I think we dig for Lustrous Slime if you want to play defensively, or we go for the all-out kill turn with double Storm Slime.
Ethereal Slime, though. So we're going to reveal the top card of our deck. He's going to grab the Baby Gray. Baby Gray, good. Can't cycle more cards. That Ethereal, though, is kind of nice, but what else can he banish from his... What else can he actually banish at this point?
Another Blissful. I think Crown is digging for Storm Slimes here. There is that double Storm Slime lethal that we're looking at, because that's 16 damage from the spell portion of those 2 allies, and then the allies get to swing in for 6 themselves. The 16 damage putting a Jwell at 24, and then just 1 extra damage to win the game. That is probably your best bet as you're going through here. If you're trying to...
I don't think he found the Storm Slime, because I feel like if he did, he would have instantly put it down. Twilight Slime. Interesting. Took the Twilight Slime and not the Ethereal Slime. Ooh, and a Forest Cake. Forest Cake on top is not the greatest here.
I don't think Twilight Slime really does much for you here. The Ethereal would have been so much better to be able to stop the bleeding just ever so slightly. And
Let's see, what do we have here?
1, 2, 3, 4 cards, 5, 6 in hand for Crown. So still able to play 2 allies if needed.
Oh, interesting. Only 2 Slime Eruptions for Crown. So even if he did play a Storm Slime and then a Slime Eruption to try to make it die, to set it up further, it wouldn't quite be enough. Ooh, interesting. So okay. Twilight Slime raw on the field.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the Twilight Pass here. I don't see a reason to drop Twilight and not attack with it at all. It is still just 1 damage that you can be able to get in to help even set up further, because double Storm Slime, as I was saying, was 24 damage, or put Jwell to 24, so that 1 damage actually would have mattered a lot.
Yeah, so the nice thing when you're Jwell is you look at him, you go, okay, well, you have 2 cards in your hand available. Maybe I can just like push for lethal here, right? Twilight Slime, you can kind of just ignore it. Doesn't have taunt or anything like that. It does protect other slimes and your champion from Storm Slime, but you also have 15 damage on the field. You might not necessarily need a Storm Slime outright. If you do, suggested approach would probably be 4 damage from the Ethereal Slime into the Twilight Slime, and then attack with your other slimes and then Storm Slime afterwards. I mean, his influence is so high, he just has like the flexibility. Ooh, Songbird.
And then we did see a Quicksilver Girl come out on the field here. Assuming now that this is Covenant of Thorns underneath this one. Because if it was...
It could be Stone Scale Band. If it is, he wants to play it later on in the turn so that he can draw cards again after his memory is free. It could very well be either. If he thinks he has lethal, I think that Stone Scale Band makes a lot of sense. If he doesn't think he has lethal, Covenant of Thorns is by far a better choice.
Yeah, I think this attack is what's going to really show the hands and make the difference here. If this attack is going into Twilight Slime, which I think it is here, that means there is a Storm Slime option route, which, yeah, so Slime Shield, protecting the Twilight Slime, showing that there is a Storm Slime potential for Jwell, since he is spending his energy and resources to attack into it here.
Interesting. So he's swinging the baby red slime without discarding anything. So he's just going to just do the raw damage, wants to hold every card in his hand. 3 down here for his own Twilight Slime. He wants to protect all of his slimes. Okay. Interesting.
And would this be the moment for that Stone Skill Band if it was underneath the Quicksilver Grill? Replenish the hand, potentially be able to draw 3. Which would still be enough for a slime.
Beastbond Boots. Whoa.
Interesting. So giving a lot of respect to Storm Slime. And speaking of which, makes its first appearance on the top of the deck for Crown. But there is that Twilight Slime on the field, so it's going to have to be removed before that Storm Slime decides to try and ping something for 8.
Pesky Twilight Slime actually doing work right now. It's kind of funny how it's actually doing work right now. You know, we didn't quite expect it to be as impactful. I did say it would be nice on the early turns, but it's actually showing to be pretty useful on the later turns.
Especially because looking at Jwell's board state, you want to remove the Twilight Slime But if you're spending resources on that, you're just letting those ethereal slimes that are so buff stay around, and those are probably the bigger threat currently. But Twilight Slimes has pseudo taunt where
Whoa.
it's forcing you to remove it.
He discarded his Covenant of Thorns. I think he's going for lethal this turn. The discard Covenant of Thorns gets the buff counter. He takes it to kill the Twilight Slime because there's nothing in hand. And then afterwards goes for maybe a double Storm Slime play.
I feel like that could be correct here.
It's a bit risky to all in that though, right? Because when you think about it, if Jwell has Covenant of Thorns underneath, he probably just wins the game.
Yeah, and I would say in Jwell's position, Covenant of Thorns would be the proper thing to put under Quicksilver Girl rather than Stone Scale. The Stone Scale is probably the greedier play. And if you're playing defensive Twilight Slime, doubling up would be the better option. So Storm Slime is coming in. That's probably the one we saw off the top of the deck.
Oh, it's killing the Ethereal Slime. The 6/6 Ethereal Slime is dead.
So
and then goodbye, Gaia Songbird.
Crown not seeing a lethal route for his end, so instead playing a little bit of board control.
Oh, it is a Covenant of Thorns most likely. That's the Sunscale band. Horn of Beast Kong's already gone. If it was Verdant Scepter, he might have popped it already in response to the Storm Slime targeting the Ethereal Slime. Because then you could have you'd have seven counters on the... Or, sorry, what? Is it number of buff counters for Verdant Scepter?
It's power, I believe.
It's power? Power +1, right? So we would have had 7 counters on it? That would have been kind of spicy. 7 counters, you can tap it that turn before it wakes up. You can turn your other Ethereal Slime into a 6/6 at the beginning of turn. I see a Gather Slimes pre-recollection here.
And something to purely note here.
Oh! Storm Slime.
Is Storm Slime, but there is the boots sitting on Crown's side of the board. And so we're going to have to have 2 and immediately the boots being popped as soon as the Storm Slime.
Interesting. So I think that actually is a mistake because Storm Slime targets, so he has to choose the target and you can banish in response, right?
Yeah, you are correct on that one.
Or is it on res? Let's see. Has a spell, deal damage to target unit equal to the number of slime cards in your banishment. So you could technically wait, and then you could possibly save your Ethereal Slime. The thing is, he can just fast activate it and do it in response to your materialization, and still probably kill you with the same amount. Because we're gonna have what damage? Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, at this point, you attack, and then you say in response to your materialization, 1 down for Stone Scale Band, double Storm Slime. Prepare to die.
Stone Scale once again showing
right?
to be one of the strongest cards for Sylvie decks.
Well, does he have 6 cards?
He should.
If he has 6 cards, he has it then.
He had
1 for Stone Scale and then pay.
Oh no, only 5 because he had 4 in memory and then drew 1 for turn.
Cool, interesting.
And drawing into okay.
Does he have enough damage for this? Let's see. It's 14. He'll go to 18.
Plus
he needs 7 damage.
Storm.
Oh yeah, it should be enough.
Yeah. Okay.
You only need 1 Storm Slime now.
At the start of recollection here.
Yeah, or in response to materialization, whichever works. If he materializes the card, which he might just leave there. Skip materialization. Do it in response to
Horn of Beast Calling.
Yep,
Here we go. That Storm Slime coming in at a fast speed, double checking.
Yeah, he wants to. I guess the boots banishment at the beginning of recollection is because no cards in hand. He wants to deal with it before before everything comes out.
Also prevents your opponent from clearing your beasts to prevent you from popping the boots as well.
Big though. It's what, a 2-0 for Jwell here?
Yeah, congratulations to Jwell. 2-0 in that mirror.
I'll be honest, I thought Crown was going to take it back. There was a big swing there where his board state was really good in the first game after the big clear, and it just didn't matter. Storm Slime for lethal, and we ended up seeing the same thing in both games, right? Storm Slime comes in, smacks you in the face, ends your dreams, and says, "Hello, I'm better Rye." Take my arcane blast to the face at fast speed.
One thing we do got to point out, though, is in that matchup, there are so many pivotal points for both players where they could have pushed for a lethal route if they really just believed in their decks and their line they were taking. But everyone decided to take a more defensive option, either with clearing or they didn't want to take that uncertain factor, which plays in favor of the person who won game one. So I really would have liked to see Crown make some more aggressive plays. Brings us back to just the saying of make your opponent have the answer to answer you.
Yeah, I think a lot of it really just comes down to your personal playstyle, right? Like, are you someone who goes, if you have it, you have it, or are you someone who goes, they probably have it, they probably have it. Maybe I should play safe, play smart. It just depends, right? You know, a lot of my friends that play like really aggro decks, like fire aggro or like allies aggro, they're like, all right, you got it, you got it. If not, you die on third materialization or second materialization. And so, yeah, I mean, these players are clearly neither of those things. They both like to play it very safe, calculated, make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. They make sure that every last detail has been thought about. Play it a little bit like it's an untimed top cut or something.
Yeah,
But, you know, 2-0.
It's one of those things that you gotta make sure you're in consideration of the type of event you're in. If you're down a game, as we saw the time, we only have about 5 minutes left in the round itself, which if Crown did bring it back, we wouldn't have really a lot of time for that game 3. And so those calculated risks, I don't want to say just like crazy risks, calculated ones, of course, are the only way to go here. Is that's where you're wanting to push through because you're in his spot, down a game, be like, I need to try and close this out as soon as possible so I can go to game 3 and have a chance to steamroll it then instead. And then on Jwell's side of thinking of, I should probably play it a little bit slower, more methodical, and make sure that I'm completely locking out my opponent. They're dried on resources. They can't do anything. Give them a bunch of like ultimatums on the board state, as we saw with that Twilight Slime.
It really does come down to that, right? Like, I still want to. I gotta ask again. Do you think the Twilight Slime was the right thing to keep in the deck list, or do you think they should have taken, like, both of them should have taken it out?
So I think at the start of this series, Twilight Slime should have been taken out. After seeing what we saw, Twilight Slime should still have been taken out. It did not provide anything too pivotal on the board state itself, rather than prevent maybe like a 3 or 4 damage at max. Both players.
The thing is, 3 or 4 damage is like a decent amount, right?
Yes, except when Storm Slime, there's like double Storm Slime potential every turn for both players. It's Twilight Slime is one of those like very early, insanely good. Mid game or like that middle part, really bad because there's so many Storm Slimes. But if your opponent has exhausted resources and only has like a Storm Slime left, Twilight Slime becomes the best card in the whole game at that point.
Mm-hmm. I was just curious about it because Jwell actually brought it in on the second game, and Crown left it in. He didn't take it out at all. Partially could be due to not feeling like there was anything more relevant for him to put in. But I guess it kind of depends. We saw Jwell bring in the Slime's Blessings. He brought in the Twilight Slimes. So it makes me think he probably took out his baby blue slimes and maybe the Escape the Wreckages, or took out the Meadow Bloom Dryads, because we didn't see a Meadow Bloom Dryad in any of the Gathers or Blissful Callings.
Yeah, the Meadow Bloom Dryads probably is the best option to take out there, along with the baby blues, because they're more for the ally mirror matchup to protect some of your slimes. The Slime's Blessing was a brilliant decision to side in, as we saw it clearly helped with that tempo turn swing. really turned the game on its head. That card, just being able to buff 3 allies for its cost, is a more efficient Attune the Winds for slimes.
It's really good. It has that that flexible nature to it as well. Like we talked about, if they were running Dustlight Communion and they ran the Umber card for that, getting the -1 level Slime's Blessing is like the counter to that. Or Beastpawn Boots, obviously you can use, or sorry, Beastpawn Ears. You can use either for the level counter. But yeah, you know, having an alternate Attune the Winds is kind of spicy, especially when your biggest ethereal slime is 1 damage short of killing your opponent's ethereal slime. And he goes, yeah, I'm just gonna casually Slime's Blessing, swing 15 at you, clear your entire board, and then just chill. It was like, I wasn't expecting that at all. I was not expecting him to have brought in the Slime's Blessing in a matchup where he felt like the opponent was kind of just playing a very normal standard. Maybe he was afraid of the sideboard Dustlight Communion, or maybe that's just something that he just naturally brings in on most games, right? Instead of having the Metal Bloom Dryad on the field to activate for the buff counters, you just say, okay, cool, Slime's Blessing. It's fast activated, similar concept. Actually, it might not be fast activated. I think it might be a slow spell.
Slime's Blessing, I believe, is slow out of the 3
Oh,
spells.
it is fast, actually.
Is it?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, I think all 3 of them are fast.
Sylvie just getting so
Sylvie's
many good tools. Yeah.
Sylvie big. Anyways, we have a couple minutes left in the round here. I believe official round time is just concluded, so we'll be going into 5 minutes of overtime and a couple minutes of reporting, making sure things are good, time extensions. So we'll be back very shortly, guys. Thank you for joining us so far. We are halfway through the tournament, done round 4. We'll be starting at round 5 shortly. I've been
Hello?
saved. The start of round 5. Welcome back,
Hello,
guys. We're
everyone.
here with the Yeti webcam. I was gonna say Yeti webcam weekly. We're here with the Yeti online MRC regional. First one here. It is July 28th. Joined with me is my good friend, the co-caster, Valkyrie, the man who's going to be casting Ascent Chicago himself.
Hello, yes. I'm super excited to still be chugging through these games with you here. It's been a pleasure so far for these past 4 rounds, and we have 4 more exciting rounds up ahead of us.
Whoa. So, you remember when we talked about slimes in the last one? How we talked about how everyone has like different numbers of different ratios of slimes.
Yes.
It is all the same. It's always 4 lustrous, or sorry, 4 ethereal, 4 storm slime, 4 baby red, and 4 baby gray. Everything else is just some random number of different things. But I think this list is actually super close to Jwell's list that we just saw.
I think it's 1 for 1, actually, what we're looking at here. I'm just
There's
doing
1 less escape the wreckage. I think that's the only difference, though, right? Let me check. 1 less lonely girl.
And what was?
Yeah, there's 1 less.
added?
Yeah, 1 less escape the wreckage.
Interesting. Okay. So another something very similar, and we're gonna be running
Whoa.
it up against.
Do you see this Winchester list? Whoa.
Wow. Okay.
That's 6th card. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
I'm starting 6, 7, and 8 are all.
Huh. Whoa.
Yeah, that isn't. I'm excited for this matchup coming up here.
Like, I'm a big fan of Black Market Broker. I think that card's really good. Once you have 3 prep counters, they get stealth. So it's like a very strong unit to just chip damage, or it's also just really good into allies. But Sharpened Blade is pretty spicy. I'm not going to lie. Sharpened Blade is pretty spicy. We'll have
Yeah,
to see.
it's for those of you unfamiliar with it, it is the assassin's version of Honed by Fire. It gives a dagger weapon plus attack, and then grants you an additional prep counter.
Whoa.
But this is much more mid-rangey, so we're not looking at full control. We're not looking to completely scale to level 3. It looks like the Jesse's able to snatch some games out of the way at level 1 and 2 if your opponent's not careful.
This is kind of like really aggro, right? Because even though he has like the Mastermind schemes, the Shadow Strikes, the Dungeon Guides, like it's very 50-50. He's like perfectly split between I want to be a level 3 deck and I want to kill you on level 1.
Yeah.
So I guess you just play based on what you have in your hand, like your opening hand.
Play for what you draw, not what for the deck strategy is. I think that's a very viable option in Grand Archive itself. Not a lot of decks or players tend to go that route. We did see it used also slightly similar with the Nico list with the 2 different spirits, but instead of trying to just go for a game plan, you draw your opening hand and say, all right, I guess I'm going aggro here.
Yeah, also to mention, as we are starting round 5 here, we only have 8 players that are 4-0. Whoa.
Wow. Showing that he is Spirit of Slime, but then asking his opponent, is it okay if I use a proxy here to just represent it?
The Luki Yuki proxy
Lucky
cards.
Yuki,
Very beautiful ones. Yeah.
Sylvie.
That's base though, showing like, hey, I'm Spirit of Slime. Is it cool if I use this? You know, letting your opponent say like, yeah, it's cool, it's fine, don't worry about it. Or no, I don't feel comfortable with that. Can you please use the Spirit of Slime? Very respectful way to show
sportsmanship, things you love to see in Grand Archive. Before we jump into this game here exactly, the mentioning of 4-4-0s, so only one of these players is going to be undefeated going into next round, and that is going to be a huge difference maker. So a lot is going to be riding on this game for these two. You want to be 5-0. You're only allowed really 1 loss, maybe 2 at max. So this is the difference maker. And so we really are going to see these players playing all out, making sure they think of every possible route to allow them to not make any of these mistakes and leave it here on the table.
Yeah, you really have to find it early on. It's going to be tough. A lot of players, but a lot of drops. So I think the hardest thing is that because so many players have dropped, you really have to keep in mind that if anyone you played against dropped, your tiebreakers will be worse. So you really, really want to play for the win in every opportunity. Or at minimum, if you're 4-0 right now, looking for draws right now is pretty good as well. If you are 4-0 and you get 4 draws, that would put you at basically being 5-0-1, which is pretty close, but probably isn't going to be quite enough. There it is, the broker. On enter, gain a prep counter. Yeah, I really like Black Market Broker. Even though it's 4 cost, it's a very good card to have on if you go second as well, because you can still reclaim it.
And the stat line's not the best either, being a 2-4 or 2-3, which allows, it's high costed ally. Usually you see 3 costs do that. But one of the things that a lot of people tend to overlook, if you have 3 prep counters or more, of course, it gains stealth. And a stealth unit, as we see, is very hard to remove, as True Sight isn't very prevalent, and a lot of decks don't really have much burn damage or spell damage to remove an ally like this from the board.
Well, Baby Green Slime gonna swing for 2 here. Baby Green Slime actually has no target, no legal target available for the on-enter trigger, so the on-enter trigger itself will fizzle. Yeah, so if you have a target, it is mandatory. If there's like a power cell on the field or something, you have to target something. But, we just had the Black Market Broker was the only thing available in the field, so we're just going to move past that. Quick backup charge. Going to see Jesse here with a lot of influence. Does he want to take the risk? Broker into the slime or broker straight to face?
You always go face here, as if your opponent's keeping things up, you don't want to unintentionally run into and escape the wreckage, a reclaim, a slime shield, things like that. You're wanting to be the aggressor, push damage in.
Whoa. 2 Korhazi outlooks in the imbue. The imbues today are just showing off cards. That windmill is not bad here. Gonna be able to build that influence, get a little more damage. Oh, hard casting Surveil the Wind.
Gain that additional prep. It is not fast speed because there is no class bonus. So making sure to do that on the main phase.
The 1 damage to face from the Windmill Engineer. I think a lot of people want to take the risk there of the Black Market Broker attack the baby green slime. Oh, Zephyr? Hopefully Zephyr in end step. Otherwise, that's going to come back. Yeah, so it is going to be a Zephyr in end step. So the baby green will not be on the field. If Needful chooses to go into the level 2 Sylvie here, he won't be getting the draw from that.
And one thing to also keep in mind that Zephyr did was remove 2 buff counters on that ally.
Yeah, normally Zephyr is a card where you look at it and you're like, if this isn't really good value, it's going to be very neg. You're going to go negative on it by losing a card. But, I mean, just like you said, removing 2 buff counters is a pretty big deal.
And it saves that Black Market Broker from being taken out by the baby green slime. Because it could have swung in next turn to replace it. And we...
Interesting. Maybe it wasn't in... And wait, I'm confused. I guess the Zephyr was not in end step. It was in main phase. So it should have came back and then destroyed the power cell on end step of Jesse's turn.
Oh, okay. It looks like
he was just passing turn. Never mind. I get it now. He's actually just passing turn. That's why. So he moved to end step immediately.
Materialized the backup charger and then drew the card for turn and immediately passed, letting that baby green slime re-enter the field. As you said, mandatorily targeting something, it being the poor power cell token, getting removed from the game.
Yeah, since it is getting suppressed and it is a token, that means that it will technically just disappear. Seeing Grand Crusader's Ring come out, 1 down for the Fairy Whispers, deciding here on the Fairy Whispers.
One on top, 2 on the bottom.
Windmill. So 2 prep counters. Kind of in a place where like a fast kill here could exist. Needful needs to be careful of it. Right, not a lot of people would expect the fast slice and dice here, especially with Sharpened Blade, but it very well could be enough to kill. It's 1 to face.
Yeah, and one thing to mention as well is we have a Korhazi Outlook in hand after putting 1 down in memory for the imbue. That can give the 3rd preparation counter as well. Which
there it is. There's the 3rd preparation counter. Escape the wreckage. Whoa.
And I'm trying to see, is it slice and dice angle from the hand right now? Because that's 9 damage coming through. The 13, 15.
It could be
16. Would be 3 damage short, but would put Sylvie in such a bad position.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Sharpened Blade or an Assassin's Ripper angle, but it still would be pretty valuable. And the only downside to Escape the Wreckage on a baby green here is you can't replay it in response to the Sylvie 2 trigger because it's going to your memory instead of going to your hand.
Rather than having a reclaim.
Goodbye, Pink Die.
We're banishing 2 for Sylvie level 2.
Lustrous and Gaia Songbird.
Not being able to get any of the draw here.
Yeah, won't even be able to use the backup charger yet. If he doesn't have a dungeon guide, the backup charger in main phase could be useful to put cards down for Sylvie level 3.
Go ahead and just auto prepare what you're wanting to banish. I think that's a really great idea. Although I don't know if you can afford to pass another turn. last turn you already did nothing and immediately ended it. So two turns in a row just like that.
Reprogram. Oh, just reprogramming nothing for the fast floating.
And I think Jesse sees the line here. Counter.
Yep, this is a lot of damage. So 15 available. Slice and dice for 9 and has what, 5 damage on the field? Puts him at 21. So he would need to play 1 ally for lethal.
Or he can also sharpen blade as well, though.
He has to target a dagger though for that. Has no weapon.
So you pay 1 to bring out the mercenary blade.
Does he have mercenary blade?
Did I miss that? Here. Oh no, I'm sorry. Assassin's Ripper he has, not mercenary blade.
Okay, so he can't actually do that. Oh, he played another windmill engine. So what I thought he was actually going to go for here was activate Outlook. If no response, then you play another Outlook and gain your prep counter back, and then immediately slice and dice. Maybe he doesn't have slice and dice in hand.
Yeah, if this would be the turn, if any, to slice and dice.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he had it available in his hand.
And it looks like we are going with that backup charger route, and then a little bit shuffle up. We are heading into the Slime Sovereign.
You know what would go really crazy right now? If we had a Vampiric Slime with Bestial Frenzy.
Ooh.
The game would just be over instantly, I think. You cleave for 5, kill everything on the board, recover to 0, and then like how does Tristan come back from that when you're level 1? You lose so many cards on the field, even if most of them were recycled.
That is actually a very valid point you make. A lot of these Sylvie decks are cutting Bestial Frenzy out of them. A lot of them aren't finding the it to be consistent enough or probably valuable enough to keep in their list, which eliminates them from being able to get rid of these wide boards that we're seeing. And this has turned into a very standard play when you go into Slime Sovereign. Is the slime of choice is always going to be ethereal. Not only does it net you a card after you play it for free, it just gets so strong, and being stealth really allows you to not worry about it being traded back instantly by your opponent's ally board state.
Yeah, big ethereal slime spooky. It's gonna take out that black market broker or just face damage. Most likely going for the broker. I think we're debating a reclaim here. Or Fairy Whispers. Digging for a reclaim, maybe? Ensnaring Fumes.
Wow.
Whoa. That's actually a really big Ensnaring Fumes, because he's going to regain all of his influence, and he's going to entirely deny that level 3 Sylveon enter effect. That's a very, very, very good play.
Yeah, it's made Needful, I wouldn't say waste a material deck card, but now if Needful wants to gain an additional draw, is going to have to sacrifice another Tamer Regalia, which at this point
make him waste it though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, surely you're feeling really good if you're Jesse right now. You just Ensnaring Fumes to level 3 enter. You regained 5 influence, to which 3 of these cards were kind of useless to you.
If I was sitting in Jesse's position, I would be fighting every urge in my body not to, on my turn, just play 3 Windmill Engineers once again. The amount of value that is insane.
I think at the point you're at right now, you might want to go for, like, if you have 2 Dungeon Guides in your hand, you probably just double Dungeon Guide and then Shadow Strike for lethal. Because like there's no materializations available for Needful. The most he could do is gather slimes, right? We know he has 2 ethereal slimes in his hand and something else. But like what else he has in his hand might not be enough to save him. Even a Slice and Dice could be really strong here. Go Assassin's Ripper, Sharpened Blade, Slice and Dice. It would be really, really hard for him to stop.
And with playing this ethereal slime, shields are now down. There's only going to be 2 cards in hand. And there is not going to be much interaction that Needful is going to be able to keep up if the Tristan does decide to go full aggressive.
I believe his only interaction available is Slime Shield, so you can assume that you need to overkill by 3 if you want to go for this. 5.
do
It's going to be
see
Assassin's Rippers.
a level up into Tristan level 2. 1 floating
Oh.
plus 1 from memory here.
Oh, I see the ensnaring fumes. Like, yeah, I missed that one.
Recollect, and I think that we have an influence of
Well, that's a
at
lot of
least
influence.
16. Yeah.
It's looking like 16 right now. That's actually crazy. A quarter of your deck is in your hand.
And is this a dungeon guide? A Fairy Whispers.
Might have a Surveil in his hand. I see 1 broker. I don't see what else is in there.
1 on top,
Zephyr?
2 on the bot. It's really hard to navigate a hand this large
Dungeon
right
Guide?
now.
Oh, 2 down for Surveil.
Surveil.
We draw the next card. What's the next card? Oh, another Fairy Whispers.
We're digging.
We're really digging. What are we digging for?
Sharpen, Korhazi, reprogram. It looks like we just saw.
Korhazi comes out. The rest went to the bottom, right?
Top. Yes, the rest went on the bottom.
We need to find 12 damage, 15 damage realistically here. So scout the land. Holy, he's going for it. Oh, there's the dungeon guide.
There's a dungeon guide. Yep.
I think dungeon guide's getting drawn here.
Double checking. Make sure you put that in appropriately. Draw 1. Still with 4 cards being played prior. Still a massive grip in hand.
It's a lot of dig though, right? So two Fairy Whispers, and then a Surveil the Winds, and then we saw the Scout the Land afterwards.
And we're imbuing a Windmill Engineer with a Windmill Engineer and Stifling Trap, getting a card drawn into memory.
With this many prep counters, being able to use the alternate cost activation of the Stifling Trap is kind of good though. So Zephyr in hand, you could Zephyr something if you need to. Oh, another imbued Windmill. This dude's the giga value play right now is crazy.
Zephyr and Ensnaring getting put down.
I guess the Scout of the Land with that many Windmill Engineers is pretty nice though, right? You can look at the top 4 and then decide, okay, which ones of these do I care about and which ones do I not care about?
Yes, and it helps you really. It was the old problem with like Idle Thoughts cards like that, where you can look at the top 4, but then you're just stuck with them there. And Windmill Engineer helps you get through those much faster, so you're not having to worry about any dead draws or any potential for something that's not relevant in your current situation. And do you think we're saving that dungeon guide we did find for a kind of a greedier play? We're going to go into 1 Tristan 3 to be able to banish top 4, and then dungeon guide.
So Stone Scale Band, fast activation, Storm Slime in Recollection, I believe. Oh, it's gonna be a Veiling Breeze.
Oh no!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Veiling Breeze for 7 is crazy.
Yeah, that is
brother.
Has such a good value play.
I guess that's why he was just drawing a million cards with the Windmill. He's like, yo, if I set up a Veiling Breeze for 1 million, I can't die, right?
I'm also curious why we would choose Veiling now after rather than just playing the Stifling Trap that you revealed to your opponent with Windmill Engineer, because you gave them that little bit of information.
Didn't want to give him the on death. Interesting. So Zephyr's in hand right now, right? Zephyr into the Ethereal could be good, and then you would probably want to use your Stifling Trap on the next Storm Slime that comes out. Oh, Gaia's.
I do think here though Tristan just goes for Shadow Dancer on Materialization, then Dungeon Guide into
Reaver. Shadow Reaver into Dancer?
Yeah, Reaver into Dancer.
That's kind of greedy though, don't you think? While you can do it against your opponent in this situation, the greedy side of it is you can't really use these or utilize these cards very well. Oh my, that's some dig right there. You can't really utilize a lot of the things that you would take from Slime Sylvie. And it would also just so you would cycle 2 cards from the Dungeon Guide, but you would technically overall go -1 or -2 depending on how you look at it. You would go -1 because it's 3 cards banished to level up, and then you would technically go -1 again because you're playing the dungeon guide from hand.
But instead we're going none of those options and we're getting some gloves.
Your shard goes good. On enter, get a prep counter. You can banish it at level 2+ with class bonus to activate a reaction card for cheaper. I mean, we're definitely gonna see the dungeon guide, right? Dungeon guide into shadow. So no cards in hand. Dungeon guide into Shadow Dancer with what is that? 6 preps goes to 7 preps. Shadow Strike would be 12 with the Shadow's Claw +4. That would be like direct lethal even without the dungeon guide swinging. Oh, Outlook. Gain the prep. Activate Outlook.
Yep. That just trying to secure the. Make sure you have no response here. Although only 1 card in hand for Needful.
Yeah, I think this is Dungeon Guide into Shadow Strike. Or Dungeon Guide into Slice and Dice also works. Because you Slice and Dice with the Shadow's Claw for 11, and then your Shadow String for 4 more is 15 damage, and then he has 2 from the allies on field.
Yeah, and we only need to deal 11 damage here in total. Needful sitting at that 14.
Oh, attack on Titan Sleeves. Whoa, Shadow Dancer CSR.
Whoa.
Ominous Shadow. Whoa, that's so based. Get a prep counter. Activate Shadow's Claw.
That's such a Tristan thing, though, is to look good while killing your opponent.
Oh, 3 down for Mastermind Scheme. Yup.
And I think that Mastermind Scheme secures it here if we do have a Shadow Strike in hand.
Well, even without it, it should have been more than enough, right? So 14 health available. He has 1 card in hand, and Outlook's been activated, so it's just 11 damage straight to face. Unless he has no attack card. If he has no attack card, he has to do it this way. Shadow Strike or Slice and Dice is lethal here.
Paying 2.
Yeah, for Shadow Strike. That's game.
Yep.
I think the Mastermind Scheme is kind of overkill, though. He had 7 counters. Shadow Strike for 7 + 1. So 7 plus the 4 gives you 11 + 1 from Shadow's Claw. Puts you at 12. And Sylvie had 14 counters, so you would have just killed her with the Shadow Strike raw with nothing else on the field. Even without the Shadow's Claw, you would have killed Sylvie raw.
The Mastermind Scheme is sort of just Tristan flowchart, though. Just make sure you optimize your plays. Even though if you do have lethal and things like that, you still want to make sure you follow all your routes properly, just in case. You never really want to make a huge assumption of, okay, I got it here, I'll just try and shortcut it. Granted, we know everything in the card game right now. Just it's a great way to future-proof in further rounds and as you play the game.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Needful's sideboard here. Looking at what we can bring in. It's a very interesting choice. Not really much leans into this matchup. I would consider, though, the 2 Verdant Slimes to come in, along with the Slime's Blessings. Mostly Verdant Slime for the aspect of if your opponent brings out the Claw, it really will allow you to, like, if your opponent isn't going for the OTK and sort of just pinging you down with the shadows, Verdant Slime is able to go ahead and get rid of that. It takes a little bit of that kill pressure off. And then Slime's Blessing, we've seen it, how it works, how it operates, but it's a really great offensive tool for the Sylvie player to be able to make these, even the baby slimes, a little bit stronger to trade into the Windmill Engineers, Korhazi Outlooks, things like that.
I think it's just hard because once Tristan gets to level 3, like unblockable is just such a relevant mechanic. And he didn't show the Slice and Dice. He did show banishing a Sharpened Blade. So I think if Needful was paying attention, he would know that the Sharpened Blade was there, and there needs to, be afraid of like a lower to the ground kill. But overall, like it's hard to say. Like Verdant Slime, while it is good for dealing with Shadow's Claw, I feel like you just don't bring out Shadow's Claw until you're ready to kill your opponent. And even then, maybe the chip damage might just be more than enough. On Jesse's side, though, do you think he's going to go more low to the ground, bringing in that Slice and Dice, bringing in those Dream Fairies, or do you think he's going to focus on going for the level 3 combo with Shadow Strike? Because his sideboard kind of splits both.
I'd love to see if he went more aggressive here. Sylvie's biggest weakness is early game pressure. If you're able to get through the cracks in the armor as fast as possible, Sylvies won't be able to stabilize. And it's instead of trying to play a race to level 3, and Jesse was able to do what they did because of that insane amount of influence they had. If they don't hit that same key cards as they did in game 1, the low to the ground is going to be the best viable option to beat Sylvie right now.
Dude, that is a spicy start. Double force cake. Gonna be able to draw 2 off that, get the cycle going. Ooh, draw into hand is also so nice in comparison to like draw into memory with the baby red slimes. Windmill Engineer. Do we see Windmill Reclaim? Is also like kind of a pretty similarly equivalent start here.
I do feel like how fast those sideboards went. I do believe both players are very confident in their lists and the couple of choices they did have, which immediately put us into the game. So both players know probably exactly what went wrong or what went right in game 1, and are going to try and recreate or mitigate those effects.
Sylvie level 1. We banish the baby blue slime. What are we going to see here? Ooh, baby green. Is that in response to the on-enter trigger? I think it is in response to the on-enter trigger.
Yes.
Maybe that's why they put the like, I don't know, that looks like a field center frame over there. Interesting. So we are going to see the reclaim here.
Yep.
Reclaim the Windmill Engineer.
Coming back, some nice value. And let's see what Slime's going to get this buff counter from Sylvie instead.
Baby Gray. Blissful Calling. Whoa. Yeah, Reclaim's such a great card. Floating Memory, return target ally you control to your hand. It's just overall, it's just a fantastic card to have. Really, really good value when you have cards like Windmill Engineer. It's really good for anything that has a strong on-enter, whether it's Dream Fairy, Core House the Outlook, Black Market Broker. Just the ability to get that on-enter again, plus the floating memory is so valuable. Streamlines like your game plan.
Great way to negate or mitigate attacks as well. We do see a lot of times like an ally swings into your ally, and it acts like a pseudo Song of Frost or something of that nature, which not only generates value with floating memory, draws you a card back from the field, but your opponent no longer has an action to take, and you've saved yourself some points of damage.
Whoa. So he's going to play the second baby green slime to get that Sylvie effect. We're going to see draw 2 when both the force cakes come back. Their on-enters will trigger again. Backup charger here for Jesse. Good start with the power cell. His power cell will be protected this time. Hopefully, who knows? Maybe more baby greens to come. Thinking in response.
Baby green and force cake is such a strong combination. Not only does it allow you to have board presence, but recycle cards each time as well.
4 down for a broker?
It does look like a broker here.
Black Market Broker. Coming in on the baby green. Do we see a slime shield? Slime shielding?
Another slime shield.
Slime shield, pretty good.
Starting to look very reminiscent of game 1 here. Windmill Engineer with being imbued by Zephyr Windmill Engineer.
Killing the other baby slime. One of those is going to have to go. So we're going to see a 3/3 baby green slime staying on the field here. Go into the level 2 Sylvie. He's going to be able to draw 1 from that.
And I do think this slime is going to be going to trade into that Black Market Broker as well. Don't want these kind of allies to stay on the field and get out of control. And then
be a little bit out of control, like you're saying. It's going to be tough because Black Market Broker doesn't quite have stealth yet, so it's going to be a little bit of a crippling loss here to Jesse to lose it.
And it was only 2 cards in hand for Jesse, I believe, as well. So no Zephyr play this time around.
No Sadie bounce back to hand. But the big thing for Needful here is, are we going to see 1 down to Fairy Whispers? What the? 1 down to Fairy Whispers, but won't have any response. 2 to the bottom, 1 to the top. Gets the Surveil. Broker, goodbye. You'll be missed. Dungeon Guide into a really big slime here is a possibility. We have 2 forest cakes on the field. Slime could come in with 4 buff counters after the dungeon guide if he does have one.
Just considering here, though, if we do have a dungeon guide into banishing 2 slimes, putting at 5 banishment, playing Storm Slime, which would ping for 5, put at 7, Storm Slime would swing for 7 as well. That would be lethal if that was a route that Neatful had and saw.
Sadly, not quite there for damage. We're going to see another imbued windmill going for the Giga value. See that Korhazi outlook down there. Value Tristan. Value Tristan is kind of spicy. 1 damage. Poking in with these windmills. Need to see some of those store champ windmills coming out soon. Absolutely gorgeous looking invite cards here from MRC store champs.
Very beautiful. You can always take a look at the official Grand Archive website to see what store champs are in your area. Make sure you go ahead and go play and support them.
What else are we going to do here for Jesse? We're going to play some more value. We're going to get some prep counters. We do know he has a Surveil the Winds in his hand, but it doesn't look like it. We're going to see an Escape the Wreckage on the baby green. Interesting. So he's going to lose those prep counter, or sorry, the prep counter, the buff counters on that. However, he is most likely going to use those to level up into Sylvia level 3 here.
Which means no dungeon guide in sight whatsoever, and we're not going to be waiting for it. We're just going to go ahead and hard level. You want to be level 3 as much as possible with Sylvie. Is that Blissful and Gather Slimes?
Did he have a... He's missing 1, right?
You missing 1.
Missing 1 for banishment? Yeah. Too used to dungeon guide. He's like, oh yeah, I have to banish 1 more. My bad.
I got to pay full costs for it?
I got to pay full cost.
Alright, and the baby green that was once rescued is now gone. So depending on the slime entering here from the field is going to be a huge difference maker. Is it going to be our classic ethereal that's going to be very buff, or are we looking to try and push an insane amount of damage with Storm Slime? Even Illustrious Slime at this point would not be bad.
The only problem with playing Illustrious Slime in this situation is you won't be able to like attack and get the same value out of it. You will be able to block a lot of chip damage though. I feel like you definitely want the Storm Slime. I was gonna say you definitely want the Ethereal Slime as your main focus here, right?
Paying 2 for a Meadow Bloom Dryad.
Whoa, Meadow Bloom Dryad, actually a good combination here. So Meadow Bloom Dryad says, well, first of all, it's preserved. So when the ally dies, you can put it into your material deck preserved, which is face up in the material deck. The class bonus on this, though, is whenever Meadow Bloom Dryad or another ally enters the field under your control, put a buff counter on target ally. So Meadow Bloom Dryad will be a 2/4 here, and the Ethereal Slime's going to come in with 3 buff counters.
And potential 2 more from the Forest Cakes.
And a potential 1 extra from the Banishment. So Banishment, it's going to put it to even more. So we're going to get 3 from that. Both Forest Cakes come in.
Do you put all the eggs in the basket, though? No, we are not. Meadow Bloom Dryad getting that additional counter. Playing around Zephyr. Very smart move on this.
Whoa. Ethereal Slime coming in for 6 right now? Or for 5, sorry. 2 down for Surveil. Ensnaring Fumes, alternate activation? There's no way. And all your prep counters right now?
In Influence. 2
down for Surveil.
3 cards in hand. It's either going to be a Zephyr and Ensnaring Fumes here.
I just take the damage.
It's very risky, though. We did see the Storm Slime.
Yeah, we saw the Storm Slime. I'd be so scared right now. Uh, 3/5 Meadow Bloom Dryad. And we have a what it says, a 6 or a 5/5 Ethereal Slime. It's kind of big.
5 power, 5 life.
So the 5 from the Ethereal Slime will come in, and then 3 more from the Meadow Bloom Dryad. Producer San is be right back, so life totals on the stream overlay will be slightly delayed here, but what's on Jesse's phone is accurate here. So 3 damage to Needful, 10 damage to Jesse.
And it looks like we are...
Oh, 2 outlooks is kind of rough.
Whew.
That's kind of bad. It's gonna draw 2 for having 4 prep counters or more. That's not a fun one though. That's actually very rough. And nothing to play pre-recollection is even worse.
Now the question is there a dungeon guide on the side of Tristan here?
Possibly. He's going to need a lot of damage, even if he has a dungeon guide available to him. It'll be nice because if he can dungeon guide into, like, let's say a mastermind scheme, he'll be able to have enough counters to defend himself. However, it would not take very much. It would only take 2 more activated allies for the Ethereal Slime to become a 7/7, which would be enough to kill any Ominous Shadow token.
That is true. Ominous Shadow would easily get run over by this Ethereal Slime, but we do see the dungeon guide here. I do think the extra HP is going to be very beneficial, especially knowing what is in that hand currently of Needful. Reclaim, Windmill Engineer, saying goodbye as a Tristan, either the Reaver or the Dancer. We're going Dancer here. Joining us, Prep Counter, and 2 Ominous Shadows. Board is looking quite full again here for Jesse. I can't. Is it 7 prep counters we're looking at right here?
I believe we're at 7 prep counters.
So a mastermind scheme will be able to generate agility by doubling it here.
Yep, mastermind scheme. Could be going to 14, agility 3. Oh, I'd been 6. I'd be going to 12.
12, yeah. Shadow's Claw coming out. Are we looking at a
Shadow Strike for lethal?
Angle?
Oh, Sharpened Blade. Oh my goodness. Okay, wow. Sharpened Blade.
Okay.
We're going to gain a prep counter. We're going to come in for what is
3?
Sharpened Blade's +2, right?
Yes, +2.
So it'll be 3 and then 4 and 4. So that's actually pretty good.
Setting up a nice lethal for next turn as well. So much damage from just sharpened blades on this claw, and the Ominous Shadows being able to swing in with it. Shadow's Claw should...
Yeah, Shadow's Claw durability of 2 is accurate. You swing once with Tristan, and then each of the shadows adds a durability counter before the attack.
Correct. I had Honed by Fire in my mind as it should have an additional durability counter.
Oh, true. Yeah, Honed by Fire is kind of crazy.
But no, Sharpened Blade provides you a prep counter, as we see here on screen, not a durability counter. And we have something under the grill. Best guesstimate here would be a Covenant of Thorns. There is possibilities and argument for a Stone Skill band, but
Sharpened Blade is actually a really good answer here. So a lot of the time, one of your risks is like expending too many prep counters, going for lethal, and not being able to push for it. But Sharpened Blade allows you to chip damage for like a very, very large amount of chip. Normally, like your chip comes in and you're just like, here's 5 damage to face. But in this situation, you're sitting there like, oh, that was just like actual damage. I just took 11 damage. What the hell?
It's more of a tempo swing than it is chip damage at that point. You're effectively playing a 2-cost card that increases your attack by 6. And we're seeing a Needful with a Gather Slimes. Hopefully gonna try and heal some of that life back here. And that Storm Slime off the top is very, very deadly. We're going to recover 4, and everything else heading back to the bottom. So, confirmed we know 2 Storm Slimes chilling in Needful's inventory, or influence here.
And Storm Slime. Storm Slime kind of good. Whoa, Verdant! Just like you called it. Verdant Slime going to come in here. Kill the Shadow's Claw, I think?
Yeah, the Shadow's Claw is the best target here, especially after just getting hit by the Sharpened Blades. You really can't afford to do that again.
Oh, so you know why he puts that on top? I think he uses that to represent things on the stack. Do you want to put something on the stack of this?
Oh, interesting.
I think that's why he's using the like see-through plastic counter. Or
That's a
field
good,
center,
very good
whatever
way
it
to
is.
communicate through webcam.
Yep. So on the stack, he's going to sacrifice both Forest Cakes. Verdant Slime's going to come in and be a 5/5 here with Taunt.
These are some huge slimes.
It's kind of cool. So Verdant Slime normally wouldn't get the buff counters and things, but because he has a Meadow Bloom Dryad, he's able to put an extra buff counter on it. Because the consideration for Verdant Slime is if you destroy a Regalia, you don't get buff counters. If you ignore the Regalia, you get 2 buff counters. But he has the 2 cakes, he has the Meadow Bloom Dryad, so he's actually able to add the counters on there. I am still a little bit surprised that he didn't put extra buff counters onto the Ethereal Slime directly, just to try to get it to the point where it can kill an Ominous Shadow.
That is correct. I think you're still living in slight fear of a Zephyr, though, and you're not wanting to go too tall. You want to make sure you get that nice spread evenly, just in case. We do see an argument here for as well. If Neatful did decide to side in Slime's Blessing, we can see a Beastbonder Ear be materialized on this next turn to allow Verdant Slime to start potentially resting and attacking in. Windwalker Boots is Jesse's materialization of choice. Probably at this point just looking for the additional draw power that it provides. If you have 5 or more preparation counters, you can banish it to draw a card.
Be interested to see. So 2 outlooks were missing, right? 2 outlooks got banished. I would be interested to see if he takes the risk of going for an Ensnaring Fumes kill. This is possible. Oh, he's gonna just chip the damage in here into the Verdant Slime.
That's 3 in Verdant Slime with 2 life left.
2, 3 for 4 for a Black Market Broker.
Indeed it is, and that is going to be enough to go ahead and take out that slime.
So he's going to retaliate, kill the broker. Slice and Dice?
And now with Taunt gone, we do have an option for Shadow Strike or Slice and Dice.
Well, the Shadow Strike is whatever, because you can just use Unblockable, right? And ignore it. But Slice and Dice doesn't ignore the taunt, which makes it kind of hard. But he did just move to end step, so we're going to see the preparation counter gained from the Windwalker Boots. Don't scale bands coming in. We're getting to the point where Sylvie can start going crazy.
Drawing 2, getting rid of 2 baby reds.
Do we see a Recollect and Draw? Do we see an action being made? Probably just Recollect and Draw here. That Meadow Bloom Dryad has just gained so much value just sitting there on the field.
Yeah, it's given out, I believe, 3 additional buff counters to things right now, and it's been swinging in every turn.
Yep. So we're gonna see 4 banished for Guy's Blessing. Guy's Blessing coming out. What do we see on the top? Is it a Storm Slime?
Oh my god, it is a Storm Slime!
That is so scary.
There's 3 Storm Slimes currently to Neatful's
I think the game is over.
Options, yeah.
I think the game is over. Banish Boots. Put down a card for Veiling Breeze. Fairy Whispers into Veiling Breeze, maybe? Just to get 1 more card down?
There is consideration going on here, but the hand's getting set down. Is there no response? Are we letting the Storm Slime? Okay, no.
1 down for Veiling Breeze. Veiling for 5. Oh, Veiling for 4.
And the important thing to remember is another Veiling Breeze was just revealed as well. So if
I think that's a big Storm Slime. Holy!
Oh! And then the other Storm Slime is over.
Yeah, the game's just over. I think the only way he could have survived that is if he 1 down. Actually, I was gonna say 1 down Fairy Whispers into a Veiling Breeze, but that wouldn't even work. You would need to double Veiling, and you're just 1 card short of it. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the tied up game here. So it's going to be Jesse 1 with Neatful 1. We're going into the 3rd match here. I believe we have 15 minutes left or 20. Let me double check that really quick. We have 16 minutes.
And one of the big game changers for Needful that one was that Storm Slime off the top of the deck from the Guy's Blessing. He didn't have enough cards in hand to be able to play both Storm Slimes, since you're gonna have to pay to play a slime from hand, leaving you only 2 cards left in hand. So the Storm Slime off the top.
Top deck, actual top deck lethal.
Oh, it's so crazy that we have moments of like that in GA. I love to see it. It's one of those your heart's racing, you're trying your best to figure out what's going on, and just that one game action you take, opening the gates for you.
Yeah,
And
part of the
tying it
cards,
up.
man. Sometimes you just hit exactly what you need to hit, right? I think the only other option would have been Storm Slime into. No, it still would have been one short. I was thinking Storm Slime into Slime Eruption. Kill your Storm Slime and then draw 2, but I think it's still short 1 card if you do that.
You would still be short because you have to pay 1 for the Slime Eruption. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
It would only work with Hornet Beast Calling.
Super excited to see this game 3. This round has been living up to the hype and the potential of what we were initially talking about. This is a very back and forth, and I think Jesse's might have to really start playing that aggressive aggro route. We really want to see some of that slice and dice, sharpen blade shenanigans going on. Just maybe setting up a little bit too long, and that's what cost them that game in round 2. Not really sure if they were trying to just play more defensively or if they really didn't have the options and this was the best route they could take.
It's just hard when you give Sylvie that much room. Sylvie just ends up having playing value is cool and you draw a lot of cards and the dopamine's great, but you need to kill your opponent before they reach the critical mass, because like Merlin, Sylvie will reach critical mass, right? It's the same as playing against Rye. You'll just reach a point where suddenly you will just obliterate your opponent and there's no chance you live through it. Right? Once that Guy's Blessing gets activated, we put so many cards into the banishment that are slimes. If you manage to survive a Storm Slime, it's because you have a Stifling Trap in your hand.
Yeah, I'm also curious that there's no Stifling Trap whatsoever in the memory. That was a whole full game with the amount of digging Jesse did, without seeing a single Stifling Trap. As much as value is fun, you can't get too lost in it. You always have to make sure you're building up towards your win con. But as we discussed about it, Jesse starting turn 1, imbuing a Windmill Engineer, and then passing the turn to Needful, who is starting us off strong with a Baby Gray Slime, revealing a Baby Red and a Storm Slime from hand, and is the important thing to remember, not memory. So those 2 face-down cards are unknown.
Reclaim. Popular Reclaim. Great card. Able to get to that level 1 if you want to here. Probably not going to do it anyways, though. 2 cards in memory. Oh, Escape the Wreckage immediately. We want to just back-to-back here. He goes, okay, well, my opponent only has 2 cards in hand, so I might as well just go for it, right?
Oh, and we are going for the fast level up here. Gonna go ahead and gain that prep counter instead of agility 3 on the on-enter choice for Tristan 1. And do you think Jesse decided that instead of playing allies, we're just gonna try and race Sylvie to level 3?
It's possible. We could be going for that, just windmill for cycle and then level up.
And
all cards in memory. 10 billion cards down there. Blissful Calling.
Not
Really
what you want to
sad.
see here. You can't win them all, though. Sometimes these slimes are very evasive in your memory and do not get banished. That is why the deck runs multiple ways to get slimes back into banishment.
Oh, I see a storm. I see a slime shield in hand.
And is this a... Oh, the
Baby
Baby
Gray.
Gray. What are we showing? The same 2 we did before? Yes, that is the correct play. You don't want to give your opponent more information that is unnecessary. So all Jesse knows is that the Baby Red and the Storm Slime are still there. And I think that Baby Gray's swinging into the Windmill Engineer here, and we had a Surveil.
Surveil, 10 million surveils. I guess Windmill is dying here.
That a nice little board clear. A lot of cards in Neatful's hand, but are we just going to be passing turn here and leaving those two we put face down for the level up into Sylvie 2? We do know there's a Slime Shield in hand, so that Baby Gray is going to be protected and will be staying on that field for the on-enter trigger. Oh, but he is being joined by the Baby Red.
Baby Red. I like Baby Red. Baby Red is probably one of my favorite of the slimes. Baby Gray slime is like really good for value, but Baby Red being able to just push damage is really, really fun. It's also like really fun to play if you're trying to go for that like erupting Allen thing. Yes. Baby Red, discard a million cards, deal a lot of damage to face.
It's very good for both game plans because it gains attack for just discarding fire cards, which erupting already is wanting to do.
Dude, Jesse always draws a million Windmill Engineers. He's so good at it.
I just feel like he's showing the Windmill Engineer being drawn.
He's like, this is funny. Check this out. He's another Windmill Engineer.
And honestly, I think you're right. Windmill Engineers have always been imbued with a Korhazi outlook or a Zephyr.
Yep. Or another Windmill Engineer. It's like pretty common here. Ooh, he's gonna be able to stop that Slime Shield pretty good here. All influence down in the memory here. Oh, Sadie coming in for the gray slime.
I think you take out, you take out the gray slime. The Baby Red would not perish because it still is preventing 2 damage from the Slime Shield.
Well, first time we've seen Sadie this game. So end step, we're going to see the on kill gain agility 3 from killing the baby gray slime. He's going to put 3 cards back in his hand. Whoa, Sadie, first time it's around.
It's such a good card for Tristan decks. Very valuable. And the fact that if she does get a kill, she can just save herself by being able to pay 2 to return her to your hand and get a preparation counter on your champion. We see we're going into Sylvie level 2, Storm Slime being banished.
Goodbye, Storm Slime. I'll miss you. I guess that's what happens when you have to put everything down, right? Your entire influence goes to your memory. You take the risk of losing some really important allies there.
Baby Red, let's see if there's going to be any filtering going on here. I don't think it's not common though that we're going to be discarding a fire card, which we're not. And then poor little baby's getting reprogrammed.
Reprogram, less damage.
Oh, hold on. We paid 2.
Wait, did he not reprogram?
I guess he decided not to. His opponent okayed it, and he returned Saudi with the 2 he put down instead.
I see.
Might have been a miscommunication.
If his opponent okayed it, he okayed it.
And we're back with a reprogram again.
Reprogram anyways. Yeah, it makes sense the order-wise, right? You bounce 80 to your hand first, and then you play something else afterwards. Oh, goodbye, Sharpened Blade.
Unfortunate there. And we do have 4 prep counters now because of the Sadie. Saudi. How do you pronounce it? Saudi? Sadie?
Sadie.
Sadie.
Sadie. Oh, another Windmill Engineer. Let's go.
Herring and Korhazi.
All I can think of for when Windmill Engineer comes out is that picture of Sean that just says, "When you open Windmill, reclaim." Sean smiling. He's explaining how the baby blue slime works.
He's like, I will rest this unit to protect the slime. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Baby Blue Slime does have an activated ability where you may arrest that unit and target slime gains +2 health or life until the end of turn, which really is good for the red slime since it is a 2/1 basic stat line, but with that buff counter of 3/2. So those windmill engineers could have easily traded up into that baby red.
Windmill engineers sitting thinking. Windmill engineer is basically Tristan's backup dancer, right?
Yes.
Well, a lot of damage coming in. The thing that's scary here about playing Sadie is there's a lot of damage available, right? So you basically have to swing to kill the baby blue slime first. So he's gonna rest it to protect the baby red slime, but it's still gonna kill, right? Wait, he swung the Sadie into the
red slime. Interesting.
Into the red slime. Interesting.
If that's the play, though, you would swing windmill engineers first into the red slime, force the blue slime's hand, so then Sadie gets the on-kill trigger to gain that agility 3. So perhaps a slight mismanagement.
Wouldn't you just swing your Sadie into the baby blue slime? Because it can't tap for itself. It's other slimes.
Correct.
Like you can't rest that and use that triggered ability for other things, I believe.
I think Jesse just didn't want the red slime on the field due to the attack.
Whoa! King slime.
The king is here. Everyone, please roll out the red carpet.
Verdant, red and gray, maybe. Oh, verdant, baby green,
and gray. Oh no, green's getting booted. So verdant, red, and gray all going under their majesty here.
This is a very rare card to see played. Slime King says as an additional cost to activate this card, banish 3 slime ally cards with different elements from your graveyard. It's a Pride 4 ally with taunt. It's a 4/5 for baseline, 4 power, 5 life. It's going to enter with 2 buff counters. And then the element bonus is on leave. Now keep this in mind, on leave, not on death. On leave, you may put any number of the slime ally cards banished by Slime King onto the field under your control, which means you get all of their on enters. Baby Blue is a 1/3. I forgot about the class bonus on it. Baby Blue 1/3. I think in that case you would just swing 2 windmill engineers into it and then a Sadie anyways for the on-kill effect.
Yeah.
But maybe you don't value the on-kill.
It's 3 additional cards you can have in your hand that you wouldn't normally have, just at no cost to you besides attacking slightly different. I feel like that is something that may be coming back to get Jesse. Because if there was it could have been a stifling trap and 2 other cards you got back, and you would have been able to keep something up for like a storm slime if there was one. We couldn't have predicted a king slime like we are seeing now.
Thunder Guide here is good. Shadow Strike can ignore the king slime. Unblockable is very strong. However, it is a little bit rough because you can't necessarily just go straight through. Like if you want to kill the king slime or dream fairy or anything like that, you are going to bring out the other 3 slimes that were banished underneath it.
Oh, and we are seeing Shadow Reaver.
Shadow Reaver is interesting. Shadow Reaver is going to take a Gather Slimes, Gaia Songbird, Baby Green Slime, and a Forest Cake. That's kind of well, I mean, I guess you could 2 down Forest Cake if you wanted to cycle a card. Everything else seems kind of useless, though.
Forest Cake, draw a card, Baby Green Slime to bounce the Forest Cake.
If you Shadow Reaver a card and you suppress the Forest Cake would come back under the... It would come back to the person who owns the card, right?
Is it owns or control?
I think it's owns, not control. I'm actually not 100% sure on that. Do you have an answer, Mr. Producer Son?
Suppress.
If I Shadow Reaver steal a Forest Cake and then I suppress the Forest Cake, does it come back under my control or opponent's control? I'm pretty sure it comes back under the opponent's control. Because when it goes to banishment, you lose control of the item.
Okay. We could just then instead have a very buff 2/2 green slime.
Because the wording for suppress is suppress an object, banish it, and return to the field under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end phase. Owner is defined by where the card comes from in the deck. Shouldn't the cards from Tristan be unknown to the other player? That would make it impossible to use this on webcam. There's a webcam rule in the tournament rules and guideline that says these cards are banished in a separate zone. So they're considered face down cards, but both you and your opponent can look at the cards at any time. So it's basically like face up, but not face up. The cards are still face down, so they get no effect for banishment. So right now, Sylvie does not have those slime cards in banishment. They don't count towards things like Storm Slime. But so it's in banishment, but it's face down. It is basically the way it works. Just you have to show them so that you can, kind of prove what the card is and see the card, because webcam.
We have a Metabloom Dryad making its appearance here. Gonna go ahead and buff itself initially. And one keynote to touch about here is Needful did grab the grill with a something underneath it, which we consider probably Covenant of Thorns, but King Slime being Zephyred at the end of the turn.
King Slime being Zephyred on enter. I wonder if it'll be able to.
Dryad triggers here. There's 3 additional buff counters being separated around.
Yup, that's really spooky. Meadowbloom Dryad will trigger. Well, so wait, was it in response to the Meadowbloom Dryad is already on the field, right?
And swung, correct.
Yeah, so it's going to be 3 additional buff counters to any choice ally.
Oh. I believe we have...
It's 3 on the Verdant Slime. And then I think they targeted the Windwalker Boots. In response, he banished it.
Banished it, yes. I'm not quite sure what the...
Ensnaring Fumes.
Never mind, I now understand why we Zephyred the King Slime. Such a heads-up play here from Jesse.
Ensnaring Fume's kind of going crazy for Jesse. Managed to use it very effectively. However, we are in overtime right now, so that means that Needful is going to be turn 0. It'll be 5 minutes or 3 turns, whatever comes down to.
And life totals are looking very low. We have 1 to 4 damage currently.
Oh, Assassin's Ripper. Wait, is it happening?
Are we seeing Sharpened Blade, Slice and Dice?
There's no ally on the field, so this actually might be huge. Because Covenant of Thorns doesn't apply. So Sharpened Blade, Slice and Dice would come in for
Sharpened Blade.
3, 5, 7, 10, and yeah, that would be lethal. Double Sharpened Blade would be lethal.
Yeah, we're prepping, so we're at
prepping the Assassin Ripper.
5
attack. Assassin Ripper's at 5 attack right now. The Slice and Dice currently is for 8 and 11.
Slice and Dice.
Slice and Dice comes in for 8 and then 11. So that's going to put Sylvie at 20.
20, yes. Slime Shield.
Okay, so 17.
6. And then Slice and Dice coming again.
Where do we find that? We had a lot of allies in hand. I don't know if you can find 8 damage though. 8 damage is a lot to come in here.
That is a lot, especially when most of your burst damage for Tristan is coming from an attack card, and you have already attacked for the turn.
Oh, Dungeon Guide. So Dungeon Guide will allow your shadows to attack here with Shadow's Claw. So they'll come in for 4. Dungeon Guide is for 1. So you're 3 damage off lethal. It's actually very viable. I think he has it.
Yes. And we may draw another Sharpened Blade.
However, because there's a Dungeon Guide on the field, Covenant of Thorns is available to be used now.
And now
so
on the shadows as well.
Yeah, it needs to keep in mind the Zephyr. So you'd have to have Zephyr here if there's a Covenant of Thorns underneath.
Ooh.
18. Ooh, no Shadow's Claw.
Interesting.
Just for one. Just for one. Was it a 20? Interesting.
So maybe the hand.
I think that was a late counter gain from the Tristan Shadow Dancer.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the hand's just not looking operable to be able to have that lethal route that we were discussing, and decide to not bring out the Shadow's Claw due to the fact of not wanting to lose it against the Verdant Slime.
Yeah, so Needful will go Stone Scale Ban on enter. In response, pay 1, activate it, and then the on enter will resolve. He puts 3 cards away, and then we'll play things in his recollection right now.
And we only have a minute left here on the clock in overtime.
Oh,
So
Meta Bloom Dryad. Okay. She's going to get her own counter.
What are we looking for here?
Fast activated Lustrous Slime. This might be a 1-1 draw. 25 seconds available here. Activate Guy's Blessing.
Are we looking for that Storm Slime here? I think I saw a glimmer of one in hand. We have at least 8, potentially 9 in banishment for, and we're gonna gather.
And that's it. Overtime's over.
And that is the end. Unfortunately, not able to find lethal fast enough. Did see the Storm Slime off the top.
Yep, that's gonna be it. It's the end of time. It's gonna be a 1-1 there. Sadly, no victor, but I mean, a draw is not bad when you're 4-0. Going in for the 4-0-1 is a pretty comfortable place to be still.
Yeah, would take that draw over a loss any day.
Yeah, we're most likely going to be seeing. I think next match will probably be Krios. Need to double check who else won. If Null won or not, or Jwell. But Krios, I believe, is 5-0 right now. Yeah, match reports are coming in here. Coming in pretty quick. That was an interesting matchup. So that the Sharpened Blade, I think, is really cool. I like the concept of Sharpened Blade and just being able to chip with the Shadow's Claw because it allows you to push damage a little bit faster. However, the thing I thought was a little bit strange, or maybe just to me it didn't quite fit, was the Shadow Reaver. I don't think the Shadow Reaver was necessary at all. I think straight into Shadow Dancer would have been more efficient.
Yeah, you're running a very aggressive game plan with that kind of tempo plays. Having that additional material deck spot for maybe like a Mercenary's Blade, something that you can lean more into that strategy of Sharpened Blade, would be so much more beneficial. I really only think Shadow Reaver is a card when you're going for that full late game Tristan, and to really help you with value and like mirror matches, things like that.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Shadow Reaver is just like the impact of cards you can take from Sylvie don't feel that relevant. Like, sure, if you take a dungeon guide, it's nice because you can play the dungeon guide, but even then, like, it's not that great. And your opponent also gets to know what you took from them because of the webcam, the ruling for it. So it's a little bit different, right? In an in-person game, if you play against like Crux, you could take a Ghost of Pendragon, you could take a Crux Sight, which is just like a free +1. Against fire, you can take things like Creative Shock. Against water, you have interaction. You can take Fracturize, you can take Cerulean Decree, stuff like that. Frostbinds. Against Tristan as well, like Tristan Mirrors, you can take their Mastermind Schemes, their Shadow Strikes. Like, you remove a lot of kill cards for them. I think what Jesse wanted to do there was probably take a Storm Slime away, just so there wasn't one available for Needful. But it is it is a bit of a risk when the game's at that pacing. It really depends if you're trying to play for the win or if you're comfortable with taking the draw either way.
Yeah, and I think the Tristan best valuable against Sylvie is when a Gaia's Blessing is on the field and you see what's on top, so you sort of have like an idea of what you're trying to steal, but at that point it may be just way too late to even be going for that strategy and attempt, because by the time Gaia's Blessing is out on the field for Sylvie players, they're looking to combo you and potentially end the game that turn.
It really just is like that. There's not much else to say about it. It kind of is what it is, right? But I'm definitely excited to see what the next matchup's going to be. So if we do get Krios, I believe he is on Rye, so we're going to see a Fire Rye game. I think match-wise, it really depends, because if we get someone that we've already seen on stream, we usually opt to choose a matchup that we haven't seen. So we'll have to see. There's a bunch of different options. I'm curious who won between Mr. Mullen and Seattle. Be interesting to see.
You're saying there's an undefeated Fire Rye, which I know you confidently said there was not going to be a Rye.
I very specifically said that because he said it in chat. He was like, "You doubt me," and I said, "Of course I doubt you. Always."
There's no bigger fuel for doing well in the tournament besides spite.
Yeah, we're gonna see some interesting games. We do have we have 2 rounds left?
3 rounds left.
3 rounds?
Round 5.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we have 3 rounds left to go. This is a great time to say it, but if you guys are enjoying the stream, if you've been here, you're hanging out, having a good time, please make sure to subscribe. The bigger the stream gets, the more production we can have, all more people we can have, all the cool stuff. Also, at the same time, if you go into the description of the video, make sure to subscribe to Valkyrie's YouTube channel and mine as well, if you like my content and such. But yeah, we're excited to be here. So thank you guys for supporting us. I've also said it many times, but Valkyrie will be one of the casters for Ascent Chicago. So that'll be really, really exciting to hear his insight alongside, I believe it's Lineage Break Cam and Clem.
That is correct. Yes, I'll be alongside those two.
That'll be a championship lineup going into that one. So it's gonna be interesting. A lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool decks to see. I'm really excited to see how this one turns out, especially with our predictions. Just to go over those predictions again, you thought that a Fire and Solar Rain, 3 Sylvies with one of them being Fire, I believe.
Yes.
A Water Allies, 2 Wind Allies, one of which being robots, and a Merlin, pure Merlin, non-hybrid, would make top 8 with Fire and Solar Rain being the victor. And on my side, the difference was I said we would have a Tristan, a Nico in top 8. I believe there'd be a Fire Aggro or a Fire Burn deck. So that's like Fire Aggro Rain or a Fire Xander Burn. 1 Wind Robots, 2 Slimes, both Spirit of Slime. And then 2 Merlins, one being pure Merlin and one being hybrid. And I think the hybrid Merlin has a very good chance into this field. Knowing the amount of allies in the deck lists, I think that hybrid is actually a very good meta call.
Hybrid is looking very good. We saw clearly what a level 2 Flame Sweep is able to do when Jimmy Lee was on the field, and it was nothing but extraordinary watching the amount of value you get, the tempo, and everything. Alrighty, and it looks like we are getting some word in that our next matchup, we're going to be looking at not one of the top tables as we were suggesting.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking down at table 7.
Table 7.
Yeah, almost everyone above that has already been on stream, so we're gonna go down to some deck lists that haven't been seen on stream yet, just so we can get a little bit less repetition. So Stevo is on hybrid Merlin, but it's a fragmented variation of the hybrid Merlin. Things to know with this deck. I'm very familiar with the fragmented Merlin. I play it a lot and practice with it a lot. He doesn't run Cremation Ritual because it doesn't work on turn 1 with Fragmented unless you go second.
Oh, that's a very valid point. You cannot play a 3-cost ally into a 3-cost action.
Or even a 2-cost into a 3-cost because you'll have 6 cards if you go first.
2-cost, yeah.
Yeah. So he also doesn't run Library Witch.
Very interesting indeed. I do really enjoy the hybrid card choices for the deck as well. One of them is you don't get to see that often, so a little bit of representation for that. And then I quickly want to touch base on his opponent, Mewtwo. And it looks like we're going to be having another very similar Tristan build out here, running the slice and dices along with the black market brokers, but we notably are not going to be seeing that sharpen blades. Instead, we have incapacitate taking its spot.
This is actually a really aggressive deck. So I see Gloamspire Mantle and Windwalker Boots, but no gloves. No Gearstrike gloves. Grand Crusader's Ring is also in the main. And then things to note in the sideboard. These are cards I'm a huge fan of. Eternal Magistrate and Shadow Resonance. I like Eternal Magistrate because it helps stop the things like Ascension. It's really good against things like Dungeon Guide, etc. And then Shadow Resonance. A card we don't always see. It's a 2-cost fast Umbra spell. Or skill, I guess, assassin skill. It's recover 2, draw a card, and then if you have 4 more preparation counters, you can summon an ominous shadow. So this is like useful in the mirror where Ensnaring Fumes comes out, you can just fast activate Shadow Resonance. But it's also good against like just generic chip damage.
It's a very underutilized card. And when that game first was shown, came out, I thought it was going to be a much more difference maker for these kind of Tristan decks. But a lot of them are leaning more into the less grindy and more of the I'm just going to use all my prep counters at once to get you, instead of the let's have like 5, 6 Omnis Shadows on the board at once swinging in. This is one of those matchups as well. We've seen it a couple of times before, not today, but just in your average tournament, where it can go either way. I wouldn't call it a coin flip. However, no matter who goes on the play, the other player still has a great amount of chance to take the victory by sneaking it through with some of their big potential cards. Merlin has Fireball. That's something that's always an inevitability. You'll only need about 2 or 3 level counters for it to start looking very deadly. And then we look at Tristan's side and Shadow Strike. No matter what Merlin can do, even with Deer on the field, if you get a big enough Shadow Strike, the damage prevention isn't going to matter.
True. Double Mastermind Scheme. Go to 20 prep counters. I'm gonna hit you guys with the Shadow Strike for 20 something. Just kill you through it. Maybe triple Mastermind Scheme. Hit you with a Shadow Strike for 40. It's not a lot that Incarnate Majesty, the Majestic Spirit there can do for you. Even though it does reduce or prevent damage half rounded down. It's like, or half rounded up is prevented. It's I mean, you can still overkill. You hit like 20 something, you only need 10 more damage on the field. If you hit for, 25, you only need a little bit more chip damage, right?
Yeah, it's very easily, and I don't think Merlin's going to be sitting at 0 damage counters when we get to that point. It's going to be a brawl in the early stages, just looking at these two deck lists.
Yeah, so we have a lot of the standard allies in Tristan here, right? We're going to see Dungeon Guides, Sadies, we're seeing the Black Market Brokers, Korhazi Outlook, Dream Fairy, and then the Windmill Engineer. So there's not a lot of like allies, not a lot of it, but chip counts, right? Every 1 or 2 damage is a really big thing. The thing that I think matters the most in the matchup here is going to be uses of Fast Cure. You're going to want to hold onto your Fast Cures and actually play them instead of just discarding them with things like Creative Shock or with Hasty Messenger, mainly because as a Fragmented Spirit, you're going to be lower influence, but also because Wind Tristan just is a value machine, right?
Yeah.
Windmill Reclaim, Surveil the Winds, Fairy Whispers, like whatever it is, all your cards tend to recycle themselves. So you're always going to be at a higher level of influence when you compare the two.
And with a higher level of influence, we are jumping into game 1 here. Our players have already started, and we are joining them live. It looks like
I think that's a Creative Shock. Is Creative Shock discard a Stalwart Shieldmate is most likely what we saw there.
And Tristan went first, playing a Windmill Engineer, I'm assuming, into a Reclaim, leveling up, and then
I guess.
Fairy Whispers.
Well, actually, I don't think it was a Windmill. It was probably a Korhazi Outlook because prep counters. So 2 prep counters, yes. 1 gained from whatever was played first, and then 1 gained from the ally. Oh, so it was a Sadie. Return Sadie, most likely, or Reclaim Sadie.
All right, Sadie swinging in for 2. And alrighty. We are back to our current turn, making sure we know exactly where we are in this game state. Sword of Seeking being materialized from Lorraine level 1. Getting paid really with the Stalwart Shieldmate.
What a great start here. Fragmented Fire Spirit. Going to Creative Shock into pitch a floating. Discard a floating there. You're going to go to Influence of 8 on your level up. It's actually a fantastic start. Creative Shock again. Incapacitate? Ain't no way.
No, just passing priority there. And discarding a Flame Rune.
Yeah, discarding a Flame Rune. Pretty good. Going to get another floating in there. Don't want to put that out on the field. Give Sadie a chance to kill it and then get the on-kill agility.
Do we look for a fast level 2 Merlin here for Stevo? We do have that one floating that is active thanks to being class bonus warrior right now. And then 3 cards in memory, so you can easily go into Merlin level 2 and start setting up for a dungeon guide play.
I think it depends on what your opponent plays. If your opponent plays 2 allies here that can't be bounced back to hand or doesn't have the ability to return them, Lorraine into Lorraine with a Flame Sweep would be really, really big value, right? Draw 2 is fantastic. Making your opponent go -2 just on 2 allies killed is great. Fairy Whispers.
That is very true. Considering, though, I don't think we're going to see many allies being played. Mito's hand is looking kind of more combo-oriented, as that's why Saudi is the one being constantly played and bounced. We might need to do a little bit more digging or further investigation, see if we could come across any windmill engineers or any more generative value.
Do we see an outlook? He doesn't need to put things down that gain prep counters right now, specifically because he has the boots out, right? So Sadie's up. 2 damage from Sadie. Stevo taking the 2 damage even before the swing declaration.
Oh, a little bit of confusion there because of that. Yeah, I think with this now, we're not going to be seeing a Lorraine level 2. Saudi is the way to play around it. You can instantly return it to your hand as soon as that sweep comes out. So I think, yep, straight into the Merlin route as predicted here. Going to want to start setting up your Merlin Fireball. And I'd like to assume there is a Ghost of Pendragon.
This is something important to mention. So he's choosing to banish from his graveyard, right? He banishes 2 there. If you choose to banish 2 from your graveyard like that, or sorry, from your memory, and then say you banish 1 and then you ask to banish floating memory, you can't actually do that. You have to declare all your floating memory banishments before you do random banishment. Otherwise, you have to complete your random banishment.
Yes.
But in this case, he just wanted to eat the Flame Rune Swordsman, draw a card from the Fragmented Spirit, and we're going to see the Dungeon Guide Stifling Trap maybe coming out.
Stifling Trap. It would be a good time for it. And there we are.
We are going to see the Stifling Trap. I think 2 down to return Sadie, and then playing the Stifling Trap kind of makes more sense, right? Also, he was mentioning that he forgot the trigger on his Windwalker boots. His opponent said it's fine. Oh, maybe. I believe Windwalker boots a mandatory trigger.
I do want to point out something very smooth that Stevo did do as well, is when you're running the Fragmented Spirit Merlin, if you do eat a floating memory on level 2, granting you level counter, putting you at 3 total levels, you're able to go ahead and sacrifice and draw that additional card before you hit your actual level 3 champion. So it's a great way to...
He's calling a judge for the Windwalker boots. I believe what it's going to happen is it's going to be a warning for failure to maintain game state, but it is a mandatory trigger, and it's going to be something that gets resolved. So you will get the counter most likely.
You have to have the counter because the card says you gain a counter, not you may. But it is going to be mentioned to Mito that you gotta be careful. Watch out. Make sure you do all your game actions properly here.
Yeah, it's important to play the game clean. Make sure to maintain all the things that happen to you. At the beginning of your end phase, if your champion is awake, put a preparation counter on them. Just put. We will see what is being said here. Ah, interesting. So it looks like It was not given.
That is a very interesting thing. Would love to know the sort of the reasoning behind the judge of what the final decision was there. But
Cards were drawn, actions were made, so maybe that could be why.
Alrighty, and we see Materialization GCR popping that to draw a card.
Grand Crusader's Ring, the classic Divine Relic, banished to draw 1.
Paying to return Sadie back to the hand. And we are set back up with I believe 9 cards in Influence. We are still level 1, so we're not looking to quite Dungeon Guide yet.
Sadie coming back.
Back by popular demand.
Sadie just punching damage into Merlin. Merlin's going to be at 6 here. I believe Fast Cure would not do much here.
I believe Influence is very close for this style of game. Both players not really playing much. 8 total Influence for the Tristan player. And we're just hard leveling up to Merlin.
Yeah, hard level to Merlin's good. If your Dungeon Guy gets stifling trapped, you kind of just leave it there. You're like, all right, that's cool. All good, man.
Recollection trigger, draw a card off of that, and then draw a card for turn. A main phase Creative Shock. Interesting. Doing a little bit of digging here. Discarding a Stalwart Shieldmate. Oh, that was all pre-recollection. Gotcha. Interesting here. A full grip. Merlin swinging in for 3 damage with the Sword of Seeking, thanks to an even turn. And then I believe we're going to be seeing a Ghost of Pendragon. The classic Crux move.
Oh, scry the skies first. Scry the skies for 5 is pretty good here. It's going to be a good way to set up your future turns.
And we're just going all on the bottom, 1 on top, which is being drawn into memory. 2 down. And the ghosts. Do we have another Stifling Trap here?
Probably not. Pendragon will be returning the Sword of Seeking. He's going to draw 2.
This is
like
actually
we talked about
into...
before. The classic, are you Crux yet? Nope, not Crux. All right, enable Crux, play Pendragon. We're going to see Banishment here. Surveil the Winds. I didn't see what the other card was, but we're going to see Tristan level 2 here. He's going to draw 2 for the trigger.
And it is getting kind of dicey here if we don't see a Dungeon Guide for Tristan. Merlin is going to be at 3 level counters, which is enough for a double Fireball lethal to start coming through with his board state.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. 14 damage to face. 22 is not a big health pool. You're not Tony. You're not Lorraine. You're going to be struggling.
All right, and then still deciding what we want to play here. 2 down. 3 down, and we do have the Dungeon Guide, so we are gonna go ahead and get this level up here. get out of that range of a crazy recollection, pre-recollection fireball into a main phase fireball.
Yeah, we're gonna banish the Ensnaring Fumes and Sadie, going into Tristan Shadow Dancer. Gain a prep counter and 2 shadows. Oh, shadow tokens. Those are pretty cool. Some more Lucky Yuki tokens.
We are looking at 8 prep counters, I believe that is reading here for Tristan. So a Mastermind Scheme would be really nice to go ahead, double that, and gain that agility
Oh,
3.
there's the Mastermind Scheme. You have to be careful though. Like double Fireball can still push a lot of damage in. Double Fireball and an Ascension is still enough for lethal, assuming that there's no Veiling Breeze.
Or even double Fireball into Ghosts would be perfectly acceptable as well.
Yeah, the thing is you'll be able to redirect a lot. Ooh, Banish Boots now is interesting. Maybe looking for lethal. I was hoping to top deck. Wait, maybe he did top deck a Shadow Strike. Or just needed the card to play Shadow Strike.
Needed the card to play Shadow Strike.
That's the up to 7. Yep, that's game.
Wow.
Shadow Strike for 16. It's gonna come in for 21. It's exact lethal before the shadows come in, and that's it.
Do you know how we got the exact lethal there with 21? That's Sadie swinging in those 3 turns in a row.
Yep. Sadie swung in 3 turns. She was almost as strong as an Icebound Slam. She had 6 damage on the field. Even though Mita lost the counter from the Windwalker boots there, is still able to come back, right? It took an entire turn away from his materialization. And that is kind of what's scary about playing these level 3 combo Tristans. If you're playing Crux, you're not playing like a faster deck like an Ensol or something, you're able to just be obliterated on 3rd, maybe 4th materialization if you have the right cards in hand, right? If you have it, you have it. And it's kind of scary. It's a lot of damage. All right, Shadow Strike comes in. Let's talk perfect turn, right? So let's say you go into Tristan level 2 with 4 prep counters. All right, so you draw, you Dungeon Guide to 3, you get 5 prep counters, you Mastermind Scheme to 10, you Shadow Strike for 15 with 10 prep counters and the Shadow's Claw, and then your shadows come in for 2 each, and the Dungeon Guide. So you did 20 damage right there. So like finding lethal after that seems pretty realistic and pretty easy. Or if you're unsure if you can find lethal, you can push them to 19 if you respect Chalice of Blood, and then just wait. Hold the rest of your prep counters available to you, and just push them only to the threshold where you think, all right, if they have Chalice of Blood, I don't want to give them the extra 2 cards. If they don't have Chalice of Blood, I can kind of just chill and kill them next turn.
Yeah, which even if keeping prep counters allows you to keep open Ensnaring Fumes just in case, if you feel like you don't want to get run over by some like Ghost of Pendragons. It really helps you play that defense option. Also, great way to fight against Incarnate Majesty.
Great way to get rid of the Majestic Spirit, for sure, for sure. So looking at the sideboards here, things I think might be interesting to see on Stevo's side is the Under Fire. I think Under Fire is really interesting. Sparkle Light is also kind of interesting because you can technically double Sparkle Light the Shadow Clones and kill them. Since they are, it's on the wording for them, it says prevent damage. If prevent 3 damage every time they're dealt damage, and Unpreventable just goes right through that. So you could push for kills with those. Disintegrate, I think, also works because they're Fantasia allies. So you can just instantly blow them up with that too.
Yes, I would say
Under Fire,
disintegrate over it. Yeah, Under Fire.
Under Fire is a big one here.
I'm curious to see if that was just I don't want to play against Tristan decks, and this is going to be like my one answer to it, since Tristan's unable to, in any really way, shape, or form, gain True Sight for their attacks. Looking into it, what we take out is we probably look to the less aggressive card, or the cards that we're probably not going to want to see in this matchup. So I think we take out some of our sudden steals, trade those 3 for 3 with Under Fire, get a little of that. You could also argumentatively take out your 3 Resolute Stands for the 3 Under Fires. As we saw in game 1, there wasn't a bunch of allies hitting for multiple damage. It was just a couple of allies and then one big swing.
I actually really like Resolute Stand against Tristan. Resolute Stand, if you Resolute in response to their Shadow Strike activation, since they have to pay the prep first, what happens is if you Resolute Stand, their shadows can't hit you for anything. So it's kind of good in that case. I would definitely take out the Scatter Essence, knowing you're playing against Wind anyways. You don't need it if you're playing Prismatic. But it's hard to say. Like, it's actually kind of hard to say what you would want to take out. I do think 3 Underfires in is good. I don't know if I need the Sparklights. So maybe it's 2 Scatter Essence out, 1 Incarnate Majesty out, or 1 Sudden Seal out.
Yeah, I like that. I would also argumentatively put in Disintegrate. I think it's way better for the game plan and what you want to do. That just able to remove a Shadow Clone if needed, or to get rid of any of the objects like Shadow's Claw. Even more like if there's a black market broker that is dealing you damage, you can disintegrate it, take it out, and not have to worry about that anymore. Leaves your Ghost of Bent Dragons able to swing face. And then looking at Tristan's sideboard here, I'd be more than happy.
Incaps most definitely come in.
Yes.
That card is way too good into Merlin.
And then I could see an place to bring in Shadow Resonance. It is one of those cards that can really help throw off Fireball math, where your opponent's like, oh, if I Fireball for 6 and then Fireball for 6, I should be exact lethal. And just in response to it, you Shadow Resonance, heal 2, draw a card, gain that additional Omnis Shadow, which allows you to swing out big on that next turn.
I also think Eternal Magistrate is really, really good in this matchup. It stops Spirit Blade Ascension. It also stops Incarnate Majesty if it's in your material deck, and it stops Dungeon Guide.
The hard part for me for Eternal Magistrate is against Fire Merlin has so many fast speed answers to removing it off the board before they are in that situation to be affected by it. I do think
normally I'd agree with that, but Stevo's deck actually doesn't have that many answers. He has 4 Fireballs, and he'd have to double Creative Shock to get it killed, or like Creative Shock and then attack it with a sword or something. He's like kind of, it's like a in between a Spellsling build, but it's also like mostly Crux focused.
And that's the fault with running into that hybrid package, is you can't have that hyper focus into one of those routes, so you have to tread that line so carefully that you lose access to multiple things that a normal Merlin would be able to have. And you bring up a very good point, though. Only having Fireballs, and we are wanting those to be our lethal targets, not our removal spells at this point.
Windmill Reclaim. Do we see Windmill Reclaim? Ooh, Dream Fairy. Showing a Dream Fairy is kind of spicy here. You're going to want to get rid of those shield mates and not have them get Dream Fairyed. Although, I guess Dream Fairy into a shield mate is kind of a useless target. You're probably just chilling. You probably want to save your Dream Fairy for a potential Incarnate Majesty. Now, the interesting thing to me is, do you think Stevo might consider going into a like Fire Lorraine Blade Master this time? Because he didn't show it to Mito, so Mito doesn't actually know if he's playing hybrid or not.
That is very true. It is a big surprise factor. I think it's all going to contribute here to see how Mito develops their board. If they're going to be playing a little bit more Windmill Engineers or some allies, I think you have a very strong argument to go into the Lorraine side. But the attack with the Hasty Messenger into the Windmill Engineer sort of tells me that Stevo's wanting to just go Merlin.
I also think he's probably just going into Merlin. So we're going to see a fast level up here. No Reclaim. Windmill's going to die, so the value of that Windmill is a little bit lost. 3 Recollection, Surveil the Winds. Going to go to 2 prep counters. He was kind of chilling. Oh, second Surveil the Winds. Okay. Turboing the preparation counters as best we can. One of the classics of Tristan is you level up into Tristan and then you play like 8 cards and then you say, all right, can I recollect and draw now? And the opponent looks at you and just goes, excuse me?
I thought that was your turn.
You're like, oh, 1 down to Fairy Whispers. 2 down to Surveil. 1 down to Fairy Whispers. 2 down to Surveil. You're like, excuse me, what? Oh, Sadie comes in. Sadie going to swing into the Hasty. Does Stevo have a response? 2 down.
Reprogram.
Yeah, reprogram is good. It's going to deny the kill. No on-kill agility here for Mito. It's also going to get the second floating for his level up. But might just use one of them actually.
And eat the other with the Merlin level 2 again to be able to pop for the fragmented spirit shard.
It kind of depends on what he has in his hand though, because he has a hasty messenger on the field still, so he can actually just immediately discard as soon as the turn starts.
So he does use both floating memory here to go into Merlin level 2. Maintaining that hand presence, not wanting to get rid of any additional card.
Mm-hmm. Hasty messenger coming in. On attack declaration, will be discarding a fast cure. 1 damage to face. Going to be using that Merlin effect, resting Merlin, banishing a card from graveyard with floating memory for a level counter. Immediately says, okay, cool, I'm level 3 now. I'm going to use my Spirit Fragment. I'm going to banish that, draw a card as well. And 3 down for Dungeon Guide.
Perfect. Almost like clockwork, knowing exactly what they wanted to
trap?
do.
No Stifling Trap.
No.
Well, that's going to be a hard game for Mewtwo. Hard game indeed. No Stifling Trap is rough.
Was that a reprogram and Scatter Essence appears to have been...
So he kept the Scatter Essence in.
And now we're looking at a very strong setup for Steve-O here. On level 3 Merlin.
Has that additional 2 down for a Ghost of Pendragon. No Pendragon. Holding cards in hand.
End of the turn, we're paying 2, returning Saudi.
It's actually after materialization. So he banished the Dream Fairy and I think an Ensnaring Fumes. And then on the on-enter trigger, he's returning the Sadie so that he can get the 4th preparation counter to draw 2.
Interesting, okay. Waiting it for a little bit timing-wise here.
It just allows you to get a more controlled banishment, right? You can banish first, and then on the on-enter trigger or in response to your materialization, you put 2 down and then return Sadie to hand, get the prep counter. So then when Tristan hits the field or when the on-enter trigger resolves, you do have your preparation counters available to you.
Another Fairy Whispers. 3 seen so far.
3rd Whispers. Whispers feels so good, but the problem is if you're playing this many Whispers, you might just not have anything in your hand available to you.
Yeah. And I'm curious if this is still in response to the draw 2 from Tristan. Or if they fully resolved that. The 4th Fairy Whispers. Digging really deep here.
Is this all still pre-recollection? I think it is.
Yes. All looking for a Dungeon Guide, I'm guessing here. I want to make sure you...
I believe that's 2 on top. So he's going to get the reveal for a Stifling Trap and then draw the next one. That was a lot of Fairy Whispering.
Being able to cycle through 9 cards is very strong in a single turn. Did reveal 2 Stifling Traps, which is really important to remember here as we're coming up. 3, and we see a Dungeon Guide perhaps? No, Return of the Sadie. Probably going to be attempting to get rid of that Hasty Messenger once again. Agility 3 will be quite nice.
He's debating what he's attacking. 2 to face or 2 into the Hasty Messenger. Gonna kill the Hasty Messenger. Agility 3 on kill. What would Steve-O have available to him if not playing a Pendragon there? He might have a no, if he had a Scry, he would have played Scry the Skies. Might be holding on to like a Creative Shock or something. Or wants to play like a fast floating.
Or perhaps a Ascension, and you want to just do the Ascension loop pre-recollection.
Yeah, Ascension could be interesting. Drawn Blade. Banish the 1 card from memory. It is a reprogram. I draw for the Drawn Blade. And then we will see even level counter. So he'll go to 5 influence here. 6 once he draws for turn. Do we see the 1 down Ascension? No, we're going to go straight into draw phase.
Interesting. It may have just been 3 dead cards in hand then, if that's the case.
It's all just fast floating. Like fast floating are all like resolute stands or something. He's gonna swing with the Sword of Seeking here, so 3 damage to face. Gonna put Tristan at 5.
Oh, Dungeon Guide coming in
6
for
with the
additional
Dungeon Guide.
1.
It is nice that Mito's holding all cards in hand, knows that Ascension is an option here, so losing cards would be kind of frustrating. The waiting game. Both players actually playing very cautiously and careful. Knows the Stifling Trap's out there, so does he want to try to force or bait the Stifling Trap with the Pendragon? No.
Backup Charger. Just
Here's the
more and
question.
more damage.
Does he, in response, Ascension? No Ascension. Maybe Steve-O just has nothing in his hand. Maybe his hand is all just like Flame Sweeps. Triple Flame Sweep, nothing else. Return Sadie to hand, go to 5. Interesting. Dungeon Guide, put him to 6. Mastermind Scheme for 12, which would give him a Shadow Strike for 19. No, not 19, 17. 17, 21, 22 with Dungeon Guide. Not quite enough to kill yet.
We've been missing off. It's that damage, early game damage. Merlin's still only chilling at 1.
Mastermind Scheme here. 4 down for a Mastermind Scheme. I think he put 3 down. Yeah. Wait, did he put 4 down?
Well, there was 4 down, and then 3 down for the.
He's gonna gain agility 3 and just 2 damage to face. So let's see. Mastermind Scheme right now is 15 plus the 4 from the shadows would put him at 22. If you include the Dungeon Guide, 23. So he's 5 short. Sadie puts it at 2. 3 short for lethal next turn.
3 short. Although if there is another Mastermind Scheme in hand or off the top of the stack, that is just lethal if we go to level 3.
Needs to be careful though. 6 damage. So 16 from lethal. Steve-O is going to go to 3, which puts him at fireballs for 7. So 2 fireballs, a lot of damage. Incapacitate, something to worry about. Veiling Breeze is something to worry about here.
Oh, is that a... Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see a ghost, or if we do, it's gonna be a bait for the Stifling Trap. I think the 2 being revealed
Scry.
are
Scry
really
for 6
making
is kind of
Steel
good.
play slow. Yeah, we're looking for fireballs here.
Looking for fireballs. Looking for anything that can kind of just push damage. Spell damage is so good against Tristan. Even if you played an Ascension and he incapacitates the Ascension, you have 2 swords available, so you'd have to have 2 incapacitates in hand to really deal with that. And while he has Fairy Whispered a lot, it may be worth noting and being afraid of that. He did put 2 cards to the bottom every single time except for 1 though, and revealed a win. So the one time he didn't might have been keeping it on top. Dungeon Guide in for 1. Bring 7 here for Mito. Ooh, sudden steal for free. No sword, I believe.
And we are getting into that range for Fireball now. Sun is still such a great card for Warriors. Fast bonus efficiency, which means it costs 1 less for each level you are, and it's just a straight up 5 damage attack. Oh, we do see a Shadow Resonance, Black Market Broker, and a Dream Fairy being banished, so the Shadow Resonance were cited in.
Whoa, Shadow Resonance, good.
We are into Tristan Shadow Dancer, getting our 2 Omni Shadows, getting an additional prep counter, and perhaps Mito is looking for the kill this turn. We do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left for Steve-O, so there stands a Resolute Stand is an option, so we gotta make sure we play.
Under Fire is also an option. Oh, Mastermind Scheme.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no!
The route
22
we
counters.
talked about, it's happening.
22 counters is kind of big. So this is where you have to be careful, right? If you mastermind scheme for everything, or sorry, if you Shadow Strike right now for everything and you don't lethal, you probably just lose the game. He just all ins and kills you.
Correct. If there is an under fire in the hand of Stevo, I believe that would be enough to close out this game, as Mito would use every single prep counter to try and push lethal.
However, he could play Incapacitate in response. So it depends on cards in hand. That's what we have to keep in mind here. It's hard to tell how many cards Mito has in hand, but if he has 6 cards available to him, it can be kind of big.
Oh,
he's just attacking Raw for 1?
Interesting.
Raw for 1 is kind of crazy.
2 and 2.
Yep. Spicy. Okay, spicy, slow gameplay. We're going to see 2 durability counters here on the Shadow's Claw. Wants to play it safe, calculated. The problem is 2 fireballs might kill him. Terrafring is a very, very good option here for Stevo. Stevo's also going to be going to 4 counters, putting him on even level counter and allowing him to draw and get a +2. He does have another sudden steal that redirect would kill the Fantasia.
And we do got to keep in mind, Stevo did scry 2 cards to the top of the deck.
So he knows what he wants here. Has a lot of cards in hand. Double fireball, triple fireball. Incaps are pretty strong right now.
Trade 2, we're looking at
2 down for Ghost of Pendragon.
I think it's a main phase fireball.
He can only incapacitate one thing. That's the thing.
Ooh, and here's the ghosts.
Yeah, so you would definitely want to be putting your Stifling Traps in your memory here. So if he's playing Stifling Trap from his hand, it's actually a huge misplay. With that many prep counters, you want to play it from your memory so you can hold up other interaction like your Incapacitate. Yeah, so he's going to play it from memory. We go down to 3. Stifling Trap from memory.
So we know there's one more Stifling Trap somewhere, either in hand or in memory. And it looks like Mito did not go for the kill last turn because did not have enough cards in hand to Shadow Strike and have Incap. Just playing.
Well, he just took the damage. He just took 3 damage instead of. He's just taking damage instead of redirecting. It's kind of spicy because with fireballs available to you, I don't know if I would be willing to do that. I would definitely have not taken the 3 from the ghost. Take the 1 from the dungeon guide, maybe.
Yeah, it's such a risky move. You're already setting up to be in an exact range for fireball. It's going to be hitting in for 8, which is just 1 shy of lethal.
Interesting that he chooses to redirect the dungeon guide attack, but not the Ghost of Pendragon. I guess it was too late for him to do that.
Yeah.
He had already taken the 3 and tapped it on his own life counter as well, so he basically confirmed he was taking it.
So we went all the way. We had, was it 22 prep counters, all the way down to 16 now. We're using quite a bit to stay alive and mitigate some damage. We're going to be digging more. GCR being popped.
Do we see the Terrafring? Is Stevo going to Terrafring? He's crazy if he doesn't Terrafring right now. Okay, he is going to Terrafring.
Okay.
It'd be crazy to take out the Terrafring and not use it that turn when you're that close to dead. Is really scary. Shadow Strike does have a lot of counters still available to him.
Shadow Strike is still lethal with the... If there's enough cards to Shadow Strike, pay the 2, and then swing with Sadie and pay the 2.
So the question is, if he goes all counters at 16, Shadow Strike for 21, right? Shadow Strike for 21 means you kill through a single Resolute. You don't kill through double Resolute, and you don't kill through under fire. So I think it might, if you have enough cards, if you have 7 cards in hand, or 6 cards in hand, you Shadow Strike for all counters. You Shadow Strike for 16 with the Shadow's Claw, and you say 21. And if he goes under fire, you incapacitate it. If he plays Resolute, you just let him Resolute. The only scary part is if he has 2 Resolutes in his hand.
Mastermind
scheme go crazy. That's actually nuts. All right, well, we're gonna see what is that? 16, 32 counters now?
32, yes. 16 doubled here.
Okay, then. We're running out of dice with numbers on them. Now we have to use the dots. That's a lot of counters. That is indeed a lot of counters.
Such a curiosity too. I wonder if Mito has a Veiling or an in-cap in hand, because Fireball should still be on the forefront of their mind.
So the scary thing here is you cannot like tap out. If you put all of your cards down in your influence, even if it's to like even though you have agility 3, the problem with that is that you would attempt to you wouldn't be able to incapacitate. So if Steve has double Fireball in hand, you would just instantly lose. So like they're playing a huge game of chicken, making sure that, you know, if I attack you, you can't kill me before I hit you.
And we did just have a pass turn, gain that agility 3, and now 6 cards in hand. And Merlin, nothing before Recollection. Just getting that counter, going to 5, drawing a card. We are going to be using some of our prep counters to redirect into our Omni Shadows. To another Ghosts.
Ghost of Pendragon, kind of good.
There's a Pain
Do
2
we see
down.
another Stifling Trap? We do see another Stifling Trap. He wants to basically just deny. He's just trying to deny Steve from drawing more to find more fireballs, basically.
Yeah, it's your opponent's playing these Ghosts of Pendragons with the amount of cards they have in hand. They're clearly trying to dig for something, so you're going to be mitigating that as much as possible. Oh, we redirected the Dungeon Guide swing too. Interesting.
I mean, at this point, we just redirect everything. We're like, I don't take any more damage. we're reaching the point where a single fireball is almost ready to kill, right? 5 level counters, fireball for 9. So if he takes the damage from the Dungeon Guide, 1 fireball will kill him. So if he incaps 1, takes another one, game's over. Recollect and draw. Surely we just see the boots banished to draw a card, right?
Yeah.
How many cards does Steve have in his hand?
Steve should have about 7 or 8 in hand.
Oh, he's going for the Shadow Strike. He's Shadow Striking for... He's counting it right now. He needs to Shadow Strike for triple Resolute is basically what it is.
This is the big reveal. Is there an
24? 24. If he does all of them, 26, which is 31 damage. And he needs to go for 27, right? So wait, let's see. 18 damage plus 9, 27. If he Shadow Strikes for 27, he goes through triple Resolute.
Unfortunately, he cannot do 27. We have
so there's the under
fire.
In cap.
Fireball.
And that's game, I think.
That's game. Yeah.
Yep. Didn't have an answer to it. Didn't have an answer. So he's going to be losing to the incapacitate there. Incapacitate. I mean, we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about exactly what line was coming. It was like double, triple Resolute, or it was under fire. If under fire comes out and he gets hit with the what is it? The incapacitate, right? Single Resolute would only block 3, so he'd do 21 damage. He was coming in for more than that in just raw prep counters, right? Yeah. It was 26 prep counters, so he came in for 31. Yeah, so if you have 1 incapacitate in your hand with 31 damage on a Shadow Strike, you will win no matter what. Because even if he plays under fire, you incapacitate it, and then he resolutes for free, it's still not enough to survive.
Yeah, so. Such very methodical gameplay coming in from the Tristan player. It was
knew exactly what long, slow setup.
Yeah, it's we knew exactly what they were angling for. The in cap was staying there present at all times, just in case Mullen got trigger happy with a fireball, or to help push in that last bit of damage with the Shadow Strike. And we clearly saw it. They finally decided to go for it. Had enough cards in hand. Under fire hit in cap, and then Mullen had the fireball in response, but it just was 1 damage shy, not enough.
Yeah, it was big. Big. Tristan with the, what was it, triple mastermind scheme?
Yeah, three
The triple
mastermind schemes
mastermind
that
scheme is
game.
kind of crazy. It's actually like very, very scary to see. You go in, you're like, oh, he can hit me for like 40 now. Oh, okay. That was a pretty quick match though. So we have about 17 minutes left in the round. Hopefully either I don't know if it'll be this round or next round. Maybe we can see if Mitch can get us some graphics for undefeated. I think that'd be kind of cool to get current top 16 or just the undefeated statistics. I know people always ask like, oh, these people have made top cut. These people are in the 16 for the invites. These people are in the 32 for winnings. I think it's kind of cool to just like take a look at that and be like, oh, this is the breakdown of champions. But of all the matches we've seen so far today, what was the one that you thought was the most interesting to watch? And then what was the neatest like deck itself?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think one of the best matches to have watched today is probably going to be between our, I believe it was our round one opponents. If I am remembering that correctly, it was the Merlin versus the, oh gosh, the Merlin versus the Nico deck. Thank you. And I thought that was really interesting just because it got to that point of Nico was going that mill route the whole time, and Merlin just needs to dig through their deck to be able to get to the combo pieces. So it's a great like example of, can I find my answers and what I need before the Nico player just absolutely takes every card out of my deck as a viable option.
Yeah, it was really good. I'll be honest, I thought you were gonna say the Insole game. Jimmy Lee on the Fire Insole was like what I pictured in my mind, because you love Insole, right? Like that's one of your favorite decks to see and stuff.
I do. I didn't want to be too biased to it. I really like that matchup. The back and forth between the Wind Allies player and the with the second wins, the Gildesmath, everything like that. It was a really great Grand Archive. But I did have to just give it to the Nico versus Merlin because I feel like that matchup dynamic is what makes it a lot more interesting. And Soul is fun, it's flashy, but it's so linear that you're just like, and they in Soul. Oh, they in Soul again. There isn't really much dynamic or drama to it. And
That's
then,
pretty good.
how about you? Did you have a matchup that
Ooh,
really stood up to you?
the match that stood out to me. As much as I don't like watching slime mirrors, I actually thought that watching that slime mirror was pretty good because the level of play that came from it was very calculated on both sides. Both players were willing to take risks that they felt they had to take. But both players also had very unique answers to how they were going to overcome playing from behind. Right, like the Slime's Blessing was a fantastic one. The double Ethereal Slime, the Slime's Blessing gave him the damage basically to overcome the 6/6 Slime on the other side. And then I don't know. I guess just watching people do like Slime's math because Stone Scale Band is kind of crazy is just interesting. And I really enjoyed seeing the Meadow Bloom Dryad as well in that other game. Meadow Bloom Dryad's really cool.
Yeah, the Meta Bloom really taken advantage of a lot of that additional prep counters, a bunch of prep counters, buff counters, everything with those allies, and they really help push in a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. So if you guys are just joining us right now, we just concluded round 6 of the Yeti MRC online webcam regional. We had 213 players signed up. If you're enjoying what you're watching today, please subscribe to our channel. Also check out Valk's channel and my channel on YouTube and such. But we are going to go to a short break here. We have about 20 minutes until the next round. We're going to be grabbing some more infographics for you guys. I know a lot of you guys are wondering, oh, what does the champion percentage look like for top cut, which in a regional there is no top cut, but the placing. So top 16 will be getting invites, top 32 will be getting additional prizing. So we'll have that for you shortly. And thank you guys so much for being here. Hello, hello, welcome back. Joining us here. This is the end of round 6. We are going to be starting round 7 shortly here. But we wanted to bring you guys a little infographic. So big shout out to SuperMitch8, owner of the Merlin's Marketplace trading Discord. He has brought us an infographic of the end of round 5 Swiss, the top 32 players. So we're going to be able to look at what's doing well in its conversions, and you guys will be able to compare that. We may also be able to get you one for after round 6 with just top 16, but no guarantees on this timing. So here we go. Let's start it off. Top 32 after round 5, champion meta breakdown. Started off 25% Sylvie.
Yeah.
We started with 25% of players being Sylvie, and 25% of them have made it into the top 32 so far.
That is such an amazing statistic to witness here in live time, that the amount of players that we have in the tournament is the same amount that's in top 32. And it means that Sylvie is not only performing exceptionally well, but a lot of these players who are piloting them has really grasped how to follow all the lines and do all that. So it's really great to see.
It's really cool. So this actually looks very much like the spread. So like the early spread we talked about, we were the after round 1 champion spread. This looks very similar to that. So it's actually kind of cool that like players of all of these different decks are skilled enough to make it into that top 32 conversion so far.
Indeed, we still have our big top 3 as our major conversion: Sylvie, Lorraine, and Tristan. And then, of course, Tony, Merlin, Xander, all with representation, followed by Nico, Rai, and Diana. One thing we did want to point out is that the Rai player is the only undefeated right now currently in this top 32. And something to keep our eyes on. But I would really actually like to see a side-by-side comparison of our top 32 breakdown compared to our total tournament breakdown, just to see how similar it is, which really shows the skill level in which Grand Archive is being played at right now. It's not completely dominated by one specific champion because it's just broken. It's not dominated by a specific element. It's very well spread out right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Like you said, Rai with the undefeated so far. I believe that Diana player is also a Wind Diana player, which is kind of cool. Very, very cool. But we're going to be jumping into round 7 here. It's going to be Modest Mewtwo, currently 5-1 versus Jwell, who we saw earlier on the stream, also 5-1. Going to have to flame Andy a little bit for giving me the double slime game again. But as you guys can see, I did mention that I thought the slime game was the most interesting to watch, strictly because of how well both players played. Maybe I just brought that one upon myself. So we'll be bringing the game to you shortly. But I got to say, I wasn't expecting to see Xander here in the top 32. I feel like Xander right now is one of the weaker represented champions. I think the deck lists that are available for it, especially the Luxem focused ones, are on the weaker side. What are your thoughts on that, Valk?
Yeah, I can agree with you on that aspect here. With Luxem just running into too many issues currently with the cards that people have access to, and that very slow game plan, since it's a small bits of damage over time into one big final, it just gets outclassed by every other option they currently have.
It's really tough here. So we're going to see Modest Mewtwo on top. I believe he is, in his region, a 5-time defending store championship winner, maybe 6-time. Very, very well-known player. Usually gets top 100 in the Omni decks, but he's going to be bringing us Slimes today versus Jwell. We saw the deck list earlier. Oh, yeeting cards. For yeeting cards.
I have that type in, checking something.
I'm just making sure they're good to start. I believe round time has not started yet.
And that is such a beautiful playmat we have for that store championship as well.
Oh, it starts now. That's why. Round time is starting right now. Jwell has won the die roll. We'll be going first here. 5 times he lost yesterday? Not like this. The storyline has changed. I was so certain he was the 6-time champion, but I guess it's no more. The Slimes cannot bring him to victory.
This is the redemption arc tournament then, after coming from a brutal loss for the win streak here. You have to come back to the online Yeti regional and redeem yourself by making the top 16 for that invite card. And that's just what Modest Mewtwo is planning on doing.
Coming in for the Lightweaver's Assault. We're going to see... I assume that's a Spirit of Slime. My goodness, that is really bright. I think there's a small duck on it.
There is a small duck on it.
The Spirit of Duck.
Before we mention the duck here real quick, though, I do want to point out that Jwell just drew his hand and passed the turn.
And
that is something...
Gather Slimes, maybe?
Perhaps. It is very unfortunate not seeing any Baby Grays, Forest Cakes, or any early gameplay to help generate some additional value here.
Yeah, not being able to cycle early on always feels kind of bad when you're on these slime deck lists, right? We see the Forest Cake, the Baby Gray. Being able to like flash in a fast activate a Baby Green slime in response to your Sylvie 1 on enter is also good. Oh, that is such a painful thing to see. He's gonna see the slime shield for nothing just to get the level up here. That is a little heartbreaking, one might say.
At that point, though, do you go down like that in card value, or would you just rather say, okay, I'll take the initiative and go down to materialization to get like a backup charger to be able to dig a little bit deeper in for something that can help generate value?
So normally I would say yes, I would rather go for some sort of value generation, whether that's a backup charger, Grand Crusader's Ring, which a lot of Sylvie decks don't run Grand Crusader's Ring. However, with Tamer specifically, all of your like floating memories and all of your class bonuses are basically on every single card. Like, you know how I said you could play Gather Slimes? The problem is class bonus for Gather Slimes is what makes it fast activation. Otherwise, it's a slow spell. So kind of rough in this situation. You do really have to force yourself to go to level 1 when you're playing Sylvie. Otherwise, I mean, you're just going to be stuck so far behind.
We do see that a Baby Gray was drawn off the top here for Sylvie. It's entering, revealing the Ethereal and Lustrous Slime, and getting that additional buff counter from the Sylvie Whispering Woods. Swinging in for 2. I'm going to be pushing in our damage here. But yeah, everything is so integral for Tamer, and that's why the slime package itself is very strong, just because the Baby Gray slime does not have a class bonus limitation at all on it. Additionally to the Forest Cakes draw a card, and those are big important factors.
We're going to see the banishment here of a Baby Blue slime, Sylvie 1, level 1 here. See anything on the stack of the on enter, or are we just going to go straight to Recollection? Move straight to Recollection, draw for turn.
So it looks like we might be answering directly with another Baby Gray slime ourselves. A little bit mirrored. Double
slime eruption.
That is something we do not see often. A lot of these decks themselves are not running a lot of slime eruptions, and I'm just
Escape the Wreckage. Here. Escape the Wreckage, pretty good, especially since he put down both of his slime eruptions. Double, yeah, that's a pretty good one. We know that's gonna make it out. The Baby Gray slime has returned back to memory. Sadly, no cards available here for Jwell to kind of start anything off. So if he does level up to 2, won't have any cards for fast activated Baby Green slime in response to the on enter. No available cards in hand either for a pre-recollection backup charger. So we'll have to see what he goes for.
And Blissful Calling, looking off the top here. And as we're getting things sort of situated, both Sylvie players are generating value, getting things like that. What do you think is going to be the pivotal slime we're going to be seeing for this particular matchup? I know our last one, it was the Ethereal slime. Do you think that's going to be the case here, or are these players going to be a little bit more aggressive with some Storm slimes?
I think both of these players are going to play more aggressively with Storm slimes. They also have Hymn of Gaia's Grace. Both of them are running Hymn of Gaia's Grace with a lower count of lustrous slimes, whereas Modest Mewtwo, I believe, is running no lustrous slimes. So we're gonna have to see whether or not they kind of just go for like the Spell Slinger Sylvie build, or if they're going for kind of just like the ally beat. Well, I guess that answers that. No ally beat down here for Jwell. He's gonna lose 2 of his ethereal slimes and one of the lustrous slimes. Gonna have to dig for damage. Gonna have to find those storm slimes.
Yeah, at that point, seeing 2 of your ethereal slimes in banishment, it's not a good feeling here. You are slowly closing the door on half of your options for those late game slime plays, and you are going to just be relying that. But we do have the dungeon guide here, and this can be a big turn depending on what Jwell has in hand to play as a slime.
We're gonna see dungeon guide and a hymn of Guy's grace banished here. What do you think it is? There's no way he has a 3rd ethereal slime, right?
It's ethereal. I think.
Is it? No way, man.
Because you wouldn't dungeon guide if you didn't have a good play here, and you don't want to storm slime because it's only 3 damage, and there's really nothing else to target. So unless you,
he's playing.
It is storm.
He has to. He has no choice.
Wow.
He's probably really hoping that he didn't banish the 2nd ethereal slime. It's a very crippling situation to be in. So we are going to get some damage to face, which is nice. However, if Modest Mewtwo does have a good answer, a good strong level up here into a dungeon guide turn, it's going to be really, really rough for Jwell, knowing he's going to be down, I believe, by 3 influence difference.
Yeah, and the frustrating part on Jwell's end as well is only having that 1 card in memory. So even if Storm Slide is taken off the field, you won't be able to activate its on death trigger here, which is
this is so value. Baby green slime activated in response to the on enter trigger of Sylvie level 2. He's gonna flicker that cake. He's gonna draw 1 for the animal on the field, and then when cake comes back at the end of turn in the end phase, he's gonna draw another 1 for that.
And a dungeon guide answer of their own, Modest Mewtwo. And let's see what we have in store here.
I think it's definitely an ethereal slime. This is definitely going to be ethereal slime. So hymn of Guy's grace and a baby red slime banished.
Leaving us with
4 slimes.
4?
It'll be level 3. Oh boy, here we go.
Paying 1.
Interesting. Paying 1 for a songbird first, maybe?
Songbird, yes.
Guys, songbird would be pretty good.
Might not have the advanced slime they want in hand, so I was gonna try and dig for it here.
Yeah, so he's gonna dig. Songbird. What do we see from Songbird? Blissful Calling, Songbird. Storm slime. Okay.
Is it a storm off?
It might actually just be a storm off. Storm slime is gonna be kind of good here. It will come in with the counters. The nice thing too is if you take the storm slime right now and you actually kill the that's ballsy. That's so ballsy.
And
man.
the gamble pays off. Yeah. Getting the ethereal slime after almost revealing, was it 8 cards?
Yup. So the really nice thing about what happened there is when you see the limitless slime is actually an animal because it doesn't have pride. So you actually skip over it. That was very, very lucky here. So if he does kill the storm slime, because storm slime says on death, you may banish 2 cards, not up to 2 cards. That means if he kills the storm slime, the on death effect actually won't be able to be triggered. It's going to be very, very devastating for Jwell. One might say it would be a devastating blow to his game state.
And keep in mind as well that there's a force cake coming in on the end of the turn to draw an additional card, thanks to us starting off with that baby green slime at fast activation.
It's a lot of damage. So 7 damage to face here. Or sorry, 6 damage to face here. The force cake will return an end step, draw a card.
And just look at the influence difference. We're at 5-2 currently.
Yeah, 5-2. Next turn, Stone Scale Band could be just direct lethal. If Jwell doesn't have an answer. Right, we have influence of 2 or 3, I think. It's not looking super hot. No backup charger available here due to the fact that we do not have enough cards in our hand right now. Maybe Stone Scale Band to protect ourselves or to cycle cards, find some things. Otherwise, it's probably a Covenant of Thorns under Quicksilver Grill. I mean, looking at this game, you can really see like the difference, right? When you get a decent opener versus when you get a really bad opener, it feels so vast in the mirror, right? These are two of the same types of decks. We're seeing tribal slimes. One of you opens nothing, has to forcibly play a slime shield. The other one opens baby gray and a forest cake. Like that, you're basically up the difference of 3 cards there, right?
Yeah, it is beyond night and day, this comparison. This Jwell right now making Sylvie look like it doesn't really have that much of an engine value if you don't see your key pieces here, and it's really a struggle to stay in this game while Modest Mewtwo showing exactly why Sylvie is so strong right now with the Forest Cakes, Ethereals, and even the Gaia's Songbird plays. Such a heads-up play from them, being able to filter through that deck, get more slimes up to the top, and that. And we have another Storm Slime.
This is kind of rough here for Jwell. So his Dungeon Guy comes in for 1 and swings into the baby green slime, which is going to help Modest Mewtwo fill his graveyard for the future Guy's Blessing activation. But do we see Stone Scale Band? All damage from Jwell went directly to face on Modest Mewtwo. So Stone Scale Band is going to be activated here on enter effect. Be discarding. Oh, if he discards 2 slimes, he's going to be able to activate Guy's Blessing.
That was... It looks like there may be some second thoughts going on.
Oh, well. If your opponent lets you do it. Maybe he meant to grab the Quicksilver Grail. He said Quicksilver Grail. I don't know. Verbal declaration does take precedence a lot of the time, so it's a little bit harder for us here in webcam to figure out exactly what's going on. Chipping in damage immediately. Songbirds come in. Dungeon Guy comes in. Ethereal Slime comes in for 5.
It may have just been a moment of you say one thing, do another. Storm Slime for 4.
Slime for 4.
Oh, response?
In response, Stone Scale Band. Oh, Horn of Beast Calling.
Beast? Interesting.
Oh, so he wants to put the slime card into banishment to increase the damage of the Storm Slime, but also be able to banish the Horn of Beast Calling to play the card in his hand immediately. Ethereal Slime is going to go to banishment here. It's going to come in for 5. It's going to put Jwell at 19. Oh, Quicksilver Grail Covenant of Thorns.
Covenant of Thorns. Do we
Covenant
see
of Thorns
another...
targeting the Ethereal Slime?
Okay, I was going to say perhaps another Storm Slime going to be coming down.
That'll put him at 17. Horn of Beast Calling. I think we're about to see another Storm Slime. Yeah,
there we
that's
are.
Another Storm Slime. That's going to be exact lethal here. So banish the Forest Cake, or sacrifice the Forest Cake. Storm Slime's going to come in for 5 and then swing for 4 damage, and that's going to be 26. And that's game for Modest Mewtwo.
There we are. What a fast-paced, almost surgical extraction of game 1 here. Jwell just not seeing anything they needed in that early game to be able to keep up with the amount of tempo and pressure that Modest Mewtwo had. And
I'll be interested to see what sideboard comes in for this. I felt like that was pretty comfortable overall. I think Jwell's side, I'm interested to see if we see Slime's Blessing, if Slime's Blessing comes in, because that's one of those cards where I never really expected to pop in, and I'm like, oh, this card's kind of just like, okay, and then I saw it that one game, and I was like, wait, this card's actually kind of sick. Being able to target 3 of your allies, give them all buff counters, or if you choose your champion, giving it a level counter is pretty useful. But other than that, it's hard to say. I mean, we talked about Twilight Slime. You're not really a big fan of the Twilight Slime. You don't think it's super great. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I like the concept of it, but the execution generally requires you to have 2 of them. If you play 1, it does stall a whole turn, which can be very beneficial, but having 2 makes it really hard to get around. You kind of forcibly have to use combat damage to take it out.
And something to mention here, since we did both agree that this game is going to be a little bit more aggressive with Storm Slimes, as we saw how both players ended up playing 4 of them, I think Twilight Slime might be a little bit more beneficial because of that. If we are looking for these quick, fast-paced burn type of strategies, Twilight Slime is going to be that. Treat it as a safeguard amulet, one could say. Is it will mitigate 1 entry point of damage, pretty much, or absorbing at least 4 damage from a Ethereal Slime swinging in. And that might be exactly what you need in this instance. If Modest Mewtwo had a Twilight Slime on their field when Jwell was playing Storm Slimes, the game was over. There's no way that Jwell could have come back from both Storm Slimes being mitigated in that manner.
I also wonder if taking out some of your other advanced element slimes is relevant in this matchup. Since Gaia Songbird does search for a beast, I believe strictly a beast ally card. If you were to take out, let's say, your Slime Kings or your Lustrous Slimes, it does give you a better chance to hit either the Twilight Slime, the Storm Slime, or the Ethereal Slime. So that might be something relevant that comes with the sideboard here. Might see Slime's Blessing in replacement for it because there's still Slime cards in Banishment. Vampiric Slime might come in because they are kind of pushing a lot of damage on each other. So I'm interested to see if the Verdant Slimes come out for Modest Mewtwo. The Verdant Slime's the King Slime, and then for Jwell, if the Lustrous Slimes and King Slime do come out.
Yeah, I could see an argument for the Verdant Slime coming out. I don't think it does as much in this mirror match as you're wanting it to do, and if you're just wanting it for taunt, Lustrous Slime does that so much better, especially if it can get some buff counters. Looking at Jwell's side, I believe we're wanting to see some Twilight Slimes come in, Slime's Blessing, and perhaps that third and final Meta Bloom Dryad. We have seen how strong that can be if you do set up, and so having more access to that may be beneficial.
Whoa, opener. Baby Gray Slime. A little bit of a better start here for Jwell. He's going to be able to get something at least going on. Let's see if Modest Mewtwo does respond with the same thing. Do we see the Forest Cake, the Baby Gray? What kind of entry are we going to see? So we are going to see the Baby Gray.
Contemplating what you want to put down. One cool thing about Baby Gray Slime is you don't always have to show the cards in your memory. That it is not an imbue cost or anything like that. It's just on enter, reveal any combination of slimes from hand and memory in order to get the on-draw effect.
It's nice that it's and or memory. I think that's a really, really nice addition to the game. We're going to see the Escape the Wreckage here on the Baby Gray Slime. Level up, million cards down. Force Cake. So Baby Gray and a Force Cake, pretty good start again for Modest Mewtwo. We are going to see the Escape the Wreckage, though. Escape the Wreckage is going to give pretty good value to Jwell, even if he does manage to lose like something important. I think they're rolling for Banishment. Or I guess maybe just let him choose. Unsure.
Baby Gray was escaped into memory and unfortunately was banished as Sylvie leveled up here. Hopefully there's another small slime be able to take the buff. And it wasn't a reliant strategy on playing Baby Gray once again.
What do we see for the Sylvie level 1? We haven't seen the Baby Red Slimes on Sylvie level 1. That's usually one of the more popular things that that come out here. Limitless Slime would be all right as well. Giving it that buff counter to start it off. Does have the class bonus, so it'll start out as I believe, a 2 power 3 life. Or it'll be a 2 power 2 life until it gets level 2. Level 2 bonus will give it 1 power 2 life, so it'll be a 3/4. I really want to see a game where we see a Limitless Slime that has like 8 buff counters on it and is kind of going crazy.
The ultimate powered up. Speaking of Baby Red, though, you were just mentioning we haven't seen it, and it's making its guest appearance here right on time.
Yeah, Baby Red's going to come in activated with the buff counter due to Sylvie level 1's on enter effect. On the stack, though, do we sacrifice this Forest Cake on the resolution of that trigger? Looks like probably not. Holding on to it for now. So Baby Red Slime's going to come in for 3 damage.
Something that we've learned in watching these mirror matches is the Force Cake is really important for that first level 3 slime you play for free, as that's going to be the tipping point to be able to out damage and outweigh your opponent's first level 3 slime. And we saw it very clearly with the Ethereals, is that that extra Force Cake buff counter really made a difference.
Yep. We're going to see Baby Red into the Baby Gray here, escape the wreckage in response before damage, but the on-attack trigger of Baby Red Slime is going to discard a Limitless Slime, draw a card into memory. So it does have access to 1 floating now. Banish a Baby Gray Slime. So both players have done the exact same thing so far. It's kind of crazy. Just in a slightly different order. We're going to banish the Baby Gray for a level 1 Sylvie. 2 down for a Force Cake.
Ooh,
Oh, baby green.
it's a Force Cake with extra steps.
I guess, I mean, true. Yeah, it is kind of a Force Cake with extra steps. That's indeed how that works. 2 damage into the baby red slime. Baby red slime is going to pass away here, going to the graveyard. Sadly, only a 3/2.
And we went ahead and had a pass turn, Force Cake re-entering, drawing us a card. 9 total
7
influence.
cards in hand.
Yeah.
Kind of big. You're losing a baby red slime, and we'll have the limitless slime for floating memory there. Sadly, no cards available to fast activate anything in response to Sylvie 2's on enter. I'm going to recollect and draw for turn.
Once
I'd be
again,
scared
we're
right
starting
now.
to see
It's a lot of
discrepancy of influence. Yeah, it is scary because if we have a dungeon guide turn here, the Jwell's going to be down, I think, 5 cards compared to Modest Mewtwo. And we saw how hard it was to climb back.
Ooh, interesting. So the baby gray, king slime, and a baby blue slime. Does he banish the Force Cake for the counter to kill the baby green slime? He's probably too afraid of another Escape the Wreckage or something that could protect it.
Yeah, there's too many cards in hand, too many unknown factors. You really don't want to try and take an all-in risk play like that.
Yeah, Slime Shield would be pretty effective as well. You do want to keep this baby green slime alive for your level 2 on enter effect of Sylvie. It will let you draw based on having one animal and one beast. You draw 1 for each. Oh, we are going to see the Force Cake.
Wow.
Comes in for 2. Wants to take the gamble to see if Modest Mewtwo has an answer to the 2 damage. I think he does. It most likely is a Slime Shield.
Would make the most sense for wanting to go ahead and save the slime for the level 2 Sylvie. Escape the Wreckage does put it into memory. Yep, and there we are, Slime Shield.
So it's going to get the buff count. It's going to block damage. It will be now a 3/3, and it has a temporary protection counter of 1 due to the Slime Shield. Bended damage is pretty good. That's it. It's going to wake up, move to materialization. We're most likely going to see the materialization of Sylvie level 2 here. 4 cards to choose from. Twilight Slime and a Blissful Calling.
A Verdant Slime.
Oh, that's right. It's a Verdant Slime. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Gonna draw 1 for Sylvie. Fast activate baby green on the Force Cake again. I guess not. Dungeon Guide, level 3. Start popping out slimes.
Yeah, a Dungeon Guide into level 3 here, into an Ethereal Slime, would be a huge amount of damage, because we're looking at 3 damage from this green coming in. Ethereal would be 4 or 5 damage with out the cake, 6 with the cake.
Escape the Wreckage. Whoa. Cycling that baby gray repeatedly. Do we see a slime eruption? No slime eruption. I mean, that influence discrepancy we were talking about is kind of coming back.
Oh, are we just passing turn?
Holy. Pass turn. That's interesting. Pass turn on 8. Maybe backup charger next turn if he doesn't have anything available to go into level 3.
Perhaps a Gather Slime at the end of this turn as well. Didn't want to have to do that main phase, but we see...
He banished the Dungeon Guide.
Interesting. Why?
And a Storm Slime. I guess if you do banish the Dungeon Guide, technically it's net neutral in the things that you banish. However, you don't get to selectively banish, so it's a little bit harder. But here it is. Sylvie level 3 on enter. We're going to see what Jwell has available. So I believe that is 5 or 4 slimes in banishment.
1, 2, 3, 4 slimes and a slime card.
Yeah, so it looks like 5. I see the die counter there. Storm Slime, not bad here. It'll be a 5/3 Storm Slime. Force Cake first might be better. Guy Songbird if you want to dig for something. Even a Blissful Calling is all right. 2 down.
For a Dryad.
Ooh, Dryad is also good.
Something
Bloom
that we
Dryad.
do like to see here. And since we have a free advanced slime this turn as well, we're going to be able to move an additional buff counter.
Ethereal Slime. Ethereal Slime big. Comes in with the 2 buff counters on enter trigger.
Probably going to go ahead and remove the staff here. Oh, the ears.
Yeah, it's not afraid of Dustlight Communion. Goodbye, Beast Bond ears. Draw a card there. Meadow Bloom Dryad will trigger. Give it another buff counter. So we're going to see a 6/6 Ethereal Slime here. 4 buff counters. Kind of big.
And that is an exponential scaler, because as long as more slimes keep entering the field, Meadow Bloom Dryad can make it bigger.
Yeah, the cool thing is it's any ally too. So you can actually just play another Meadow Bloom Dryad if you wanted, since it's not a unique ally. Oh man, this is a really big storm. This is a really big Ethereal Slime. This is a 7/7 Ethereal Slime now. It's a Tristan killer. Goodbye, Ominous Shadow Tokens.
Of the baby blue too. So it's even harder to remove off the field.
Slime Shield to face. Slime Shield on the baby green. Escape the wreckage.
But did the Ethereal Slime swing into the baby?
I'm a little confused on why you wouldn't just damage to face there. 7 damage to face is pretty significant in the setup.
That's a quarter or a third of Sylvie's life total. That is nothing to really like. Even if you wanted to kill the baby slime, you could have swung the Dryad and the blue slime into it. Yeah, I just feel the missing potential of that 7 damage might really come back to get Jwell. I really think, because if this Ethereal Slime is not answered on Modest Mewtwo's turn, it would be a lethal setup with a swing and then a Storm Slime.
I think the reason he attacked the baby green with 2 buff counters is because baby blue slime is a 3 life ally. So if he attempts to swing it into the baby blue, there's nothing he can do with that, and then might have the potential to kill the Ethereal Slime in some other way. So by clearing board and having your baby blue slime available, you do get a little bit more long-term protection. Whoa, Quicksilver Grail into the dungeon guide. Yeah, Quicksilver Grail is really good here. Another thing worth noting is baby blue slime can only prevent damage to target slime allies, so it won't be able to protect it won't be able to protect champion or the Meadow Bloom Dryad.
Yeah, the Dryad does have Preserve though, which even if it does die, it will just go back to that Regalia deck, and you can go ahead and get that to your hand for your materialization phase if needed. And since all those counters are on the Ethereal Slime, it's not like you're going to be losing out on much.
Whoa, Ethereal Slime. This Ethereal Slime is going to come in with 2 buff counters, has the option to banish for 1 more, has the option to Forest Cake for 1 more, putting it at 4 buff counters. Jwell leaving up that baby blue slime is going to be pretty relevant here. Modest Mewtwo, does he banish the Forest Cake? 5 slimes and banishment. Could Storm Slime. Storm Slime, target the Ethereal Slime, kill the Ethereal Slime with your Ethereal Slime. Possible. It would be exact damage on it too, because you would have the protection from the baby blue slime blocking 2. You need to deal the. All right, so I guess it's slightly more because it's 9 or it's 7/7 right now. So if it blocks 2, it'll go to 9. The Ethereal Slime on Modest Mewtwo side swings for 5. Storm Slime in for 5.
5, yeah. That's one extra little bit of damage, but we do know there's probably a Covenant of Thorns underneath that Quicksilver Grill, so we may just be keeping that Ethereal Slime alive for now. And if Jwell tries to swing in or play a Storm Slime on the next turn, we can go ahead and just remove their Ethereal because of that. So damage to the face might be a more viable option here if we are considering the race. And then, Baby Blue being targeted here by the Ethereal Slime attack.
Yeah, killing Baby Blue makes sense, to be honest. Stone Scale Band. Stone Scale Band on enter. Activate it in response.
And
on the
play
stack
a
still.
slime here before the on-enter trigger.
Seems like it. Storm Slime. Another Ethereal Slime. So I believe this is in response to the attack or the trigger from the baby blue slime since it's rested.
Yes, in response to the baby blue, who was targeted for the attack, he's going to use the ability to help the ethereal slime. The scale band was then popped from the Quicksilver, activated, and then we do have a
He's gonna flicker the stone scale
wow.
band for a second time to get rid of everything. So he'll be able to move 3. Guy's Songbird going into banish or into the discard pile as well. We'll draw 3 for this. Interesting. Didn't really need to activate it, but I guess activating it is kind of nice because you can keep playing things on the stack here.
Anyway, now we have a Storm Slime coming in, along with a
Storm
Slime
with a slime
Eruption.
eruption. Holy. He's actually just chaining everything. Modest Mewtwo going in for every last possible card he could put down.
Well, that is such a combination coming from Modest Mewtwo here.
So the crazy thing is he's going to banish 2 here, and he's going to Storm Slime for 7 into the Ethereal Slime, killing the Ethereal Slime on the stack before the Baby Blue triggers. So that's why he said in response to your Baby Blue Slime rest trigger to prevent 2 onto the Ethereal Slime, he said in response, I'm going to activate my Quicksilver Grail, bring in Stone Scale Band. In response to the Stone Scale Band's on-enter trigger, I'm going to pay 1, activate it. Fast activate a baby green targeting the Stone Scale Band. So now that's suppressed. And now he goes, okay, still on the stack, fast activate a Storm Slime. In response to my Storm Slime's on enter trigger, I'm going to play Slime Eruption Banish 2. That was actually the craziest chain of events. And it was so clean. It was so clean. He perfectly hit everything. Like we were sitting here. We were sitting there looking at that and like, oh my good God. The one thing we need to do is I'm going to quickly jump in there and just let them know the preserve on the Meadow Bloom Dryad.
Yes, we do have Meadow Bloom Dryad is on death. It goes over to that material deck because it becomes preserved. It will not be seeing that graveyard here. And there we are. It makes its way over there face up.
That was a lot. A lot just happened. That was kind
of a combination of let's just count that stack interaction. We have Attack Declaration, which is 1. Baby Blue Slime activating, that's 2. Yep. Quicksilver Girl popping is 3. Into Stone Scale, which is 4. Activating Stone Scale, 5 things so far on the stack. Baby Green coming in, targeting Stone Scale. Then we have Stone Scale resolving the ability.
No, it was fast activated Storm Slime. Or was it resolved first? Yeah, it was resolved first.
Yeah.
Right.
Resolve first into drawing cards into Storm Slime, into Slime Eruption, into 10 instances
Dude,
on that
crazy.
stack.
The stack was crazy, guys. You love to see it. You love to see how crazy the stack goes. It's a good feeling. That was a very impressive chain of events.
Jwell is like, oh, Stone Scale Band seems like a great card. I'm going to materialize that for my turn as well, and go ahead and activate it.
So now that we have preserved cards, do you think you just Ethereal Slime banish the preserve card?
Oh, that's actually a very valid point. So
do you just play the because you can take it back to your hand and play the Meadow Bloom Dryad again, and it's actually like not bad to play it. But maybe just maybe you want to keep in all your material deck cards, right?
I think you do want to keep the Dryad though, because the small amount of buff counters are really going to be beneficial.
Also, I want to mention that Jwell is playing with first edition Meadow Bloom Dryads. The art is different.
Yes.
It's cute.
I do enjoy this, the artwork. It is very soft. But I do believe you keep Meadow Bloom Dryad. The additional buff counter that's going to be providing to your slimes helps the beneficial trading, especially since your your advanced slimes aren't going to get the 2 buff counters from entering from the level 3 Sylvia anymore. And we are still looking down that 5/5 Ethereal on Modest Mewtwo side.
that whole turn, we sat there and looked at that, and it was so crazy, right? The concept of everything that happened, we looked at that and we were like, okay, is this a state that's playable for Modest Mewtwo? Will he be able to come back, right? That's a 7/7 Ethereal Slime. And then Modest Mewtwo said, don't worry, hold my beer. I got this. And just chained everything, clears the whole board, and goes, all right, cool. Now I have everything on the field.
And we did have the king come out. The red carpet is rolled. We have Ethereal, Storm, and I believe a Baby Gray right underneath him. And let's see if Modest Mewtwo has another crazy combination of plays in order to solve this board state.
That's definitely a big one. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't put a Baby Green underneath it. Baby Green giving him the ability to flicker the Stone Scale Band with Suppress would also be really good. Ooh, Verdant Scepter.
That Scepter probably coming for that Storm Slime.
It might come in for the... Storm Slime would only be if he wanted to banish the cards to draw, but I think he's going for... Actually, it wouldn't even work that way because it's a banishment of the card instead of a death. So you wouldn't get your on death trigger. It's not like Slime King where it's like on leave.
So we do have activating the Scepter. We're gonna go ahead and buff up these slimes, get them a little bit stronger.
That Ethereal Slime is kind of big. That Ethereal Slime is big enough to actually just outright kill the King Slime.
One thing to point out though, life totals, it is 2-3 right now. Not a lot of damage has been dealt to Sylvie herself. Been a lot of board control and allies trading into one another. Just waiting for that right moment. I do feel like we're hitting critical mass Storm Slimes. I see 9 banished cards over from Modest Mewtwo, and perhaps 5 for Jwell, which is leaving... You know, a double Storm Slime turn is very viable for both these players.
Killing the Slime King is really risky right now because on the Ethereal Slime will come in with an on-enter. Sure, you can maybe kill it with your Ethereal Slime, but the Storm Slime there is also just going to deal a lot of damage. It's going to come in, slap you around a little bit, punch you in the teeth, walk away. Storm Slime coming in for 4.
It's going to hit
Dungeon Guide coming in for 1.
6.
Yeah, one of the other risky things here too is if you retaliate the Storm Slime is because he activated his Stone Scale Band in Recollection, he could fast activate a card before damage is dealt. Well, it's actually not a Storm Slime, it's a Twilight Slime, right?
Twilight.
Well, on enter Ethereal Slime and a Slime Eruption. Gonna get that draw card from Baby Gray, and then on enter. Is he gonna banish the Metal Bloom Dryad? If he had the Meadow Bloom Dryad out before the Slime King, that would have been so crazy. Oh, he was going to banish the Meadow Bloom Dryad.
Okay.
Oh, pretty good.
And just like that, drawing 2 cards pretty much for free just for King Slime dying here. I believe this is going to be a trade into the Ethereal Slime.
Pretty good so far. So Twilight Slime on the field is going to be a slight bit of protection. Ooh, Slime Shield.
Slime Shield.
Slime Shield will block 3 and then also add a buff counter. This should theoretically protect the Ethereal Slime, but fast activation of another slime could be enough here. We're going to see fast activated Storm Slime.
Ooh, Slime's Blessing.
And a level counter for champion. Whoa.
So this is a 7 power Ethereal Slime. Yep, just enough to still take it out with that 3 damage prevention.
Just pushed it over, just enough. And these two players are like really duking it out. They're trying their absolute hardest. Neither of them wants to give up. They're clawing their way to victory. But can we see Jwell take it back? Because if he does, it's going to be kind of hard to see the third match. It's probably going to go to a draw if Jwell does win.
Yeah, it's something to really compare to our game one as well, is both these players are playing a much more ally-focused strategy rather than going for any big combo Storm Slime plays as Modest Mewtwo did in game one, where it was just Storm Slime and then Storm Slime again. These two are really duking it out for the ethereal the ethereal cup, we could call it. Whoever has the biggest ethereal slime at the end of the turn is probably going to have the advantage here. Jwell had the 7 power one. Now Modest Mewtwo has 7 power. But Jwell's sitting kind of in a good spot with the Twilight Slime still on board, opposed to Modest Mewtwo not having one. So their Storm Slime is a little bit more potent, used for removal here, able to really chip into that ethereal if needed.
We're waiting for a moment here on a judge call. Quell has pinged the judges. So let's see. Storm or Ethereal Slime would have come in for 7. It had 1 buff counter on it, right?
Yes.
So he gets the buff counter, then prevents 3, which puts him as a 4/4, prevent 3. 7 damage would still kill. So I'm curious what the judge call specifically is about. Oh, he couldn't play because he has Spell Shroud. Slime Shield's a spell. I see. I see.
And Twilight Slime states that.
Yeah, because it targets, because Slime Shield targets, you can't use it on your champion or on your allies. You can only use it on the Twilight Slime.
Correct. Wow.
I always thought Slime Shield was a skill. A slime skill.
I was thinking skill as well. It sounds like something that's less magical and more like an art, but
yeah, I think the agreement there was you used it and your thing still died because it would have died anyways. So unfortunate. We're gonna see the activation of the Stone Scale Band in Recollection. Pretty good. It allows you to add things to the stack when you choose to play any allies or any triggers.
Spell Shroud is such a double-edged sword for both you and your opponent. It really allows you to help that spell damage prevention, stay alive against anything like that, but also as we clearly saw here, that it can hinder you if you're trying to maintain a board state by keeping things alive. So you really got to be careful when you play cards with Spell Shroud.
Gaia Songbird coming out. We have a lot of things in banishment there, so could be looking towards us a big Storm Slime here.
I believe we're looking at 9 cards banished. 5 previously, 4 for the Gaia's Blessing. We did get a Lustrous Slime off the Gaia Songbird and revealing that Slime Shield off the top. Which I think at this point we try and cast Lustrous Slime. We're going to want some defensive capabilities here. We do have Twilight Slime preventing any Storm Slime spell damage, so if we have something to protect that Twilight Slime, we are in a good position.
Well, Forest Cake. Popping the Forest Cake, kind of big. You get that Verdant Scepter out. Verdant Scepter with the 2. All right, what's it going to be? How are we going to see this? How's it going to play out? Both players at like 0 damage. I see 3/3 so far. So I'm just sitting here like, okay, who's gonna pop out the Arcane Slime for like 21?
I think Jwell is in such a good spot for a board lock here. If a Illustrious Slime does hit the field, that means we have Spell Shroud, we have Taunt, and then perhaps an Arcane Slime to help push some damage or a little bit removal, and that can be a game secured here. Enough cards in hand to do both of those actions as well. And it looks like we are looking to go ahead and save that staff for when we have a couple more slimes on the field. To Storm Slime. A big number here. It was indeed 8. Or was
Big
it
Storm
10?
Slime. Big slap to the face, 10 damage.
10 damage.
Low key, I'm kind of surprised it wasn't just I'm gonna hit your Ethereal Slime for 10, but I also understand the need to like force the
A Storm Slime off the top.
There's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way.
Wow.
Wait, there's no way. Gather slimes. Okay, gather
Goodness.
slimes.
Trying to stay alive, but is that enough? It's only
Gather slimes for 2.
2. Storm Slime putting out 23. No,
That's game.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, so it is going to go to the 1-1. Jwell actually does find the Storm Slime at the top of the deck. Avatar, or Guy's Blessing, being truly a blessing for these slime players. Holy the spice. It's always going to be like this. It's always going to come down to the pain of Arcane Blast.
The second
Arcane
time we've
Slime.
seen a Storm Slime randomly off the top with the Guy's Blessing.
Storm Slime off the top with Guy's Blessing for victory is crazy. It's twice now. But it is, I mean, surely that's a good feeling, right? You're behind a game, you're like, oh man, if I don't hit the Storm Slime, Jover. And then there it is, just magically appears. Like the crowned, I mean, Storm Slime is the real King Slime, let's be honest, guys.
Yeah. The prince of all slimes. King Slime may have the title, but Storm Slime has our heart. And it looks like both players not sideboarding, immediately just shuffling up, happy with the deck they have in front of them, not needing to change anything. And it's one of those classic moments of just like, okay, yeah, you got me that one. Good game. Let's go to the next one and shuffle up. See who gets it this time.
Yeah, they got a chance. 13 minutes left before overtime. It's possible. It is possible. One of these players could Giga High Roll the other one. Double Storm Slime, level 3 on enter. Next turn, or Storm Slime, it'd be Storm Slime. Next turn on enter Stone Scale Band, discard, go Guy's Blessing, and then Storm Slime them twice or something. Probably one of the faster ways they can find victory.
It could be very similar to how game 1 went as well. Just either a couple of bad draws leading to not being able to do much, and one of the players running away with it. More like gently walking, sauntering away. We start the turn 1 for Modest with a Forest Cake.
Good old start. Play cake, draw a card, pass, have fun. Whoa, Baby Gray. Kind of like the same thing. Except 1 damage on the field. Whoa. You see a cake? Baby Gray into a cake. Baby Gray into a Baby Gray?
Baby Gray into cake.
Whoa.
Drawing a card. And we did see a little glimmer of Storm Slime in that hand as well.
I'm seeing a Storm Slimer.
We got any slime gamers in the chat? The immediate level up here into Sylvie. We're getting rid of a Slime's Blessing. In this situation, I think a baby red slime would be very beneficial. You want to go ahead and start digging through your deck as fast as possible, especially with limited amount of time. You want to get to those answers sooner rather than later. But we have a baby gray instead.
Whoa, Limitless and a fire. Baby red.
We do have 4 cards in hand for Jwell, which means...
Whoa, damage to face. No more trading allies, guys. We're going in. We're going in. The damage is big. It's happening.
And Baby Red eating the Forest Cake. Wow, this is... Modest Mewtwo understanding. The time is a factor. And
not going for the Forest Cake. Discard the Limitless Slime.
Okay. I saw the Forest Cake being picked up there. Double thought about it. But time is a factor. It is the 3rd opponent you are playing against. So sometimes you gotta not fight for border control and instead just start putting pressure on your opponent. And that's exactly what Modest Mewtwo is doing here. And we're taking our level up into Sylvie 1 here. Baby Blue has been
Well,
Exiled,
gather.
excommunicated from the slime party.
Well, that's a big gather. Ethereal slime.
Is it only heal 1? Is that a slime or heal 2? The slime eruption or the baby red and the ethereal.
We need to find a fast lethal here. There's only 9 minutes left available, guys. 9 minutes plus 5.
Both decks are very capable of finding that fast lethal. It's all about that setup, and I think that's why Baby Red was taken over the ethereal, is it is going to be that additional help into pushing damage, but also allowing you to draw into more storm slimes. Because that is the
I do
slime
like
of
rushing
choice.
these baby red slimes down. Baby red slime just punch damage to face. He's gonna discard a limitless, I think.
Oh, not going Facer, doing Jwell still on the board control route. We do know they have a Storm Slime in hand, so maybe they're just trying to bide their time in order for the big Storm Slime turn.
Oh, backup charger. We're slowing it down, gaining influence. No longer punching damage to face.
Which is really gonna... I believe losing the two allies, the Baby Gray and the Baby Red, was kind of threw off the whole plan that Modest Mewtwo had going into level 2. Was hoping at least to still have one on the board to be able to draw one. But here we see Limitless Slime coming onto board with the Force Cake buff counter. As we are only level 1, that is just a 2/2 with floating memory. And we see Slime Shield in response, going to head protect that Baby Red, give it a buff counter.
Slime Shield's kind of big here. Baby Red could swing in for 5 every single turn now. If we discard the slime eruptions. If not, I mean, 4 damage is still pretty good. Gets a cycle, get cards into your graveyard. It's going to help you with that earlier Storm Slime, the earlier Avatar. I always want to say Avatar of Gaia. It's Gaia's Blessing. Avatar of Gaia. I just like the mat. That's why.
And we are actually in a very dangerous spot for Modest Mewtwo. We're looking at 5 damage on board, and then if we have a Dungeon Guide Storm Slime, that is 5 from the Storm Slimes just swinging in, so 10 damage in total, and then a potential of another 5 damage from the spell, so 15, 16 damage, just one shy of lethal if it goes that route. Looks like we're hitting it though.
Dungeon Guide.
Oh, and that one damage we were shy of is that Force Cake. So we do have a lethal route mapped out here. We hit 2 slimes.
Lustrous slimes.
That means 5 in banishment. We know there's a Storm Slime in hand for Jwell. So Modest Mewtwo needs a defensive option here, as the Storm Slime is going to be reduced to 0 cost. Going to be entering the field, dealing 5 as a spell. And then will be a 6/4.
There it is. Storm Slime coming in. Comes in with the 2. Does he swing it all? Damage coming in. So 5 to face from the Storm Slime. Jwell's counting it out. He's counting it. He wants it so bad.
He knows the Force Cake. That's what you want to see here. Storm Slime swinging in for 6. Baby Red swinging in for 4. Or swing for 1. And swing for 1. We're 1 short.
So close. Close, but no cigar. Here it is.
And the guy is Songbird. Don't let it not like this.
Is
the
it
bird.
Enough? Is it enough? Oh, Storm Slime in. Yeah, he's dead next turn. He's dead next turn no matter what.
The bird is the word for the game.
Is that enough? Does he have Slime Shield?
Oh no. 2
Slime Shield? Okay.
Slime Shield, okay.
So maybe he can find a way to. How do you live this? There's no way, man.
You know that Storm Slime just waiting for you on the next turn too.
Yeah, the Storm Slime in hand, Jover. Actually, Jover. Pain.
Drawing a card off that backup charger. Unfortunately, just being sad, sitting there, has not been able to be used. Drawing the card and the concession. Jwell taking it 2-1 over Modest Mewtwo in a very intense best of 3.
Yeah, so that was that was actually really surprising. So we saw 2 fairly slow games. Huge swings though. You know, on one side we're looking at a player who has a giant board state with a giant 7/7 ethereal slime. Turn passes over, suddenly you go, all right, to play this card. In response, here's all my 9 interactions. My 9 interactions. So I don't care that you're using your activation of your baby blue. So I'm going to kill everything on the field before you can resolve that. And he did. Came in, destroyed everything, took the first game. It came down to some big swings, right? But the fact that in the last 12 minutes, Jwell manages to come back and take that game, like almost instant speed, he turboed that down, was very impressive. It just shows he knows how his deck finds lethal, and he just pushed for it. He just went 100% in for it.
Yeah, it's that game left me speechless. The last 2 turns are so pivotal, and the momentum Jwell is filling just card after card. That rush after game 2 of revealing the Storm Slime, keeping that positive mind, feeling super good going into game 3, and then understanding that you have to not only beat your opponent, but beat that clock in order to keep moving on. And they did an excellent job at that. The lines they were playing were super clean. They were able to keep momentum, keep pace, and not fall behind at all. And catching the Modest Mewtwo staying at level 1 with the almost near perfect lethal that turn, with only the Slime Shield being able to save them.
It's definitely on the spicy side. Something I want to mention really quick here is, so remember in the first round we saw the Nico versus the Mullen, and the Mullen lost due to a decklist error?
Yes.
They played it out, and the Mullen would have won. He's actually 6-1 right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So his only loss is due to his decklist error. It's pretty funny. But yeah, the word on the street is Geldis is slapping. Geldis and Intangible Geist be kind of slapping.
Nice. I do appreciate the new faces around the block doing some work.
Yeah, there's definitely some cool stuff going on in there. But yeah, so we have about, I think we're just getting near overtime right now. Let me check this. Round time. We have about a minute left in regulation time. We're going to need the 5 minutes for overtime, and then maybe 5 minutes to make sure that everything's good and ready before the last round. So we are going to take a short, maybe 10-minute break here. But thank you guys so much for joining us so far. Been a great time here at the Yeti Online MRC Regional #1. Seen some crazy stuff. Like I don't know. I even know how to begin. We've seen some crazy decks today that have won some crazy games, and it's just been a pleasure to cast these.
It really has. It's been amazing.
But yeah, so we'll be back in a bit. Thank you guys, and we'll see you soon. So this is not a win and in, right? This is a win for top 8. Oh, I guess if you lose this, you would be out of top 16. I guess it is a win and in, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
So,
must-win here.
welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final round of the Yeti Online MRC Regional. We're going to be looking at a win and in for this one. So we're top 16 for invites. 17th through 32nd, we'll be getting additional prizing. Not an invite, but you will be getting an MRC booster box. So make sure you play out your game. Try to win. It's good prizing on the line. But we're going to be taking a look at Hamor. It's a good friend of mine from the SoCal region on the Win to Norris versus Chess Club's Mr. Mullen. Is that Eli? He is on the Winteriston. So taking a look at these deck lists, what stands out to you this time, Valkyrie?
First thing we're looking at is the Hamor Win Tenor's deck list here. And it's one of those that it really takes advantage of Tenor's having Taunt at level 1 to be able to protect your ally board compared to Lorraine. But one of the biggest things that really is standing out to me is the 2 of Tempest Downfall we're seeing. That is a very interesting choice to bring into an ally deck.
Tempest Downfall is based. It's 3 damage to face. Go. I'm a preacher of the Tempest Downfall. I actually unironically think Tempest Downfall in this kind of deck is good to run 2 of or something, because a lot of the time you'll end up being short a little bit of damage to kill, and most of these decks don't expect you to have like spell-based damage or skill-based damage. So being able to throw a Tempest Downfall to face when they're playing for like 1 or 2 HP off lethal, it just wins you the game sometimes.
And something we can take a look at that only really Tenor's decks are going to be able to take advantage of is they're running the 4 of Attune with the Winds compared to a lot of the other Wind ally lists we see. And the reason for that is because you have 1 or 2 allies left alive after you go to Tenor's level 1, which it makes them easy Attune targets, especially if one of them's an Ace and Protector. Additionally, with that as well, we are running 2 Innervate Agilities, which is going to help recycle that Taunt, which is going to be really nice.
Innervate Agility is cool. So on top of the Taunt, being able to Innervate Agility with Stealth for your entire board means that you're going to be able to keep them alive for a little bit longer. So even if you don't level up again back into Tenorus, you're going to be able to kind of hold back with that. The Vigilant Sentry will have class bonus enabled, unlike most decks where we play it in Lorraine. It is a standard wind 3 cost, 2 power, 3 life ally. However, in this situation, it will have Taunt. So that's kind of nice there. Other than that, I'm a big fan of the 4 Heavy Swings. I think Heavy Swing's a little bit of a classic in here. And then looking
good amounts of damage.
Look at the Winteriston. I'm seeing a lot of these 2 Sable Remnants. This is interesting to me. So this looks very much like the exact list Haven was running, with a slight difference in the sideboard, I think.
Slight difference in sideboard and material deck. I believe.
Is the material deck different? They're actually, I think they are running the same thing. But
okay.
The interesting thing is, so Mr. Mullen is not running any material deck cards in his sideboard. He's just going for the 15 main deck cards.
I do think that's very interesting. If you're that confident in your material deck, not really feeling like you need anything like a Viridian Protective Trinket, relying more on the Korhazis for that. I do think there's a specific card in the sideboard that I'm really curious about running it opposed to perhaps something else that can get that job done. I'm just not 100% sure if I agree with the Vanish.
Yeah, Vanish is interesting. It's probably best against allies more than anything else. But I don't know. I don't see it being too necessary. I would almost rather play Innervate instead of Vanish.
Yeah.
Vanish being forcibly used only in your opponent's recollection makes it a little bit more difficult to use, I guess is probably the best word. Because like if Korhazi Outlook's on the field, they can just Korhazi Outlook in response to materialization and then not give you an opportunity to use Vanish from sight. But I guess that is why it's on the sideboard, right?
That is true. That is one of those things where maybe it's a very specific matchup that they're not comfortable playing in or really aren't a big fan of that. So they're wanting as many tools and options they possibly have against it. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup we have here. Between the two decks, I'm going to give the edge to Wind Norse just from the aggressive uh, playstyle that it leads to. It is going to be playing an ally or two every turn and just going to be swinging in face, which is really going to put Tristan on the back foot, give them very little time to set up the preparation counters like we've seen the couple of Tristans we have had in the past. It's going to be a lot about for Chess Club Mr. Mullen here about adapting to your current match and seeing what you're going to be able to do with the resources you are provided.
Mm-hmm. I like the sideboard here for Hamzar. That's Norris. The cleansing reunions I think is pretty classic. Reprograms help you with a lot of the difficult robot matches, but the incapacitates might be useful in this matchup. So being able to incapacitate a Veiling Breeze is really valuable if you're going for a kill turn or just trying to push for a lot of damage. And if you don't have the answer, which is basically your own incap on the incap, it's going to be really tough for the Tristan to be getting over that.
I would also like to mention that Incapacitate on a Mastermind scheme can be a big game changer as well for the Tristan decks. That is their way of relying on stacking up those prep counters for big Shadow Strikes. So if you are able to prevent the one or two they're playing, then that means that they will not be able to one-shot you. And to Norse having one of the higher HP pools of level 1 champions, it's really beneficial.
We are currently on hold for pairings. Teo, Andy Man, Mr. Andy K himself has said, please hold 1 moment. We are waiting to see what's going on. Oh, there's going to be a repairing. There's going to be a repairing.
Not sure if that is going to affect our current feature match. However, it is something worth hanging on here for, seeing if anything will be changed. And while we are all waiting for this Reaper to go through, I just want to say thank you guys for joining us so much. It's been a wonderful past 7 rounds we've had. We're going to be finishing strong into our 8th round. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe with that button down below to Serene Balance Productions. The crew here is amazing. The back end, I just want everyone, if you're here in the chat right now, send some hearts or some claps for our back end production. They're doing great with the transitions, the cards popping up on screen, life totals. They're great job. And I want to say a special thank you to OnceInLuv for having me here to help commentate. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate the effort that is going into everything when it comes to just Grand Archive content itself. I'm super excited to be a commentator, to start being able to influence everyone and have my voice heard. So it's a amazing feeling to be on such a big stage.
It is good. Also, gaining information that Mr. Mullen is no longer in Chess Club. So let's see. What's the repairing? Do we still have the same match? I think we do. Yeah, it should still be the same table.
Same match already. Perfect. So Mr. Mullen versus Axe Hamzor. Still going to be staying the same. We have gone over our lists here already. I am super excited to see some Squirrel Gildas Asen traditional gameplay. We haven't really seen that kind of allied lineup since probably since FTC.
Pretty much. Like at allies. So it's okay. So I started playing during ALC, but I did look back at a lot of the older content. So I watched, like I sent Houston. I watched a bit of the clips from that, and I feel like the biggest change of the deck lists are like just finding more efficient ways to draw cards. Like as weird as it sounds, like more efficient ways to draw cards, and then ways to deal with like cleave is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point bringing up is what cards are allowing us to really like either draw cards or prevent our opponent from gaining incremental advantage. And we look at some of the newer cards from MRC, which is like Tempest Downfall, Eternal Magistrate. These cards are allowing you to stop your opponent from what they're doing and sort of like 2-for-1 them.
2-for-1. The big old 2-for-1. I guess really the one thing that's changed is just getting more of your specific element, like wind element specifically for wind allies. You just have more wind allies versus like normal element allies.
Mm-hmm.
Probably really the big change.
Alrighty, and we are starting into our 8th and final round. Hamor has went ahead and won the dice roll, starting us off with a Wind Rider Vanguard. If you guys are all excited to see how this plays out, well, we're about to find out.
This is a win and in, guys. So the winner of this match will be, I believe, guaranteed to top 16. The loser, I believe, is actually not going to make top 16. Currently, both players are at 16 points right now. A lot of rough matches coming in. We're going to start with the Wind Rider Vanguard Classic. On the opposite side, Wind Tristan, but opening with a Swift Recruit. Great way to deny some damage coming in here.
The materialization of Backup Charger into Pang 3. You're going to notice that the Wind Tenor deck is just going to be staying on Spirit 90% of the time, only going into Tenoris if we have 2 or 3 allies on the board to protect, or we have one of those savage or heavy swings coming in here.
Yeah, sometimes not even necessary because the heavy swing you can actually just play as a Spirit. It just costs 2 more, so 6 down for a heavy swing. It's kind of like the Icebound Slam feel. Oh, Dream Fairy.
Wow.
Okay, Dream Fairy. Goodbye, Swift Recruit.
Such a very good heads-up play as well. You are not going to be wasting any of that sweet attack damage into a ally to give your opponent floating memory, so you're just going to be able to push that 3 damage in right away. I actually thinking about another ally coming out here on board. Tristan has no way to wide board clear except for ensnaring fumes, and they're only going to be ensnaring fumes if it's way too much pressure or they're going for a kill turn.
It's going to be tough in that regard. So we're going to see a backup charger here for Mr. Mullen. Going to an influence of 1 billion. Did bring back his Swift Recruit due to the Dream Fairy. Not going to be able to play that. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, Imbued Windmill. I did see a Reclaim in his hand as well.
So
Windmill Engineer. Do we see a Stifling Trap? Definitely not worth the Stifling Trap. You'll get the on-enter will still go off once the Stifling Trap fizzles. Oh, Windmill for 1. Big damage.
We're on a 14-step plan.
Looks like 1 damage onto the 1 damage onto the Wind Rider Vanguard. We're gonna see Sadie come in. I believe we might see a favorable wins here. Does have them in the deck. Thinking Zephyr is also an option here.
Zephyr is
down
or
for a
Deflecting
Reclaim?
Edge as well.
Ooh, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
Zephyr's gonna come in. Wind Rider is going to be suppressed temporarily. Come back in end step.
And it was a pass turn with 3 cards in hand here, so we do have enough resources to save Saudi if possible.
Also, the Reclaim is available.
That's right, the Reclaim for the Windmill Engineer, but I do think we just try and push damage to face here. Try and force a level up for the next turn.
It'll be interesting. There's a lot of choices you can make here. So if he saw the Reclaim that his opponent showed on stream, then you probably would just go straight to face. You'd force them to put the Reclaim down, and you don't fog any damage in that regard. Just push all damage to face, get the chip in as fast as you can. But if he didn't, Dream Fairy into the Windmill Engineer might make sense. The question is, will Mr. Mullen reclaim his Windmill Engineer and let his Sadie die? Because if he puts every card down, 2 down for the Reclaim, reclaims the Windmill into hand, Sadie's open to be killed immediately by the Wind Rider Vanguard.
I think you value Sadie over the Reclaim Windmill Engineer. The prep counters are going to be one of the big things that you're looking for. And, we're paying 2 with the Stifling Trap. So what we had here was the Wind Rider Vanguard swinging into the Saudi in response. Mullen paying 2 to try and bounce it back to hand. And then Hamor just responding with a Stifling Trap, dealing 2 damage and getting rid of that Saudi.
So did manage to get rid of the Sadie. Getting rid of Sadie is really important in your allies matchup. She's one of the biggest control units against you. She's going to be the thing that clears the board and makes it very frustrating for you to play. A bit of a rough start here for Mr. Mullen, so he's going to lose both of his allies. Hamor did have to use 2 cards to get through that, though. He had to Stifling Trap for the Sadie, and then also had to use his effort to protect the Wind Rider Vanguard on the first turn. Very low interaction available. The influence is like in the okay range. Okay here, still have a Grand Crusader's Ring available, but it's going to be a little on the rougher side.
We do see, going to Tristan level 1, this board pressure that Tony is providing here is getting kind of oppressive out of hand. And, you know, if we look at just cards that can come down next turn, and Attune with the Winds is going to be a really big problem, along with even a Ace and Protector to bounce back that Dream Fairy, setting it up just in case you need to play it again. Another threat comes down to the board. So we do see a Fairy Whispers getting us a Windmill Engineer, which I assume is probably going to be coming down here this turn.
Well, Windmill Engineer round 2.
Not imbued. That is something that we have to really keep in mind here. That
interesting. Oh, just immediate reclaim. I see. Maybe didn't have enough wind cards for it.
Yeah, we do know there is a Veiling Breeze in hand, and along with that reclaim, so maybe not a second wind card to then imbue, because I feel like we're missing out on that 1 extra card value if there was that possible options. I did see from a little shuffling of the hand that there was a purple card and 2 norm cards, so we're perhaps just kind of handlocked right now. I think this would be a
Will the
perfect
damage
time
come
to
in?
go to Tony if Hamor is considering it.
Grand
But we
Crusader's
are-
Ring, always a classic as well. I think he chose to immediately reclaim because he was afraid of just losing it. He wanted to put
Yeah.
cards down. After losing his Sadie and losing the windmill before, he was just like, I'm just going to do this right now.
Just didn't want to run into another stifling trap or something like that. Alrighty. Hamor thinking about what to play here. Has quite a bit of cards, 7 in hand. We have an Eternal Magistrate imbued, showing 2 Zephyrs. Alrighty, so it looks like
Well,
Hamor
3 Zephyrs so far in the game, kind of crazy. Eternal Magistrate, really, really good here. Imbued Eternal Magistrate is fantastic against Tristan. Oh my god. Attune with the
And the
winds. If
Attune
there's
with
no
the
incapacitate,
winds.
if there's no incapacitate for Mr. Mullen, I think he's just gonna die in a second.
And the Eternal Magistrate on this turn is really good as well, because it prevents the going into Tristan level 2, into Dungeon Gutting into 3
Veiling
for
Breeze?
that health pool.
We see a Veiling Breeze here? I think he
We-
has to. It's 10 damage if he doesn't Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, we do know there's a
He's
Veiling Breeze
taking
in
it, going to
hand.
7. Take 3 from the Wind Rider Vanguard.
3.
So in this situation, normally you would say, attack with your lowest attack. I would also want to say a lot of the time to use the Wind Rider Vanguards, but no Vigor. So, that's game.
And the Power Cell.
Power Cell.
Buffing up the Eternal Magistrate.
Yup, the power cell just popped in and said, "GG, brother, it's over." So, wow, that was a really fast first game. I wasn't prepared for it to end so fast. I really thought he had the Veiling Breeze, so maybe he put it down.
He might have put it down to play Reclaim.
They might have put it down to play Reclaim there. I guess that would have been the other reason why you wouldn't want to imbue the Windmill Engineer. But he definitely should have held cards instead of using the Reclaim immediately. Should have just waited for it.
Yeah, and that's something that was mentioned going ahead, that a Attune with the Winds was going to be such a tempo swing for Hamor, and just as you saw that, an additional ally Attune with the Winds, and that was just enough to help close out the game.
Yeah,
Looking at
Attune
the
with the Winds was
sideboard
big.
here for Hamor, Winternorse, I really think we just bring in the Incapacitates.
So what do we bring the Incapacitates over? Do we bring it over the Deflecting Edge? Do we try to play like more aggressive by having Incap instead of Deflecting Edge?
I would take out the 2 Innervate Agilities and then go ahead and cut a Deflecting Edge or cut a Tempest Downfall here. And the reason you want to do that is Innervates are really only good as a protection method against Tristan trying to kill you. And we clearly saw that Hamor is the aggressor, and if Tristan's hitting level 3 and already with that many prep counters, you've done something wrong in the early game to get to that point. It's less about staying alive and more about maintaining that pressure. And Incapacitate can also sort of do the same thing if you have it at the right moment. Considering that,
it's hard to say. Like Incapacitate against like a Veiling Breeze will also win a lot of matches like that, but it's kind of hard. Like you don't really have much else you need to sideboard in this matchup, right?
yeah.
Like the Cleansing Reunion's not that useful for you. The Reprogram's also not that useful for you. If this was an aggressive Win Tristan, like where they were playing like Shimmer Cloaks, Sirocco Operatives, or anything like that, or even like Sable Remnants, maybe the Reprogram would be a little more valuable. Just any like Poison Daggery focused fast damaged deck. But I mean, this is a pretty standard Win Tristan. We are going to see there are no Slice and Dices, I'm pretty sure. I believe this is only a level 3 build. There's no Slice and Dice in the main or in the sideboard. Yeah, so there's no real good setup here into allies. Like I think with Win Tristan, one of the better sideboard cards is actually Slice and Dice because you can use it to clear allies really quickly. It's gonna be harder against Tenoris obviously because the Wind Rider Vanguards will have vigor when you're kind of pushing into them, but it does give you more of an option overall. Another thing that makes this matchup kind of harder is the vigor on Wind Rider Vanguards makes it harder for your Sadie to gain value. It's another reason why I think Trained Hawks are really good if you're afraid of Tristan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very valid points. Probably the only things you would really consider are Resolutes and Dream Fairies.
Maybe the Arrow Traps. Maybe.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to play a lot slower gameplay. You're not gonna be looking at leveling up as aggressively, and you're gonna be just trying to draw cards, cycle, and then keep answers in your hand for when the Tenoris player swings in.
Yeah, so something also funny to mention here is if you look at the play mats, the Tristan mat is on the Tenoris player side. We do have Tristan underhanded there. I believe Hamler picked that up when he was at Ascent Taipei. It was a pretty cool one. You're down for a Surveil the Winds, non-fast activated. He's play another one. He's just going in, man. He's just drawing cards, getting prep counters. You go to 2 prep counters immediately. Probably gonna pass turn there.
A much better and stronger opening than we did see originally in Game 1. So I'm very curious to see how Mullen is going to be able to transition this strong start, being able to take the 3 additional cards and get those 2 prep counters into a lead rather than just stabilization.
Yeah, so what kind of damage are we going to see here? Early 2/3s, maybe 8 cards in hand. Could just play everything down. Just go for straight damage.
As a ally player, when you are on the draw and you have 8 cards in hand, you have to be playing 2 allies in that turn, as it helps your math a lot better for as you're running Gildas. Additionally, it's really hard for your opponent to answer a lot of the things, but we're keeping 4 in hand, it looks like, and passing turn.
Windrider Vanguard, fantastic start here. It's going to be also, again, like we said, with that Vigor, it's going to be great if he does go into Tenoris level 1. On the other side, we're going to see the Grand Crusader's Ring. Not enough cards available for Mr. Mullen to actually go with a what's the word I'm looking for? A backup charger. Also, if you notice the altar foil Grand Crusader's Ring there with the altar on it, has a little Kirby in the middle, sucking in all those swirlies. Very, very cute altar.
And we have a Korhazi Outlook hitting the field, gaining a prep counter and swinging in for 1. Very interesting ally to be playing because it's not really going to be helping fight for board control with the stat line of 1 power, 3 life. But it is something that will probably allow Mullen to reclaim in order to get that level up into level 1, which is probably what we're going to be looking for here. Backup charger brought on the side of Hamor, cracking it right away in Recollection. Now sitting at 9 influence, I believe, so we're going to be able to play a couple of allies.
Outlook, big fan of the Outlook. Outlook is good.
And the Windrider Vanguard just swinging into face here. No need to try and trade into that Korhazi.
Whoa, big damage coming in. Going for the Korhazi here. Are we afraid of a Reclaim? Surely we're afraid of a Reclaim here, right?
Yeah. The Windrider Vanguard just went face here. There's no need to try and play any little mini games with the Korhazi Outlook. All your allies will outrace and outdamage it, so you just leave it be for now.
Lurking big boy. Lurking Assailant is like the most classic like 2/3. 3 cost 2/3. While Awake has stealth. Such a good unit to have. What an absolutely fantastic ally. Plus it's that ALC Store Champs promo. It's a great invite card. We're going to see the Reclaim on the Outlook here. Mr. Mullen's going to go into Tristan level 1, gain a prep counter. Keep in mind, if you do not declare or give yourself the prep counter, you will automatically gain agility 3. There's no going back once you move past to the trigger.
Is you gain agility 3 or get a prep counter.
What the?
Excuse me?
Wait, man just said 5 down mastermind scheme, guys. I'm going to 6 counters. That is probably one. Oh, wait, no, he was at. Wait. What?
He was at 4 prep counters.
Oh, he was at 4. I thought he was at
Yes.
3. I was so confused there. I think he forgot to move the die, or maybe I'm just tired and I missed it looking at it. But yes. He was at 4. He had 2 from the Surveils, 1 from the Outlook, 1 from Tristan level 1. So it does make sense to go to 8. I was confused because I thought he mastermind schemed to 6, and I was like, why would you do that?
Yeah, a very interesting to play for Tristan level 1 is you really don't see that early game mastermind scheme as much, but it does grant you that agility 3. So you only have to put down 2 cards realistically for it, and those 2 cards are probably going to be used to level up into Tristan level 2 here.
Wind Bauble gonna give a card here. What do we see? Another 3 cost 2/3 Vigilant Sentry. I'm a believer.
We are thinking about swinging in for 2 here. Veiling Breeze. And we are revealing 3 Korhazi, a Windmill Engineer, and a Swiftfoot Recruit.
Pretty good Veiling Breeze. the threat level here is kind of good though, right? We have 8 counters. If we level up, we're going to go to draw 2, and then we're going to Dungeon Guide, go to 9 counters. Shadow Strike is what, exact lethal on that? 9 counters plus Shadow Strike plus 1, 14 damage exact with no shadows. So even if you have like a Verticris Decree or a Zephyr, the only thing you can stop is like the weapon.
But now with the Ace and Protector hitting the field, we have some more big allies. Just gonna have to pass turn though. The Veiling for 3 really did shut down this turn. Nothing able to swing in. And yeah, it looks like we are going for a hard level up here. Tristan level 2. But don't worry, those 2 cards will instantly be replaced thanks to the on-enter ability. If you have 4 more prep counters, you are allowed to draw 2 cards.
All right, this is where we quad Fairy Whispers. You ready? Oh! Had a million cards in hand, but nothing in pre-recollection. Interesting.
1, 2. We are looking for a Dungeon Guide, perhaps?
Even if you Stifling Trap the Dungeon Guide, Incapacitate's still available for you.
Here's our Dungeon Guide. We
has
only
2 cards in hand. I think he's just. I think he's just dead. This is level up into Shadow Strike for lethal, or level up into Mastermind Scheme. If you don't have Shadow Strike yet, you just Mastermind Scheme here to protect yourself with all of the shadows and all of your unblockables. Or sorry, all of your shadows. You block with shadows. You redirect. Words are so hard today, guys.
Yeah, I think Mullen saw the line at that early level 1, and here we are, Mastermind Scheme. So we are going to 18 counters, which is 9 redirections is a good way to put it for the Omnis Shadows. So it's really going to take a lot to burn through all that. End of turn, we're getting a favorable wins. Clearly, Hamor is wanting to go to Tenoris level 1 and take advantage of using that floating memory.
Yeah, the big thing is here is, do we see the Zephyrs? If Hamor's able to Zephyr, it's going to be kind of big, right? You Zephyr into the shadows, and suddenly everything changes.
Yeah, Zephyr. Which we do know there are 2 Zephyrs. No, that was last game. So very interesting spot wherein Hamor is not able to deal any damage with their allies, so as long as there's preparation counters and the Omnis Shadows on board. So we're going to have to find a way to break through this, either by Zephyrs, Vertigus, Degrees, something of that nature.
One of the nice things is you got to really push damage here if you're Hamor, right? You want to push damage because you want Mr. Mullen to be expending his preparation counters to redirect. And if he doesn't redirect, you pushing damage to face is still useful, right? If you're Mr. Mullen, you definitely want to take the damage, though. You can't burst a lot without removing all of the shadows from the field, just because of the way the redirects work.
That is true. If you burn through enough prep counters, you limit the potential of getting one shot with a Shadow Strike. If we swing in all 3 here, and Mullen decides to go ahead and redirect all 3, that's -6, so 12. That'd still be lethal, though, with the Shadow Strike itself. So I feel like still in a very comfortable position. You can redirect all the damage and not take any, and still be able to kill the opponent.
If you Zephyr both of the shadows and he redirects 6, it would be a little bit short, but you also have a materialization and the ability to play an ally on your turn. It's still gonna be kind of close. At this point, I think you just swing with the ace, and a lot of people want to leave the ace up just because it's intercept, but unblockable just doesn't matter about those things. You just don't care. Vigilant Sentry for 2 more.
And we're getting a backup charger here for materialization.
A backup charger is pretty good. It's free GCR. You'll be able to go to influence of, I believe, 7? Oh, 1 damage.
Bring it in. We do have that ASIN for the intercept.
Intercept. Intercept and retaliate here is pretty good. The reason you intercept retaliate is the shadows can only hit whatever's attacked with. So the intercept retaliate is going to be good. Take 3 damage, go to 13. And then the shadows will just clean up that that ASIN protector there. First shadow. Second shadow could Zephyr. He actually could Zephyr here. The second shadow, killing the shadow and saving the ASIN because taunt is on Tony, so he doesn't have any other allies that would be able to swing in. I think he's actually about to do that. So we're going to see a Zephyr on the shadow on its attack declaration.
Can the Omnis Shadows even attack if Tony does have taunt?
Yeah, unblockable. The shadows can only attack the target that has that's been hit. And because they're unblockable, they just ignore taunt and such. Wait, was it not Tony level up this turn? Am I trolling?
It was Tony level up.
I'll be right back then.
Yes, we have had slimes on coverage. We've had them for 3 of our rounds, 2 of them being mirror matches. We are double just checking in with the Tony taunt here real quick. As a ASIN protector protector is still on the board here, or if any of the life totals change. I don't think the Shadow's Claw was used by the Omnis Shadows. Be interesting to see what was verbally declared. As we all know, that any verbal declaration when it comes to that is what you go for over webcam a lot of the times, as we're just visually watching it. We don't know what is said when that ally is attacking. Yeah, it looks like a little bit more intense discussion going on here. Yes, Tony did level up. That is confirmed. We do know that. It was leveled up the favorable wins. We're just trying to get back to the point where the ASIN Protector was attacked by the Saudi or not, or the Sadie. That is one of the important things here, because that is going to be the big difference maker of the Agility 3 and still having that ASIN Protector on the board.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, so I did manage to stop it in time. What happened was Mr. Mullen said, attack your ASIN for 1. Hamor said that's good. Forgot about his taunt. And because of the action of orders and stuff, no one drew any cards. What Head Judge Poro decided was he's going to rewind it to the point where the first illegal action was made. So the shadow will return. He has to declare the attack into Tenoris, and the ASIN will be awake on field.
Perfect. So the ASIN can choose not to intercept here in order to stay alive, as you saw. And this is just only a couple of damage that would be coming in from the Tristan and the Omnis Shadows. Yep, and Wind Rider Vanguard does have Vigor, so that is supposed to be up. And we're getting Zephyr back to our hand, and the 2 cards we used to activate Zephyr.
Yeah, so basically the first issue was Mr. Mullen made the attack declaration on the Asen instead of on the Tony, to which Hamor did not, say, oh, intercept, retaliate. It'll be interesting seeing what these guys are going to do now. So we're going to see a 3 down or 1 down for Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, and both sort of have a little bit of information about some cards in each other's hands, so slightly changing up your plays because of that.
Oh, Swift Recruit. Swift Recruit's kind of good here. The real question is, how is Hamor going to find lethal? He has, what is that, 9 redirects available? So we do know he has 1 Zephyr. The question is, does he have another one to deal with the second Shadow? Because if he does, all of those prep counters only become good enough for like approached lethal damage, which means that Mr. Mullen would have to have a Shadow Strike in his hand. If he doesn't, you could race him for lethal.
I do think that it is going to be a Zephyr on one of the Ominous Shadows, and then perhaps like an Attune with the Winds, and then just swing in to really get all those counters out of the way. Because if all 4 allies swing, that's going to be 8 counters being removed off of Tristan, which is a substantial amount actually, opposed to the 18, only leaving 10 left with the Shadow Strike, which makes it not a lethal attack. We are going to be way too short on that.
But it would be lethal if you had both Shadows and the Shadow Claw, and then the allies on field. But without that, it's going to be a little bit harder.
Correct, and that's in applying that he has Zephyred, which he did not on pre-recollection. So it looks like he's saving that for a specific reason.
You might aim to Zephyr one of them now, and then hold on to the other one. If you had 2 Zephyrs, showing that you have playing it, and then not showing you have the second one could be very, very relevant.
It looks like we're 3 down here. Really some deliberation and contemplation. Looking like doing some math here. We do have that Swiftfoot recruit as well that we're going to have to get out of the way before we can start targeting the Tristan.
So he's going to redirect or intercept with that Swift recruit. The Vigilant Sentry's taunt, not super relevant in this matchup, knowing that it's unblockable is very strong. So there's a redirect. 2 less counters.
1 down.
It's going to take 2 here. Go to 14. Read down. For another Vigilant Sentry. Interesting. Doesn't want to hold interaction, wants to put more allies on the board. 2 more damage in.
And see another redirection here, possibly. Oh, just taking this one. Okay.
Yeah, going to 16. Wants to save the prep counters. The thing is, these decks, right, when you look at allies decks, don't usually have a lot of spell or skill damage. So you can just bank on redirecting a lot. You know that your opponent only has so many cards in hand. They're going to be unable to Zephyr and deal with multiple shadows. They can only do 1. The risk is if that person has a Verticris degree and you don't know that, and they imbue it, you lose both shadows instantly.
That is correct. They are Fantasia, so they are targeted.
Oh, that's scary.
Orb.
Blinding Orb is scary.
From Mullen taking the 4 points of damage he did from the Windrider Vanguard and the Vigilant Sentry into Blinding Orb, it really shouts that he's going for the kill this turn. And possibly a Shadow Strike in hand.
Put 2 cards down, be able to draw a card because of that class bonus. Also worth mentioning, there's going to be a 5-minute time extension for the feature match should they need it, due to that judge call. Or I guess judge call, me interrupting them and saying, hey, illegal game action, stop.
Oh, the Korhazi outlook coming. And are we going to see game prep counter, remove prep counter?
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't forget, we got a glimpse here.
Oh no. Korhazi outlook. What do you do?
We
down for Zephyr. I don't think it matters. If he has a Shadow Strike in his hand, it's lethal.
Yeah, the Zephyr keeping the 16 counters is very
Zephyr the Shadow's Claw.
interesting.
I don't think it matters. He's gonna get Shadow Striked for 20.
20, exactly. Yep. The amount of prep counters
Does he have
is
it?
very
Does he have a
relevant.
Shadow Strike in his hand?
I see an Umbra card.
Oh, he does have a Shadow Strike. Yeah, for 20.
There it
It's
is.
over.
Perfect.
He doesn't even really necessarily need an insane amount of the counters, right? Because even if the Zephyr's the Shadow's Claw, you can still swing with the like you can attack with the Shadows for 1 each. So like the net damage difference, it's 3 less damage if you Zephyr the Shadow's Claw versus if you Zephyr the Shadow itself, the Ominous Shadow. Yeah, second game going to Mr. Mullen. Going to be going into that fast game 3 here. Curious to see if either of these players sideboard any different cards. They might do that. Looks like Mr. Mullen maybe swapping 2 out. Swapping 1 card out. Yeah, I think he did swap 1 card. Interesting. What do you think that 1 card he swapped was?
Ooh, let's take a look. That's a very good question here. Looking at that, I think what you're taking out here is you're probably looking at maybe what would it be? Probably something he sighted in. So maybe an arrow trap or a vanish from sight. I
think it depends if he kept the Umber Sight in. If he kept the Umber Sight in, he probably just took that out.
That is true. Umber Sight does not really do much here. It is just a nice little one of. But
it's just nice because you get the pay 2 life, draw 2 cards. But like you don't really need it in this matchup. What you need all the answers to allies early on, because if you just die like he did in the first game, you're just sad, right?
Yeah.
He needs to see incapacitate for things like Attune with the Winds. He needs to see his Veiling Breezes and Swift Recruits. Otherwise, like he's just gonna take way too much damage too early.
The amount of prep counters Mullen did gain early on is what really helped cement and seal the deal with that. The additional, was it turn 1, paying 5 for the Mastermind Scheme, going from 4 to 8 counters, was one of the differences, because those counters were the exact amount that was used to redirect those last few attacks.
What do you think? Who do you think's gonna win this match? It's a win and in. It's a big deal.
It is.
Win Tenoris allies or win Tristan?
I am going to go ahead and give this one to Tenoris allies. I think they have the potential to get there before Tristan is able to set up. I feel like Tristan had a really good hand at the start of that game 2, but it's one of those consistency things where they will not always be able to accelerate like they did, while when Tenoris allies will always be able to fill the board with 2/3s and swing in.
Tenoris going first here. We're gonna see a Lurking Assailant, is my guess.
Vigilant Sentry.
Gildas. Whoa, Balanced Gildas opener is kind of spicy.
The best part about it too is if any certain ally tries to swing in, that Gildas is balanced, so it can retaliate for 4. And 1-for-1 trading nearly anything here, but there's nothing that when Tristan can play in an ally as a unit that will be able to take out Gildas turn 1 without really going all in. So Gildas gets to live. And then, of course, you're probably going to get a Wind Resonance Bauble here. Just leave it on the field and do your little Gildas attack first before popping it.
Gildas good. Balanced Gildas is strong. I'm still a bigger fan of robots, but man, Balanced Gildas just feels good, you know?
It does. It's very rewarding. It's a satisfying attack for 4. And the Shimmer Cloak to follow through. It's 4
Shimmercloak's
damage
spicy. I wonder
in.
if Mr. Mullen has reprograms. I don't think he does. Not afraid of wind robots.
And it looks like we may be keeping some interaction in hand. We didn't pop the Wind Resonance Bauble to play an additional 3-cost ally. So perhaps a Zephyr or something of that nature, and the Wind Bauble will be there to replenish back up to 7. We see Mullen going with a backup charger, and then we are starting off with just a Fairy Whispers, 2 on bottom, 1 on top, into a Windmill Engineer. I'm just going to be doing some of that Wind Tristan thing, a little bit of cycling, card draw, making sure you're getting all your components you need in order to level up.
Whoa. 3 down for a turbocharge.
You
Turbocharge
love
is kinda
to
good
see
here.
that.
Yep, turbocharge kind of good. Draw 2 is a good feeling. Question is, does he have the Reclaim available?
Turbocharge is it's a polarizing card where if you see it, it feels so good and you feel like you're at such an advantage, but if you don't see it, it's like it never mattered in the first place. It's very weird like that. Opposed to something like a Creative Shock where you're like, if I don't see Creative Shocks at all, I just feel like my deck's bricking. I don't have that filter I'm needing or required. And that's a lot of the reason why players run Turbocharge as a one of, because it really matters when you see it, or it has no implication at all.
So we're gonna see
yourself.
the backup charger. Backup charger being able to work with that Shimmercloak pretty good.
But unfortunately giving up balance for Gildas by doing this.
Reclaim on the outlook is good here.
Actually, hold on, because that'd be 7, 8. If he pops Wind Resonance Bauble, be at 9 cards in hand. You can swing with a Shimmercloak, play Asim Protector, which then balances Gildas. With 9 cards, yeah.
Wait, would you want to? You wouldn't want to. Do you need to play the Wind Resonance Bauble?
Because you only have 8 in hand currently, I believe.
Yeah, but you get to put the. Oh, I guess you're right, because you'd be at 4 down, puts you to 4, then you play 1.
Oh no, you're
be fine. Yeah, because you would get the Shimmercloak back in your hand. It would put you in balance again.
They're replacing. Yep. So
yeah, there's a lot of damage. There's actually a lot of damage to face here. Gildas comes in for another 4.
Thankfully, Resolute Stand was cast though here, so saving a lot of potential damage. Actually, 4, 5, 6, 9. That could have been close to game if there was not a Resolute Stand on the board. That was a potential 9 damage being pushed in, within 2 more damage if Shimmercloak would have came back down. And he already had 4 damage on the face. Yeah, that would have been lethal.
I think Hamor right now is afraid of a Slice and Dice, which is why he kept the Ace and Protector up.
In that moment too, if you see Slice and Dice being prepared and coming onto the board, would you just, if you had the card, Zephyr your own ally that was being targeted?
You could. It's I generally don't like using Zephyr unless it gains some sort of value. It just depends on how much you need that to be on, like to remain on the field, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the time Zephyr is just like a -1. And in this matchup, like using against a Shadow is really valuable.
It's more of a kill spell than anything in this matchup. You look for it as a 1-for-1 removal. And Mullen's still on the defensive back foot here. Not a lot of HP. Remaining on Tristan with 7 damage counters already.
Oh, he's under Resolute. I missed the Resolute.
Ooh, Bulwark Sword. Alrighty.
The Resolute makes way more sense. There we go. I was like, huh. It indeed has been a long day. Ooh, favorable wins.
At the end of the turn. Just trying to get the balance math correct, I believe. No other reason to just dump that card without having to use for it. An Availing Breeze. Revealing 2. Okay.
Link for 2, so he's going to take
Dream
1.
Fairy. Still not... Nothing to scoff at here. 1 damage, still very good. It would have been nice if that Veiling was for 3, possibly 4, to help mitigate all damage, but anything helps. Let's see if Gildas gets balanced here in order to push through an additional 2.
That looked like a potential 4 down for another Asen.
Gildas coming into the Windmill Engineer. Oh, double thinking about that here. Hamor also is running squirrels, so it is possible that if Gildas math does get a little bit too complicated, we'll start seeing some squirrels coming down to just make it a little bit easier.
Gildas swings 1 into Windmill Engineer?
Yep. I think that is the play.
Yup. Huh. Are we bouncing the Gildas now for another Asen? Oh, Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy on the outlook is kind of good. No point of attacking. Veiling Breeze is good here.
Looks like just a pass turn. And we're gonna go ahead and level up to Tristan level 2 now, since we have 4 preparation counters.
I feel like Dream Fairy swing into the Windmill might have made more sense. Leave the Gildas up and then like threaten that you could balance it.
With like his squirrel from hand.
Well, even just like a deflecting edge from hand, right?
That is true.
Surveil pre-recollection. Tristan's coming online. Gary Tristan moment.
Yeah, it's starting to slowly slip away from Hamor. You're leaving that potential 2 to 3 turn gap where you can close out the game. But Tristan is...
Guide?
Yeah.
3 down for Dungeon Guide. We see a Stifling Trap?
We do. Stifling Trap. The big moment here.
Ooh, no
is really...
1 damage to face. Whoa.
A little
I really hope Mr. Mullen has some interaction in his hand, because if not, this is a very scary looking turn.
That Stifling Trap has put Hamor 1 more turn into being able to do something here. As soon as Tristan hits 3 and get those Omnis Shadows, the curtains are closing very slowly.
Favorable wins to level up here. On enter, Tenoris will have Taunt.
And now Bulwark Sword does get that additional power as well.
Yeah, the good old +1. The Bulwark Sword for 3 is strong, man. Power cells awoke.
We're looking at 3, 6, 7, 8 potential damage on board. That could be 11 if Gildas becomes balanced. So we would be 2 short.
Shimmer Cloak, and then you pop the Shimmer Cloak power cell.
Yep. You
can also draw a card with that too.
So let's see if there's any defensive action.
Does he have Incap? Does he have Incapacitate? Oh, no Incapacitate. Veiling for 2.
Stifling Reclaim. Alright, that... 3 great forms of defensive interaction for Mullen. Really hurting the allies. Not really being able to do much about that.
I take 1 here from the Asen Protector. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the Dungeon Guide there, but not really a reason to. You need to chip the damage in. Too bad, no Incapacitate there. Incapacitate would have been kind of big. I feel like unless you have an effective way to balance Gildas as well. I guess that is balance Gildas. I miscounted the cards.
Gildas is balance, yes.
Yeah, so Gildas was swinging for 2. I guess that's why he's still holding on to the Wind Resonance Bauble.
Are we just going to see a hard level up here? We are.
Go to 6 counters. Here we go.
Getting rid of 3 here, keeping 1.
Shadow
Strike,
Shadow
Strike,
Holy.
Reclaim.
Double Shadow. He has a 3rd Shadow Strike in his hand. Umbracite for Recollection. Yeah, so here it is. He's going to take 2 damage. He's going to draw 1 into memory and 1 into hand. Puts him at 13. He's going to add that below his lineage. He is now cursed with the Umbracite. So the reason that you only run 1 of this is because you take 2 on the first one, and then on the second one you take 4, so it's just not worth using. Not worth using the second one.
And so we see Shadow's Call being brought out because there are 4 prep counters on Tristan. And then a swing in here.
For 1 damage. It'd be a good time to use the... Technically, it's not technically ambush, unless they made it like a level 1+ and then reworded it to ambush, but Lurking Assailant is able to retaliate here.
Yeah, Lurking Assailant has the ability ambush before ambush was actually an ability.
Yeah, he has ambush before ambush was a keyword.
Yeah. So, it may have been the testing grounds, a little filling around, seeing if this kind of thing is something that was wanted to be seen in the game, and clearly it was, as we see some cards be printed in MRC with the keyword.
Oh, it's a lot of damage coming in. The chip is pretty good. Norris only has a life pool of 20, so it's going to be kind of rough for him. He can go from 3 to 9s, 2 damage from each of the shadows, 1 from Tristan, and 1 from the Dungeon Guide.
I'm seeing here another Dream Fairy for an Ominous Shadow would be really nice.
Yeah, Dream Fairy Ominous Shadow is pretty good. Dream Fairy on the Karhazi Outlook is a really good value because he's not able to play the Karhazi Outlook and then be like, hey, I'm gonna hit you with the you can't play cards anymore tech. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty sad if Hamor is short 2 damage here or short 2 prep counter removal because of the. Well, actually, I guess you can't even remove prep from that. Oh, interesting. Vanish from sight. Do we see a incapacitate here?
We have 3 cards in hand, so we'd have to pop both the GCR and the Bauble to be able to hard cast it.
Does he have it available to him? Doesn't look like it. He's going to recollect and draw here.
Importantly, I think we do have to remove these Ominous Shadows off the board. If they're allowed to swing in again, it's really going to put Tenoris in a poor position to close out this game. You'll have too much of a life deficit.
Vigilant Sentry. Kind of rough here. Not looking so hot right now. Tristan stabilized.
All we need here is if there is a Shadow Strike in the hand or drawn by Mullen, that can go ahead and close things out. Shadow Strike would be prepped for 6, putting it at a 10 damage total attack.
Plus the Shadow's Claw.
Shadow's Claw, which would game. Yep.
Reflecting Edge can potentially stop it.
Two.
Is that Dream Fairy?
That is Dream Fairy. We may have to. I'm going to go ahead and hop into the room right here to let them know that Korhazi cannot be activated as Dream Fairy is currently naming it.
Both of them were like, oh man, it's been a long day. Thanks, man.
So Dream Fairy
Okay,
does
guys.
state that you return an
Is
ally you don't control to the owner's memory, and then opponents cannot activate card with that ally's name. So right now the name is Korhazi Outlook.
Yeah, remember, guys, no matter how long the day is, you need to remember your Dream Fairy targets because it wins or loses you the game. That outlook would have been really scary.
And we do see the Shadow Strike prepped in the meantime. What we're talking about.
Shadow Strike prep for 6. So do we see it? Deflecting Edge and maybe a Zephyr?
It would need to be both in order to stay alive here.
Double Deflecting Edge could also... does double Deflecting Edge work? Yeah, double Deflecting Edge would make you
6,
one-off lethal. So assuming he doesn't have another ally in his hand, it would be enough.
There's some contemplation going, but we do have to... Oh, wait, we're paying 1 for Deflecting Edge
What?
when we have a Bulwark Sword on the field? That is a... And we're hopping back in. We're going to go ahead and let them know that Deflecting Edge actually costs 0. And so you cannot pay for it at all in any aspect because the card's cost is reduced to 0. Welcome back. Just explaining how Deflecting Edge costs 0 due to having a sword, so you cannot pay for it as it's not an X cost. And then we do see a Zephyr here. Incapacitate.
I just sent a judge in there to sit there and make sure more things don't happen. So, ooh, Incapacitate. So I think he's just dead, right?
Yeah, that is just game here. Because we see... so that's... 11 minus 3, we're looking at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage with the 2 Omna Shadows.
Yep, that's game.
And with that, congratulations to Mr. Mullen on win Tristan, sneaking into that top 8.
I don't know if he's top 8. I have to double check that one, but he's definitely top 16. I think... Is he high enough to be top? Actually, yeah, he is high enough to be top 8.
Yeah, with the amount, we only had 1 undefeated in...
Yeah, they're table 5. They're table 5, so yeah, totally. Whoa, win Tristan in the top 8. I was right.
Unfortunate.
I made it.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where this is going to be finishing here. We could go ahead and compare our predictions for these top 8, see how close we both got here, and see what decks managed to sneak their way in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting to see what the final results here are. But let me just take a quick look here. So round time. Ooh, actually, we just hit time in the round. So this is like a perfect setting. So we're going to have about 5-6 minutes here. We're going to discuss, wait till overtime's finished, then maybe another 5 minutes while all the results are tallied, everything's verified, our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, the usual stuff.
Make sure everything was reported properly.
I really got to know. So the first thing we do know is Jesse did win the entire event. He's the only person who finished with 22 points. Neatful chose to ID with Null, putting him at 20 points. He is the second highest player, and Krios lost the match to Jesse. I believe it was a concede. So Jesse is going to be the winner. Worth mentioning, Jesse also won the Luxera's map open on FireEye. He was the only person to go flawless in the entire event. And technically in this event also went flawless.
A big congratulations. That is an amazing accomplishment for a long day of Grand Archive. And do we know what deck Jesse was on? It was...
Wintristan. Yeah, so 2 Wintristans in the top 8. So we're both wrong. But only slightly. It's not too
along
bad.
with the FireEye as well. Even if you are at the top table and lose, I don't think that totally knocks you out of top 8 there.
Ooh, it'll be close. It'll be really close because he'll be at 18 points. And I don't know if enough people will be 18. So Neatful, Jesse, and Null will all be at 19 or higher.
Was it 6-2 then? Not
Jwell and Glass ID'd as well, so they're both going to be at 19. So that's 5 people in the top at 19 points. And then Mullen will go to 19 points. He might actually just sit outside of top 8, like just barely. He might get like 10th. An ID would have guaranteed him top 8. A win would have guaranteed him first place. Actually, would it have guaranteed him first place? It would have guaranteed him first place because Needful ID'd.
I did, yeah.
So if he won, he would have got the big first place.
So
Dude,
the
first
right
place
player
is kind of
was...
crazy. I don't know if you guys saw the pricing for first place, but 18 Sapphire packs is money right now. Like
That is.
foil Spirit of Slime, easy, like $400 or $500, right? Foil Tristan, Shadow Dancer, 250. Like first place is worth it, man. Everyone really got to play for first place. It's a big deal, guys. You guys have to start playing for first place.
You do. It's
also you get a pass this time, Krios, because of wedding photos. You get a pass from me, but only from me. You don't get a pass from everybody else.
You also get those bragging rights too, and that's really something that is very important when it comes to this. You want to say that you went undefeated the whole event, you mopped up the floor 8-0, and be like, oh, I just stopped caring, I ID'd the last 2, I got my prizing. No, you want everything. You want to take it all.
Yeah, it's tough. One of the other things to mention too is, first place, you get the debilitating grass mat, right? Yeah, 18. 18 is correct. 18 is correct. So first place, you'll get all the top 8 prizing, which is a finalist playmat. Well, except you'll get the champion playmat. You get the invite card, which is the Lightweaver's Assault. You get 6 MRC booster packs, 5 MRC gold packs, 10 sapphire packs, and then an additional 7 packs, plus your entry. So your entry prizing is 1 silver, 1 booster pack, and 1 sapphire pack. So if you get first place, you are getting 18 sapphire packs.
Jeez.
Big.
So many. All those amazing recollection deck foils.
Big. 18 sapphire packs. I mean, even if you average them at like entry prizing, you said 18 sapphire packs at $25 each. That's $450 in prizing. And we all know that sapphire packs are worth more than that because this season they have crazy good cards in them, right? So first place,
everyone's looking for them.
First place is essentially at minimum like $1,000, which is kind of huge. On top of getting crazy good EP for the Omnidex, your Elo is going to go crazy. And you're getting your NQP on Omnidex for the national seasons. You win an event, so you get a mat, and you get to be cool. And you're not cringe. Kind of crazy. Not being cringe is kind of cool. Whoa.
And we're just waiting for everything to get reported here. Matches finishing up in the overtime until we finally see our finalized winning standings. Keep in mind, the top 16 players are going to be receiving the North American Lightweaver's Assault promo, along with top 32 receiving additional prizing in the form of 1 complete MRC booster box. Which, shout out to Yeti and Weebs for being able to have this high scale of a prize support for such a large event.
Kind of crazy.
And then additionally with that as well, we'll be looking closely at the top 8 to go over OnceInLuv's and myself's predictions to see how close we were. So stay tuned. There is still a lot more to come. Even though the gameplay is over, we have a lot of insightful discussions coming up, a little bit of meta read and insight, and even just some of the conversion rate, as we saw from total tournament to top 32, the Sylvie's conversion rate is staying at that sweet 25%. And I'm curious to see if it is also 25% of our top 8.
The big reason why Krios should have played is because he could have 8-0'd and then said I was wrong. But now he can't. And now I can say I'm right.
Yeah.
Feels good, man. Me being right.
Rai always seems to be a good meta call at the weirdest moments.
Rai's always a good meta call. Rai and Diana and like Firezen are like meta calls. It's just like if you assume certain things. Okay, to be fair, also I did look at the matches that Krios got. His matches were so perfect. He dodged every single Tristan player. He's like, Ally's cool, it's free. Ally's cool, it's free. Slime's cool, it's free. It's actually so crazy. But I mean, that's part of the game, right? Sometimes you just get insane matchups. Like you just get exactly what you need, or you dodge the one deck that you really can't fight. Like let's say you go up and you're playing like Firezander Burn at an event and you just match up Merlin 9 rounds in a row. You're probably gonna win 7 or 8 of them. Because like your matchup is just so good compared to other things. You know, if you went up against like 9 Wind Allies or like a bunch of Nikos, like it's not gonna feel very good. You're gonna be really sad. You're gonna go X3 drop and just cry and move on and play side events. But yeah, today was a spicy day. It was a very, very spicy day. So thank you guys so much for joining us. It was great. We are not closing off the stream yet. I just do want to show my appreciation for all of you guys being here. We did almost reach 100 viewers in the stream, which is like a historical new number for us. We also had 213 people participating in the regional, which is crazy. This is our first event we've done with 8 rounds. This was basically an ascent, guys. It was an online ascent. We didn't have a Sylvie store, but you had me and Valkyrie to hang out with. So at least you got that one. But make sure, guys, if you liked the stream, please make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Serene Balance Productions, also to Valkyrie's and myself. It was an honor casting for you guys. It was an honor being here and just having a good time. Big shout out to SuperMitch8 for the graphics, as always, owner of Merlin's Marketplace there. Andy K, the host for Yeti Gaming here. And then a big shout out to Mr. Producer Son, Chikaplu. Thank you for running our stream. Greatly appreciate you guys.
Indeed, it's all wonderful. Everyone who has lent something, participated, and all of you who have stuck with us watching. Without all of you, this would not have been possible. And I love the saying that this was just a mini ascent, because it was 8 rounds of gameplay, no day 2 cut, but you could easily see the decks that would do well in a ascent setting. All these decks were tried, true, and tested in these 8 rounds. So if you're thinking last minute for Ascent Chicago, of like, what do I play? I don't know what's going to be doing well. You can take a look at this regional and say, okay, these are the things that are consistently doing well. Let me go ahead and sleeve this up and get that little bit of practice in.
It's been a long week of Grand Archive for me. Yeti, we have weekly into the regional, into the second regional. We're just out here pumping. GA content's good. Ascent Chicago is going to be great. I'm very, very excited to see how things turn out here. Very, very excited.
Indeed, and I really want to compare it to Ascent Chicago when we start getting there, seeing if people are just playing the stuff that is good and public knowledge, and we're hiding that secret deck waiting for the Ascent Chicago to come in, or if this is going to be our finalists and the decks that we're going to be seeing here. And I'm more than excited to commentate Ascent Chicago as well. It's going to be very high octane, hoping to bring a lot of energy to it, and make sure it's a enjoyable experience for us all in person and at home.
Okay,
so without
we do
further
have
ado,
standings. I'm so excited.
I really want to know.
Over. So first place, we have Jesse. Jesse was on the Wind Tristan. Gonna have second place, Neatful. So first of all, Jesse undefeated, 7-0-1. Technically one tie, but I'm gonna call it undefeated. I'm gonna call it undefeated for the sake of it. Neatful on the Spirit of Slime. We got Slime Sylvie. Jwell also on the Slime Sylvie. Null also on the Slime Sylvie. Yoitsu on the Spirit of Water, Spirit Ruler, Water Allies. And then we have Glass on the Fire Hybrid Merlin. And CC Mr. Mullen. We just saw him on the Wind Tristan. And our final and last one is actually going to be Sky Sama for top 8 specifically. Sky Sama on the Wind Allies. I believe this is Wind Hybrid Allies. Yeah, it's looking hybrid. I see Andronica, but I also see things like Gildas. And then coming down the list, Gurathos on the Spirit of Slime. It's a lot of slimes, man. Krios, Spirit of Fire Rai, our one arcane boy. We have Puppy Girl Nya on the Wind Allies, also hybrid, I believe. Actually, this is mostly humans. It's mostly humans with like a splash of robots, but mostly humans focused.
Mostly humans.
And then we have Modest Mewtwo. We saw Modest Mewtwo on the Slime as well. Henky the Goat's also on Slime, but this one's a Fire Slime. Spirit of Fire Slime. We're going to see Con Man, our very own Con Man, on the Spirit of Slime. Level 100 Bayleaf on his Water and Soul Spirit Ruler build. And our 16th and final invite will be going to KB Destro, who is on the Wind Robots.
Awesome. Congratulations to all 16 of those players earning yourself that invite. You all played amazingly well, did a great job lasting in there, and just go ahead and give yourselves a pat on the back for that. Everyone in the chat, go ahead and congratulate them as well. Such a difficult thing to pull off. It's not, Grand Archive is not only skill-based, where you're having to play properly, do it all the time. It's a mental game if you're sitting all day playing the game. As you get later into the rounds, you'll start to make slight slip-ups, mistakes. We even saw that on our feature matchup. A couple of players just not remembering a couple triggers, things like that, which really can cost a game if you're not careful.
And one of the really cool things to mention, I didn't notice this until just now, but the top 16 players, so all the players who made it in for invites, are exact same points. So the 17th place is actually 1 point less. So nobody bubbled in or out of that.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty cool to see, actually. We did have a couple people bubble out for the top 32 prizing. There were a whole bunch of people who finished with 15 points that would not be receiving the MRC booster box. But overall, big shout out to Weebs. You guys gave us an amazing event, amazing prizing. Big shout out to Andy for hosting and running it. That's crazy. 16 invites, 213 people. Next month, we're going to be having another one. I believe it'll be on August 25th. If you want to check it out, the stream is scheduled for it on the Serene Balance Productions account, so you can check. And I think the Omnidex event for it should be made soon, or it's already made. But make sure to check that out, guys. Bring your friends, bring your wives, your kids, your girlfriends, your boyfriends, whatever it is. 250 players, guys. We got to make it to top 32. We got to get more invites out here. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Valkyrie, any last words from you?
I just want to say thank you so much for having us. I can't stop shouting out and sharing my appreciation for everyone who's helped on this production team, Andy running the tournament, all of our judges. Once again, round of applause to all of them. They've done an amazing job locking it down, making sure things are running smoothly. And to you, again, for having this wonderful channel, allowing us to do this, and having me on here. I do appreciate it. Don't forget, everyone, to subscribe to Serene Balance Productions. Hit that button down below. Leave a like as well. It really helps the YouTube algorithm go on that. And then feel free, if you really want to, check out our personal channels in the description down below. And if you're loving how we are commentating, you can catch me more on Ascent Chicago coming up next week. And then, of course, OnceInLuv will always be here on Serene Balance every weekly, just about.
Yeah, pretty much every Thursday. Yeah, like you said, big shout out to the judges. So I want to shout out them out personally. Surav, Birdie, One Red Line, Poro. Thank you guys so much. It's a really big. It's honestly a really big commitment to make to judge a regional like this, and we really appreciate that you guys help raise and hold the game to a high level of competitive integrity. So thank you guys so much. This is us signing off, and we will see you next time. Peace, guys.
Take care.